back downside this morning as we retreat a little bit anyways after a nice close and finish for Monday's session. Both the S&P and the NASDAQ with a bounce back into the close yesterday. But more rate hike fears coming through this morning, more positive movement for yields once again. Remember yesterday, multi-year highs once again for the 10-year specifically. The 2-year did lag ever so slightly, but still seeing that massive separation between the two. That's how the S&P is looking right now. Overall, people are a little bit cautiously optimistic, possibly, as far as the overall market is concerned. We'll tell you why coming up here. Lots and lots of EV-related movement this morning. We'll touch on Tesla. We'll touch on Rivian, both with positive notes when it comes to deliveries coming up. We'll get Q3 deliveries right across the board from these EV makers in the next little while. DraftKings as well, higher on a JP Morgan upgrade this morning. A ton to get to as we head towards the opening here on a Tuesday. It is Tuesday, September 26, 2023. Tradertv.live starts now. Yeah, back to the downside right now for the SPY. Q's looking somewhat similar overall as we sit here in the pre-market. Back to the downside as well. But if you remember, a nice close to the end of the day yesterday. So we'll see if we can't find some support that came into play yesterday. We got some housing data out there, or we are expecting some housing data out at 9 o'clock. We did get some at 8 o'clock as well, kind of in line with expectations. The big number coming this morning, though, 10 a.m. We'll get consumer confidence ahead of GDP coming up later in the week, so lots of potential anyways for market moving data, not only today, but the next couple of days. Good morning.
Good morning.
It's Tuesday. It's an EV kind of a day so far.
Yeah, Tesla's deliveries expected, Rivian's deliveries also expected. Some people saying Tesla might miss this time around. We'll have to wait and see. But with respect to the consumer confidence, last time we got around, we got the Michigan consumer sentiment. That was below expectations. So let's see what this time brings, because I don't think inflation fears have subsided since that time.
No.
So
yeah, 10 o'clock, Conference Boards, Consumer Confidence Index coming up this morning. Yeah, and if you missed it, Fisker delivered 900 oceans so far. Total number.
They're trying.
They're trying.
I mean, that's just mean. Like, they're up 5% this morning, Fisker, last I checked. And I double-checked to make sure that was still true, because you never know in the pre-market. Like, you look at it, it's like, oh, crap, they're already back to flat, and we're talking that one up a little bit. But around here, if you've watched the show, welcome, everybody. A certain somebody, I'm not going to name any names, he refers to Jamie Dimon as Jeremy. Well, Jeremy spoke in class today, and he hinted that 7%, see what I did there, Fabian? That 7% from the Fed is, I don't know, he didn't use the word possibility, but he said it is certainly something that would scare the crap out of the markets, you think? And he talked about stagflation, and the yo-yo market is back to down. So yesterday we were slightly up, less than 1% at this time, or, you know, like we're looking pretty much, I think, at another inside day. If you just look at the futures, like there was that nice little bounce yesterday, and then on Friday you played a little of the same range. We're still dealing 14.8 and underneath 15, so I'd say 150 points really. That could be our home today. Who knows? And if that's the case, you'll want to be looking at the right names. A couple of names are in play. Rivian's in play. Tesla's always in play. Fisker for the first time in, I can't remember the last time we looked at Fisker, but certainly we're going to have our eyeballs on that one. Some other names out there. Upgrade on DraftKings. That looks a little bit interesting at some key levels. And then some Meta news on Threads. I don't know if that one's going to move the needle for Meta, but certainly Meta should be on watch.
Yeah, we have a shout out to, I think it was Scott just now. Yeah, Scott H. What's up, Scott H? What's up to everybody? We're back, baby. Another day here. Look at SLNO here, Soleno Therapeutics, absolutely rocket ship right now. I don't know, like, it just took off like crazy. SLNO right now, breaking through the $6 mark, making new highs, and yeah, starting to get going here. SLNO Therapeutics. We'll find out if there's news on this one, but it's really starting to get going as the NASDAQ down 0.5%. Not this name, huge move to the upside. And as we look here, short float only 1.04%. I don't know if that's accurate or not, but a $42 million market share with 8 million on float. So SLNO getting ready to rock and roll. I'll be all over DraftKings today. Been talking about this for a couple days now, looking at different levels, seeing it on scanners and whatnot. DraftKings today getting a nice upgrade from JP Morgan. So we'll see if that can get going. And then I want to fade Intel still up here near that $35 mark. So a couple good trades ready to rock and roll here on board as we, you know, await the market opening up. And what a good rally, well, not a good rally, but a nice day yesterday. Could have been a lot worse. Feel like the pain still could be here today. We'll see if we can hold on to that 14,008 number, guys.
Yeah, little one, that SLNO, 6 million and change on the float on that. It's a genetic disorder treatment that sent that thing to the moon. So positive data this morning on a genetic disorder treatment for SLNO. I was just reading through some overall market action. That was yesterday, if you remember. So 0.45, 0.4, 0.13, 0.44 across the board. We were green when all was said and done with that nice move into the close, but we gave it all back this morning, basically right across the board, back to where we started the week on Monday. So we'll get, as I mentioned, some house pricing data, some building permits data this morning. The big one coming at 10 o'clock, though, with consumer confidence ahead of Q2 GDP look later in the week. We also get Tesla deliveries. There's a little bit of China data this morning as well, with weekly insurance registrations down for Teslas in China, which, you know, let's be honest, can we actually take that as an indicator for Tesla over in China? But we'll see. I mean, the big number going to come with this Q3.
But the real Tesla headline here, at least for me, is the fact that they may be included in the EU's investigation of EV subsidies from China. We know a lot of the Chinese manufactured Tesla are actually shipped to the European Union, and they account for a larger portion than what you might expect. So I want to see how this ends up turning out, because we know the EU is kind of turning protectionist a little bit here to defend their own EV market.
Yeah, more to come, obviously, for Tesla as we get into. Remember, not this Friday, next Friday, the start of earnings season. So something to look forward to once again. There's this move in Alibaba this morning as well. We got a little more details on this logistics unit that's going to IPO in Hong Kong coming up. So that caused that move right back to essentially where it ended the day yesterday. But here we are leaking off once again for some of these Chinese names also.
I just want to, on Soleno here, I just want to pull back the chart so you guys can sort of see this. Because it's not like when you're gapping to the upside, sometimes you have that quadrunk look on the daily chart. You have to go all the way back to the weekly. And if you're wondering why this thing might have just stopped it or turned at $20, this would be the $20 level on the weekly. So pretty significant level there, punch through that. And you did have highs like 25, 26, and a sizable gap. The last time it was trading this range, a long time ago. Alibaba is a weird one. It just feels as if like it's trying to go, and then we gap up, we gap down. Get that out of the way. We gap up, we gap down. I'd love to see this thing breaking out at 90. I feel as if that's the channel break that has the biggest move to go. First things first, it actually has to get through 87. You saw a couple of Chinese names make some distinct bottoms yesterday. I mean, NIO bouncing off the $8 level. Maybe that's more of an EV thing. Alibaba also had a strong run of it. Now you're right back to semi-diddling in the middle of yesterday's range. So if it can get through the top, I think it's got some. Obviously, it has a lot of catch-up to do in a lot of ways here, but it needs to break out that high. And typically, the days that you want to trade Alibaba are when it's breaking tops and just running like wildfire. So there was a break yesterday, but it had fallen so far. If you took the break of the high, you got a decent move, but it wasn't one of those. It wasn't even $1 through the break of the high yesterday. I think it needs to get through that 87.25. 90 to me is going to be the bigger level. Like, I would be way more excited to trade 90 on a break on positive news. And as you say that, you get more about this Canio spin-off, and it's actually down 1% now. So it's not even up anymore. Yeah, I was a little bit more excited about this one. I thought it could be taking out that top on strength, but already giving up this move early. I feel like NEO might be more interesting if it can maybe double bottom off that 8.
Like, here's my daughter. She just learned how to skate. Oops, how to skate last year. So here's a video that here's right there. Here's a video that my wife just put up. Here she is right here. This is why she gets in the penalty box sometimes. You see how she just hunts down people? Bang, no slash there. So that was good. As we continue to look out here. But this is rep hockey, 1 year playing hockey right now. So I'm obviously so proud of her. But anyways.
You know what day it is today?
No.
It is National Daughters Day, which I didn't even know was a thing until about 15 minutes ago.
Well, you know what? In my mind, every day is National Daughters Day. So shout out to all the daughters
that
out
was
there.
an easy, that was like that's a layup to give you that one.
Yeah, that's why I didn't know about the day because.
Oh, there's a national day for everything.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like they make up ridiculous stuff for all those.
And every day is National Trading Day as well. We'll be here today doing that. But yeah, so all right. You know, yesterday we traded this name early, NIO, and it just danced around this $8 mark. There was a big buyer there. It took it. It went back to the upside. So I want to buy, just because we were talking about Alibaba there and some Chinese names, I want to buy $8 here on NIO. We saw some support yesterday. If it breaks below this 790, fine, we can get out of that one. But I still like NIO near that $8 mark. Someone bought yesterday 1 million shares right off the open, probably 1.5 million. And then you add in all the dark pools and all the other gateways and everything that was there. Normally, if a level like that breaks, you see, you know, a move to the downside. That didn't happen at all. And then it just retraced right back up. It tested 8 again. And then took off and didn't see $8 again the rest of the day and actually just hovered around 30 cents. So that was a great trade there to go long off $8. And I think that that's going to be something to look out for today as well. And then Lucid yesterday hits $5, which is absolutely crazy. So we'll have to wait to see what happens here today with Lucid because look at this stock. And I know we're going to get to EVs and maybe we already did, but there it is. Like, see you later on Lucid, man. Anybody that's been buying anything like this, the Saudis are going to have to come up with another BS rumor or something like this to get this stock going. But down to $5. I wonder if that's a buy at some point now, too. So I know we had Fisker with deliveries today. I still say you want to always buy the dips on TSLA, and you're getting close to maybe wanting to do that again right now, off of 280 or 290 last week. So, yeah, there it is right there. 280, I guess. So off of 280 down to 240, give yourselves a 5% haircut rate here. I still think you can get even lower than this on some of these names. The market, I feel like today is going to be a sell day, but I'm going to be feeling like that for a while until at least we get through this month. And then I'm waiting for more data. So hopefully consumer confidence today will be a good little number that comes out at 10 o'clock and we can maybe turn the tide here for some longs. But I'm not even putting any new money to work yet. Still nervous about this market, guys.
A little AI news for you this morning. Bullfrog AI, which is BFRG into the medical side of things, with positive data out this morning on this glioblastoma treatment. So nice look for them. I mean, it's given it all back essentially already, but got up above 4 for BFRG, so heads up on that. There's also this kind of interesting note on Ford, given what's going on with the strike and everything else. They're going to shelve this $3.5 billion EV battery plant as well.
Yeah, and Sean Fain, the president of the UAW, coming out and calling this a political move to try to force their hand into negotiations. We know that President Biden is going to be joining workers today on the picket line. Former President Trump wants to join them tomorrow, so we'll have to wait and see. It's becoming a very political issue very quickly.
Yeah, it's been a couple of pretty good days, never mind, for Ford, guys. We had a big move back on Friday on that announcement that there was some progress, and then yesterday tried to go again, but kind of gave up early.
Not bouncing off the right level. It's supposed to be getting to $11. Before it's supposed to go to $11, you just bid 11, you get filled, and then you wait like a month or so, and then you sell it at 15. But now it's not getting to the $11 level because of all this. It seems like 12 is the new hold. However, temper the optimism a little bit, because last week we were mentioning, it was actually on Friday, that 12.75 level. that you can see up there. Maybe I wasn't on the daily long enough. We'll zoom it in. There's your 200 period, your 50 period's pretty much almost around the same line there. You've been resisting underneath 13 bucks. 75 to 80 has been the top. On Friday, that was the open short into that range. You made a lower high here today. Got to get through that. Otherwise, you're still very range bound. So at 1280, 1275 to 1280 looks like a zone that needs to be punched through. 13 could be a breakout long, but I don't see volume or interest enough in this to even think about a breakout at that level. This is a type of market where you've been rewarded for waiting for the key price levels and trading the ranges, and I just think we look right back at that 75 to 80 zone on for the short. Don't know if we see 12 even today, but that's probably a bid. You know, that 12 looks like it's been holding pretty good. So I would just respect that. This probably has a little bit of a ways to go in terms of finding a complete resolution, but we're just here to trade price action. And Ford is exactly the type of name. You want to let it get to the key price, get within 5 cents of it, and then take your fill.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I'll be looking at Ford, but yeah, it's kind of one of those names that if it gets into a level, you may want to buy some for a longer term account. We already talked about Fisker a little bit. We talked about Lucid there. There's not really too much else that I'm looking at today. I'm going to stick with what's on the sticky note, but Rivian today, again, a nice move. We'll see if it can hold. This name has actually been one of the, I mean, I just showed you where Lucid was at all-time lows. We could check out Fisker. We could check out Polestar. We could check out, I mean, just the list could go on and on and on. I mean, some of these don't even exist anymore. Workhorse, Ride, all those kind of things. So I'm really actually surprised and impressed with how well Rivian's held up. I mean, this $19 mark down to 18 where the 200 period is on the daily. 50 period is not too far away at $23. I'm pretty happy. I don't own any of this, but I'm pretty happy if I was a shareholder to say that, hey, you know what? We've held 20 bucks. We've gone through a pretty rough time right there from 28, bounced off 20, up to 24, and then held 20 again yesterday. So let's see if it continues to hold it. If you lose this 1950 though, then we're downside on Rivian. This is a punch short for me right there. 1950 downside on Rivian, but today you're at 21. So I don't know if we'll get to 1950 today. So you never know. We'll keep this on radar here. But yeah, I like Rivian there, 1950. And it might be worth a long even at 20. Yesterday, like I said, was a little bit of a rough ride early. We saw a lot of stocks head to the downside, and they didn't really do anything. 2050 down to 2010, and then a bounce up $1.50. Like, if that's not a banger, then I don't know. That seems like a great little level down there. It reminds me of that Neo $8. I didn't see if there was any size there at 20, but it bounced pretty clean off of that level. So if Rivian ever makes a move to the downside again here today, I think it's worth sitting around near 20 bucks. Pick some up and try it, and then you have your out also at 1950 if it comes back into there, right? And so 20 bucks for a day trade long, and then 1950 maybe for a breakdown of the stock, and then you pick something up in the low teens. Uh-oh, it's our favorite. It's the biggest Cowboy fan around.
I think the bad time to well, it doesn't.
It's Jeff Mendel. Maybe him and Sharif can discuss what happened there too. Arizona, Mr. Mendel? What was up with that? All right, back over to the big screen. I mean, I know the Packers.
Talked all that trash.
We'll talk about that after.
I mean, we could just bring in Sharif here as well. Jeff Mendel's looking very golf ready today as well. Is it a Lynx kind of a day?
It's a rainy, miserable week, and thanks Neil for reminding me. But you only beat the Commanders, so does it really matter?
Let's get some stock related content in here as well, Mr. Mendel. Good to see you. We'll touch on a couple of things. I had a question going back to Friday, I think it was, sent to me about Bird, B-I-R-D. They made it official after the close yesterday, saying they were going to delist from the NYSE and move down to OTC. Not to put you on the spot, but is there possibly a ticker that we know of yet for BIRD?
Actually, let me check real quick. But so just to run through that whole process, right? So right, basically once FINRA puts out a corporate action on a name, or after an announcement is made by the exchange or by the company that it's going to delist. Basically, what we do at that point in time is we wait for FINRA to put out a corporate action or put out a notice that a name is going to come down to us. Here's a new ticker. Usually that happens the night before, and we're able to send out a notice to our subscriber base. And a lot of them also check FINRA as well too. But once that goes out, we get it ready for our system, load it up, so it loads up in the morning and is ready to trade. I do not see. I only see something for a warrant right now. So actually, wait here, BRDS. Give me 1 second. Yeah, so BRDS. It looks like it's trading under the same ticker as it was on the exchange. So yeah, it's trading under symbol BRDS. Right now, it looks like it closed yesterday at spot 83, so trading below $1. Right, so yeah, it looks like it's something to take a look at, and looks like it traded a bunch of times yesterday too. So thanks for putting that one on my radar.
That's what we're here for. Yeah, no, it was an interesting day when they announced an acquisition. I think it was the end of the week last week, and then got back below that dollar. And then I saw that note after the close yesterday saying that they were going to delist. So there you go, BRDS on the OTC. Let's talk about a few other things here moving around. I saw Rolls-Royce popped up this morning on the most active list on OTC over on the website for OTC markets. I didn't see any reason for that, but a good maybe opportunity, Jeff, to explain the fact that if anyone's in early and wants to see maybe what's moving around over in Europe and throughout the UK landscape pre-market, that's a good way to do so.
Yeah, and Rolls-Royce is a great example of a European ADR, right? And so, when you wake up in the morning and when OTC markets as a venue opens for trading, right? It's already actively trading in the local marketplace, and there's an overlap as well too. And so, symbol RYCEY. It is the ADR that trades here over the counter. And so, yeah, a lot of people are actually following the inside there. They're maybe looking for some, for maybe a price arbitrage or something like that. So, yeah, we see a few prints going off here in the pre-market. It looks like there's a bid at 2.63 and an offer at 2.64. So, a penny wide spread here in the pre-market. So, also something probably to look at at 9:30 if you see a few trades going off in the pre-market. And remember, there's also an overlap between the time when the market opens here on the East Coast of the U.S. at 9:30 and the local marketplace over in Europe as well too. So that's symbol RYCEY, Rolls-Royce. Very common name. A lot of people have definitely heard of the car. So trades here over the counter.
Anything else catching your eyes, Mr. Mendel, this morning?
I guess some of the usuals, Luckin Coffee, LKNCY, Tencent, TCEHY, and DDDIDIY. And then also, it's been a while since we've talked about some of the Canadian names, but I see them popping up once in a while. Curaleaf is one of them. Now, remember, it also trades down here under a 5-letter symbol called CURLF. That's Curaleaf. And so, that's a name that's listed up in Canada, but also it trades over the counter down here. So, it's a great way for U.S. investors to access the Canadian market here in the over-the-counter.
A lot of cannabis-related headlines, obviously, lately, and a lot of movement in that group. So, great point. Jeff Mendel, head of broker-dealer sales over at OTC Markets. Great to see you.
Thanks, Brendan.
Thanks, as always, for coming in there. Jeff being a good sport about it. I mean, you can talk trash all you want about the Bills only beating Washington, but 37-3, that's what you call taking care of business. And then when you lose to a team that's theoretically tanking for the season, that's what you call not taking care of business. But it was a great point about Curaleaf there because we've seen a lot of the cannabis names moving the last few weeks here, and you just have another one. And another opportunity to trade. Obviously, if you have access to the Canadian markets, then you can trade on the primary, but sometimes you don't have access to those for the Americans out there, foreign markets. So you get the ADRs, and everyone always thinks of trading Asian names for the ADRs, like your Nintendos, your Luckin Coffees. But yeah, Curaleaf gives you an opportunity there. A lot of these have been pulling back since you saw that huge run that we had the last couple of weeks in the cannabis space, but making a second salvo here, like this one in particular, kind of bouncing off 4. The one that's actually on my mind, this is really not that bad of a segue, is again CGC. Now CGC, very similar looking chart where you just had the big break, went through $1, got to almost to $2, not quite, and then pull back in. Now it's been trying to go the last couple of days here. We did play the other side of the trade, which would be shorting a failed break at $1. Yesterday, broke a buck, got to 103, wasn't able to punch through, got back down into 90, so the short was in the 99, down into 90. Well, today, it's already tested $1. Guess what the high is? 103 again on CGC. So this one, if it can take out that buck at the open, get through 103, you've got a bit of a double top forming. Let's see if it could punch maybe up to like a 113, 115 in there and follow through. So they're back in play. There was a nice run on them yesterday after making, you know, a few days. It was like a week of a pullback there. So if we can take out 103, I'd like the R&R. If you get 3s or 4s, you can end up with a 1 stop and risk less than 5 cents on the trade. Ideally, this is something that goes and kind of works right away. But this should be on, this is on my radar. And anytime it's around that $1 mark, always going to be in play. Just want to make sure it's carrying volume above the dollar before getting into a long. Yesterday, the short was the better play.
Yeah, any name around $1 there, that bird is going to be pretty interesting. We'll wait to see if anything goes down into the OTC marketplace. LKNCY to me is like the most interesting name over on here. This is again a Chinese coffee company that came down to the pink sheets or the OTC markets like at $3 or $4. This has made a huge move back up to $34, $35 as they had that I don't know what it was, alcohol infused lattes or something the other day. So you know, nice little move there, trying to hold this $30 period as well. 28 looking like a great level of support. $30 is the 50 period. 28 is great support. I like Luck and Coffee here. I don't know if I like the stock or anything, but I mean this stock down here, nicely done, well above. You're not going to see too many stocks that are cruising above the 50 period like LKNCY. I mean, you want to go over to a name like a Starbucks or something here in the United States, obviously a big China play as well, and you're going to see quite, once it loads, you're going to see quite the opposite where, you know, you're spending a lot of time underneath the 50 period and actually breaking now down through lows right here. Starbucks just lost the $96 level, 98, 102. Like, I don't know why this 200 period is not extending, but you know, a nice move to the downside here. Starbucks breaking, Luck and Coffee going the other way. So, you know, the OTC markets do have a lot of investable names. Roche, Adidas, a whole bunch of ADRs that are over there. So I like the market, and we'll trade it when something's moving. But it's too bad that SIVB and all that never really did anything when they went down there. So same with Bed Bath & Beyond, BBBYQ coming through, and that's not doing anything either. So right now, you know, you got to wait. Use that scanner that Jeff and Brendan had up there for the most active names throughout the day, because that'll give you the ones. Like if Rolls-Royce reports or, you know, is active over there in the LSE, then maybe you'll get a bump in the numbers there on the OTC markets.
All right, just noting AMC here, guys. Positive on the morning so far after a decent day yesterday. This was following that writers' strike headline. This one actually did a little bit better, it looks like, than most of the other ones. Netflix, Disney, all the other ones we were talking about, Paramount. But Citigroup not liking it today. Downside of things, American Airlines on here, Nordstrom's, Kohl's. Retail was weak across the board, to say the least. Barclays, Bumble, Pinterest, and JP Morgan upgrading DraftKings today.
Yeah, I have DraftKings.
Yeah, I mean, basically everybody's looking at DraftKings on that board today, because sometimes you get an upgrade and it's at a key price level. Sometimes it's at a price it's like, you know, who cares? I actually think that 50 is going to 50. If it gets to 50, then I'm a monkey's uncle today. I think 30 is probably a spot. And if I'm thinking, well, I don't know. Like I say it, it's like, it's never happening. And then if someone were to buy them out, like 50 would be a reasonable premium, but it's not going to happen. But 30 is a 50-period moving average. And if you look at this stock on the higher time frame, this has been making, you know, higher lows. It has yet to really, truly, you know, completely break the trend. You've got a lower high here, and what could be it's not really a double top because you took out that 33, but you've managed to hold above that 25. Even on that last dip, You held on to $26, and now you've just put in a 27 bottom. So you're still trying to push higher. I think that move can get to at least the 50 period before I think it's a rollover or potential rollover. That's at $30. And with that, I mean, yesterday's high is 28.40. The day before that, you had an obvious sort of resistance level in the early afternoon, which was at 28.40. So that sets up a kind of double top. You can almost call it a triple top as well through 28.40 on DraftKings. Were it to dip, there's always a chance it hangs on to 28. There's a lot to like on the chart. If you see 30, I think that, to me, is an area that makes sense to start thinking about a short. Any other price, I wouldn't want to fade this name. I like what it's doing on the daily chart, and then you have the local breakout here as well. So that was when we sat down and we saw as the watch list was getting done, it's like, oh, DraftKings has an upgrade. You know how it rejected that high yesterday, and that's what you can tell a key price level by the way a stock behaves around that level. When it runs away from the price, then you've got yourself a key level, and those levels work in both ways.
So right here, if you're going to find anything, oh, I got to edit this sticky note there because I realized it says sticky B note there. Yeah, it's not a B note, it's an A note right there. But anyways, as we go, we'll edit that and update it. But yeah, we already have this written on here, man. It's going to be DraftKings. It's going to be the #1 name on here. 28.50 long. If it breaks, 27.50 support. Nice long from JP Morgan here. Nice upgrade from them, citing expense control and new markets. I really like that. We also have Intel, Amazon, Palantir, and AMD today. So head over to @TraderTV, Sean. Find out everything you need to know about levels and what we're looking at. So I'm looking at 28.50 here because that was yesterday's high, basically, and it goes back. You can even hold on a second. Maybe I have to go to the 20-minute here. There's 28.50. Just looks like a decent little level right there to come into play. Last week. What day is it? Today's Tuesday. So Friday there, you had a nice little whoosh down through that 28.50 level. Now you get an upgrade. So let's see if it can get back into the $30 mark. I think we can probably do that today. Already up 4% though into a weak market. So that's leading me to believe I don't know if it's a little bit of a trap, which is why we also wrote down yesterday's closing price of $27.50. So we'll see. I mean, I don't know if it's exactly the price, 42. If we float back into this area, I think it's a buy as well. I really like DraftKings on that board. Look, they can continue to beat up AMC if they want to, but we know that this name can get going for sure. Yesterday was a nice little move from that bottom. I mean, a lot of names moved from the bottom, but this really got going, man. $1 on 7. So that's a huge move to the upside yesterday, right off that bottom. So congratulations, anybody that had this kind of a move. I think it could happen again. Wait for a flush. Like, look at this. A lot of volume came in on that flush. Maybe people flush AMC down here. And if you get anything into this like 7.7, 7.75 area right there, I believe that AMC could go upside from there. So let it flush down on a downgrade. I think it was JP Morgan on that downgrade, or Citigroup, but nice move to the downside could be expected. So watch out for 7.75 or so on AMC.
Let's get into everything else you need to know as we head to 9 o'clock. Sharif's going to lead us off, as always, with a look at the futures.
With the new contract, so we're going to have to look at the SPX index. This is the SPX index, not the futures contract. Look at where we bottomed out yesterday. This is no coincidence. 43.02, holding that 4,300 that we made in August of last year. That was the August high before the Jackson hold triggered the market downturn, and we made those October lows. So 4,300 as a level of support. Yesterday we closed out at 43.38. Look at that as a possible level of resistance. We're right there right now, actually, on the SPX. We are able to stay above that 43.38 on the index. It might be an interesting long day.
All right, let's get into everything else you need to know as we head through to the open this morning. Under 30 minutes to go. Just seeing, wow. The DXY, highest level since November of 22. Crazy. Dollar continues to march higher. Watch list, tradertv.live. Enter your email address. You get that for free every single day. Meta, top of the list today. Coming up on Wednesday and Thursday, we get this VR event, Connect. Meta Connect event, 2 days. This came out this morning. The Quest 3 headset, more details on it anyways, comes out this morning ahead of that launch event coming up over the next couple of days here. Yeah, they're going right after Apple's Vision Pro with this headset. So a little more details. Again, I'm sure we'll get a complete demonstration for it on Wednesday and Thursday from Meta. But there's that. There's also this note on Threads, 23.7 million users, and active users, and not growing.
Yeah, that's the issue here. They're not growing ever since, they had that initial push. They made it super easy for Instagram users to sign up. Now they're stagnating. But there is hope for them because Elon Musk, in an interview with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu last week, said there's a possibility that he goes to a subscription-only model for Twitter. If that happens, analysts are looking at a huge inflow of X users. I said Twitter, I meant X. For X users to go into Threads. So we'll have to wait and see, but right now, not looking good.
Meta's fine because Facebook still has 178 million active users. So is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that big of this isn't a huge story for Meta, at least not yet. I think it gets a little bit more interesting if and when X does, if they do go to subscription and start charging everybody, then suddenly you can start thinking about like what that could mean here. But we already knew about this like 1 week after, or actually it wasn't even a week, it was just a couple of days after launch when everyone went over to Threads, and then that kind of ended a couple of days after that. You knew that hype wasn't going to be there. I think when it comes to Facebook, it kind of acknowledged where it bounced yesterday. That 293 zone definitely looks like a bit of a support level. If you're under 300, you have a shot of getting down to that bottom. So the theme has been on inside days or at key support levels on the futures. 14.8 has been something. If we get down there, Meta underneath 295 is in a buy zone. And until it breaks 293, I think that's going to be the case. The 300 level had respect early on the day yesterday, but it had pretty much none late in the day. So I'm kind of looking at the top at about 302, 302 and a half. If we get 305, obviously that's, that was the gold level on Friday. I don't know if we get back there again. So if we get a dip in Meta, it has to carry at least to that 295 to look solid. If you look at the daily chart though, the reason to think about tight ranges and buy support on Meta is just the daily's telling you this. Down here, we've been in a channel from 293 with a couple of days where we've been above 305, 306. So if you look at that, it's basically just telling you, hey, until something crazy happens, respect support levels here because we're just in a top-end channel, and until that breaks, you might as well play inside of that range. It's still hugging that 50 period on the daily until it breaks away. You keep it tight to the vest, be patient with it, allow it to get to the key level, and then make the trade.
So my kid's already asking for that MetaQuest 3, so I just need to know the price tag on that. Right, I already told him like Christmas is just around the corner, so let's just slow down on all that because he already has the Quest 1 or whatever it's called, or the Quest 2, I think, the one, the most recent iteration. He's excited for that one, telling me about all the hand gestures and how much more sensitive it is and this and that. So he loves playing the Oculus. There's a game called Gorilla Tag. He absolutely loves that game. Those of you that know would know. But right there, 1750. SLNO just continues to rip up. But if you're always going to look at a stock like this, I really like what it bases and then gives a move. So I'm thinking about looking at, and I'll have to pay for shorts. It's only what did we say? Oh, here it is right here. The float is only 8 million. You've done 11 million and it's 9 o'clock. So this name is going to turn over, I don't know, numerous times today. And then it's going to halt immediately on open, I would think. So wait to see what happens here off the open, but I'm liking the $17 level. We had some crazy runners the last couple of days that didn't end well. So let's just see what happens here. Whenever you're a therapeutic company and you get a good report coming through. And I already tweeted out what it was here today. So I know Tisha's asking about it in the chat. We've already, all you have to do is, here it is right here. Soleno Therapeutics, DCCR tablets show results in long-term syndrome studies. So you're going to have to wait to see, again, where this name finally settles down. We've seen this happen a lot with, like I said, DNA-related products, anything in science, genomes, this kind of stuff, because, you're getting close to getting bought out if you get anything going, right? And this is why you spend all the money in R&D, and you just kind of like spend and burn through cash, and then eventually you get some kind of a report that shows a positive trial or a positive study. So, nice move up. It's always good. I always root for these companies. So, good luck for anybody that's in this name, SLNO. Topped out a couple times there at 23. We'll look to see if it can base at 17, but it's going to halt off the open. So, get your popcorn ready today. for Soleno Therapeutics.
Important note on that one. We always talk about stocks that run like this if it's easy to borrow. We do have to pay for locates, but they're basically free. It's 1/3 of 1 cent here at Day Trade the World for locates on SLNO, which for a $21 stock, that's the same thing. If it's less than 1 cent, essentially it's like a free locate. That just means you can have a lot of day traders easily betting on this to go down, which can cause more explosive movement to the upside with more shorts possibly covering here. If this was like $1 per share to short, then you'd have less people shorting it, and it might not have as much squeeze potential there for SLNO. Just be careful, like I always say, man, no one ever went broke taking profit on these types of things.
Does that matter? Let's talk Tesla and some deliveries to come in the next little while here. Downside this morning here a little bit to the tune of about 1%, but decent levels to deal with. This is from Barron's, suggesting that factory shutdowns and some delays could hurt their quarterly delivery number when it comes out in the next little while here. They also, it's worth noting, Barron's put out a note on Rivian, pointing in the opposite direction, that we could finally get a beat from Rivian.
I think we were surprised last time by Rivian, so we may be surprised a second time again. But let's talk a little bit about Tesla, because it depends on who you're listening to here. The widespread expectation is 473,000 units for Q3. Some others coming down a little bit below that, saying 461. And the most bearish of them all, I believe, is Pierre Fargao. He thinks 438,000. But there's another story here on Tesla, and that it may be subject to the inspection of the European Union, because according to Vladis Dombrovskis, who's the European Union Executive Vice President, they may be receiving production side subsidies from the Chinese government and then exporting what they make in the Shanghai facilities to the EU. By the way, in case you're wondering if this is just a nominal amount, no, about 20% of all EU vehicles, electric vehicles, are made in China. So it's not just a nominal amount.
We had I wanted to mention as well, we had that sell-off on Friday for Tesla. We actually ended the session on Friday basically at the lows. Volume, however, on Friday was the lowest of the entire week last week. I checked after the close yesterday for Monday's session, and we were about average. So we were about back to the middle of the road when it comes to average volume yesterday compared to what happened last week.
Speaking of Friday, that Friday close right at that 245 level ended up being a pretty significant level for Tesla, because that's where you had the top of the range in the morning that finally broke out and then turned into a bit of support off the 45 and a nice bounce into the close. It looks like we're challenging that level again. You can blame it on this potential miss on deliveries. We'll see what happens when we actually get them next week. And I'm not going to say you can't ignore things like that, because it's obviously driving the stock to be down 1.3% into a market that's only half that. At least the NASDAQ's only half that. But I still look at that 245. That's going to be the key level. I wouldn't necessarily want to fight this thing unless it gets down to like the 240 where it made that bottom. That could be like a wick bottom like yesterday. So 245 is kind of that linchpin level. It does feel like this is the first time in a while where there's a bunch of other EV names that actually look interesting. Sean already mentioned Rivian. They could be beating on deliveries potentially, and that would be that could be a nice surprise. Obviously, it's got a nice little channel to put in. I like what happened here at 21 in the afternoon, where you held support on a strong rebound off 20 even. So if it can hold 21 at the open, it's got a lot of room to potentially rally. And then the other one is going to be, well, I guess we're going to talk about Fisker, the 900 Oceans. We'll get to that at the end. But there's a lot of other EV names out there, and that's not even to sleep on NIO. First time wasn't the charm, but maybe the second time we get to $8 will be more interesting. That was one of those, you take a break at a level like that, or you take a hold at a level like that. And I always feel that when a level like that runs over and it's not good, if it goes back to the same level the next day, like less people are interested in it, because like, oh man, if you tried to break down at $8, you ended up losing on that short. Well, then the next day sometimes is really, really good. I still think you'll look for a bounce off a key level like that first, but NIO very, very close, and down 2%, mind you, very, very close to that $8 key level. And if you're looking at the daily where this could go, just throwing this one out there for next month or whenever it gets there, but NIO, that June bottom of $7, looks very, very spicy. This has just been grinding down towards that on NIO. Lots of EV names in play today. It ain't just about Tesla today.
Shout out to Hamster there. I saw you talk about that, how USA is buying used cooking oil. And then initially, I right away thought about refining for energy and stuff like that. So shout out to you, Hamster. Thank you to Cano there, Robinson Cano in the chat now. Hopefully you're a Yankee fan. But yeah, thank you so much for the continued support in the chat, man. I mean, we're here every single day and we're putting out the trades for you and, you know, putting out our sticky notes and just, you know, giving as much information as possible. Make sure you get our watch list, what we're going over right now, watchlist.tradertv.live. Look, I like Tesla, but I think it's going to be a short day. You know, the name's coming off a little bit, right? You had a great little rebound yesterday, but look at this initial dump, then the pop. So that was a 238 bottom or 238.50 bottom. So where are we today? 243. So I would say there is a possibility that we can come back into that play here today and see about a bottom in Tesla. You know, you want to try to play strength. There's been a lot of days here where Tesla's gotten going right off the bottom like this. You know, so you're trying to wait for a little bit of a barcode action and then a pop back up. So I feel like today with the market being down and Tesla's down half of or double what the market's down right now, but maybe it stops here at 243. I mean, yesterday it held right there on VWAP 244. It kept holding VWAP, holding it. So it's like, yesterday we got excited early on NIO and basically our day was lost, not lost, but we started off with a really bad trade there early trying to catch something. You know, if you did that on Tesla, you would have lost unless somehow you thought about that being a big short off the open. So I'm going to wait to see. Yesterday, we kind of respected the bottom there at 240 in the pre-market. So if you're going to look at today's pre-market levels, we're right here right now at 243. I still feel like there's a little bit of a whoosh coming here off the open. So for me, Tesla is a candidate to wait. If we could see a barcode like that, then I'm going long. But we just have to make sure that we can find out for when that happens. And then again, just looking at the levels, I think that could, 238 is $5 down. You may not think that that could come into play, but it should. If there is a big move down, maybe the risk is at 240, but let's wait to see. And then NIO, again, man, about as simple as I can say yesterday, this was a bad trade early, and we talked about that, and we got washed both ways. So today, we hope not to do that. Yesterday, we go down. The bottom is, again, the pre-market bottoms there. There was some big levels at $8, which is why we went long initially. We lost 3 cents on a couple thousand shares. Then it ripped back up to the upside, and we decided to go short off of that top, 810. And then it broke 810, and we got out. So we lost twice. Once on the long at 8, which is crazy because it went to 845. And then the other time, short in front of a failed break. We went short, hoping that it was just popped up on relief. But then the market rejected that short idea and continued to climb. So today, I think it's worth having a look again. You know, maybe a couple hundred shares instead of a couple thousand, but if you want to make money, you got to put risk on. So we'll wait to see what NIO does down here at $8, man. So that's going to be another trade possibility for me. You want a coffee? Because no one's answering my tweet, my post.
Oh, boo. Randy's here, isn't he? I thought maybe not. I'll probably take one.
All right.
I was going to actually, I was going to go, but it's all good. We're going to get to DraftKings again in a second, but I'm just going to say this out loud because I put it in the chat. ICPT is being bought for $19 in cash. It is a buyout. I do trade them. I'm looking long into about 1835 here. If it gets above 60s or 70s, I think it's probably a fade. But it's just a cash buyout, so we'll get in and out of that one probably several times, kind of like ATVI. I see that pop up. It's kind of the same thing there. But let's get to the upgrade on DraftKings and then some semi talk, because I almost feel as if every single day you got to look at the semis, especially ARM. Don't sleep on ARM.
Yeah, we'll talk about DraftKings here and then get down to chip makers. Not doing a heck of a lot as far as price action is concerned, but here is DKNG gapping to the upside this morning on this note from JP Morgan, going to overweight from neutral on DKNG, $37 price target here.
And not a minute too soon, Brendo. 140% year to date is what this stock is up. It's been really good. JP Morgan citing the cost of control, acquisition costs were through the roof for these gambling companies initially, as they had to get promotions and other such acquisition costs. They've got that under control. They're reining it in. and the expansion. Now, almost half the states possibly here have legalized this in some form, with more to go. So we'll see.
Yeah, might need a little help from the overall market today, but good luck anyways to this point for DKNG.
Times you're going to need help from the overall market, but you made a decent bottom like a lot of things did yesterday. The difference is this closed on, like right on those lows yesterday, so almost effectively giving you a double bottom. You get the gap up, and then you can now take out this local high. The pre-market high is at 28.48. You can see like yesterday it was 42, and then this lower high was right around 36. So once it clears that out, you've got a little bit of smooth sailing until you get to the 50 period on the daily, which sits at $30 on DraftKings. So that sets you up for a pop and run. As Brendan was saying, the downside, I mean, again, this is always going to be true to a certain extent. I don't have a green candle this morning on the NASDAQ. Like, it's just all red, heading right into support, potential support, and what was support the last 2 days, that 1480 level. And I think that's going to be incoming here on the NASDAQ. So it makes it a little bit more difficult to look for a breakout when the market is trending to the downside like this. But DraftKings is holding the top end of the range. Just be careful. Like, if we're breaking out this top and 14.8 gets taken out and the market's 1% and then chasing further to the downside, you got to know when to be able to get out of something, even if it's relatively strong. But I like that break. I like the catalyst here for DraftKings as well. And let's look for it through that top. I don't know if it gets to that $30 level. Did mention earlier, if it were to get to 30, I think that looks like a good short zone. But that's a long way away. Got to get there first.
All right, let's talk about some semiconductors here. There's nothing terribly exciting as far as news on any of these today. A little more AI deal making. There's another still private AI firm that got some funding yesterday, but these were strong all day yesterday. NVIDIA led the way back to 420. We're trying to hold that here in the pre-market as well.
Yeah, this Neuron coming out there, getting some money from Foxconn and some other investors. Interesting play here, because what we see with GPUs is they're very costly and they're usually used at data centers, and that's a cloud-based platform. That poses some security risks for companies who want to upload customers' information to the cloud, and it's not protected. We know CRM is coming out with something to protect about, but what we're looking at here are actual, not CPUs, neural processing units that are going to be on the laptop or on the computer itself, able to run these AI programs, these chat GPT, these generative AI LLMs, whatever you want to call them, locally. So not exposing it to security risk. We'll have to see. We know Google's also trying something like that with their tensor processing unit.
It's worth noting as well, obviously, Micron coming up this week with their earnings report. A little bit active, some volume here in the pre-market for MU.
Yeah, I mean, you can almost run the gauntlet with all the usual suspects here when it comes to the semis here. And I want to start with AMD just because of what it did yesterday at the 200 period moving average. So AMD rides the 50. You've gotten a couple of days where we've now nicely bounced off. Okay, it's not that big of a bounce, but you've at least bounced off the 25.95 level. Thank you, Mr. Katina. I don't know why I call you Mr. George and Mr. Katina, but cheers there. Sometimes you need that little liquid, not motivation, but pick me up. I'm a coffee guy. I feel like you almost have to get it in that morning. It's part of the routine. Anytime you make a bounce like this off of a major support level, I'm gonna take notice. Like, that was a huge wick. This is not some crazy dark pool candle. Like at 9:30, you did wick underneath the bottom, pre-market lows, bounce off the 200 period on the daily, hold it as support there just above 95, and then just go absolutely running. So to ignore that 95 level on AMD would be ridiculous. I think if it gets down there, you look for another similar bounce. I don't necessarily love it at the 97, but you can see that Friday high. This was kind of a frustrating one, because on Friday, it got so close to that 99, didn't quite get there. I think 98.5 to 100, you're looking for fade plays on that one. Yesterday, we also had Intel off the 34 level. I don't know that I want to diddle in the middle with this one, but 34 was a pretty solid level in there. If it gets to 35, I think that's a fade. And as mentioned, Micron, I'm going to get earnings from them. So look, Micron is exactly the same thing in some ways as AMD, but then not. Like, AMD's bouncing off the 200 period after it broke down. Micron is trying to bounce off the 50 period, so holding a support level, but higher lows. And I feel as if that's just because they haven't reported earnings yet. If Micron misses and this thing gets underneath the 50, that's a 10% drop potential to the downside. But for today, you are still holding on to that 67.6 level. So a lot of key levels. It's like just you want to trade off to key price levels. AMD's got one at that 95. Micron today at this, it's like 67.5. We'll cross the bridge of if Micron holds on to this after earnings, because I do think there's a potential flat bottom break happening, but I'm not sure it does until they do report. So it's all about support and resistance this morning.
Yeah, we wrote down here on the sticky note AMD would be looked at near $100. I think as long as you're sub $100, you want to look at this name.
That's hot.
We saw this yesterday make some moves up to 98. That was a great short. We were shorting this name yesterday at these levels, 97.20, waiting for it to get to 98. Only gets there at the end of the day. So I still think there's going to be some shorting opportunities in AMD here as we go. But so I'm looking at that, man, up to 98. We'll look for a short on AMD, but we are willing to let it float a little bit. And if we get anywhere near this $100 mark, you know, that's going to have to be like that gap that we missed. I guess it was Thursday, gapped into that level. And then we haven't seen it since. And here's 98, was a top with a wick top of 98.50. So if you are going to be aggressively short, maybe slow down until you see 98.50 come through for AMD. And then I also have written down on the sticky note another play that I like here, and it's actually I like this much more than AMD because Intel is a short at 35. So as long as Intel can float up into this 35, that's where the 50-period moving average is. You know, a very, very calm trade. It's the only offer that I have out right now, near $35 for an INTC short. So yeah, man. And we talked about this on the after show as well, the recap show yesterday, that as long as NVIDIA is holding this 400, then I'm still relatively positive on the sector. The only problem is, if you look at the SMH, it's trying to hold 140 as well. So as the semiconductor ETF, if you look at this, this was a pretty, okay, I guess it got rebalanced there or something, or split up. You know, this was a really great top up here at 160. So that hit once, twice, and basically thrice right there on the NVIDIA earnings report right there, right? So it made its high on the first report. It made its second high on the last report, a third high. And then since then, it's trying to slip through 140. So if you're going to look at the SMH right now, this is at a level that could bust. So I'm not super excited if we take 140 on SMH either. But again, this is just an ETF. So if you're uncertain of which name to get involved with, I would just check out SMH, because why not? Just a quick look here on the imbalance locator. Nothing really here. Sells and buys, a pretty mixed morning. You got Tesla with a sell, but it's not doing anything to the stock. I mean, I guess it put the stock down 50 cents, but the market is also near low, well, at lows right now of the pre-market. So Fisker there as a buy. We already talked about that. There's Google, okay. So another name looking for sell side action here as well. We have Fisker coming up soon. There it is, breaking through 130. So yesterday for Google, there's a trade here right now because Google is starting to break below that level yesterday. This is what happened off the open. Went right down into 129. We had written down yesterday 128 as a level. Maybe it's 129 today for Google. So Google already down 1% on a sell imbalance. Market's starting to crank lower. And not only that, the market's taking out right here, trying to take out yesterday's bottom of 14.8. So only 30 handles away from that. This could be a big, big sell day here coming in if we don't hold that 14.8, which it's not going to, because you're only 30 handles away. So yeah, man, only a minute, 2.5 minutes left. Let's go over Fisker.
Let's talk Fisker here quickly. They finally got to 5,000 Oceans built entirely, of which they've delivered 900. But don't worry, because they're going to ramp that up to 300 a day by the end of the year, potentially.
Yeah, I don't know who they're going to sell them to if they're not selling right now. But yeah, when you look at Tesla's deliveries and produce, there's usually a fine margin between the two. In any event, good that they can actually produce them. It looks like here John Murphy from BofA Securities reinstated a buy rating and set his price target to $8. So keep on the lookout.
It's been a tough go for Fisker on the production side. And I mean, we were just saying, you know, like this is a company that used to make cars and has, you know, a history of producing cars, but kind of slow here still, guys.
Yeah, I just looked over. Like, it's 1 minute. All you had to do was break a minute later, but DraftKings broke that top. But it's like 1 minute before the open. So Fisker has a 42% short float. I know it doesn't always trade like a stock with a float short float that big, but it does. And when you have a big short float, it's certainly a possibility that you could go squeeze hunting. I've never really seen this stock do anything terribly crazy, but maybe this is the catalyst for it. So this is a 570 high here. I think 610 is a really, really big pivot zone where it could get going here, break the 50 period, and then run to that 7. We've been mentioning 7 for like months now, it seems, and then you just never get a break of that level. But I like I like the higher low, the double bottom. I like the 42% short float. Maybe this is the day for Fisker. Just want to see the buying actually break out some kind of a level. It's been down for like a week in a row here. But as mentioned, DraftKings just blew out that high. So it did not wait until the open. It took out, it's still DKNG, Neil. Just took out that top on the way, hopefully, to the 50 period. That'd be a nice little run. It was able to come back in there and kind of retest that 28.50. So DraftKings on the mind. The bell up and coming as Adara is locked and loaded, ready to go. The countdown's on. It is Tuesday, and we are ready. DraftKings on the move. Every single EV name that never made anything is on the move as well. In 3, 2, and 1, ring it. Okay, not every EV name that's never, I mean, Polestar is not moving, so they didn't do anything. Well, I don't know if they're moving. Just one other note, we didn't really mention Apple at all. We'll get to that one as things settle down here. Whoa, Tesla's already fading here. Maybe we'll get I mean, Tesla had a huge wick bottom and then a reversal. If that's gonna fall all the way down to that 240 level, I would look for a bit of a bounce there. And we didn't mention Amazon. Amazon 132, same level as yesterday, gonna be a key price.
All right, so we're starting the day on a downside right now as the NASDAQ still continuing to make a move lower, but there it is, a nice little bounce off 14,820. So obviously we have DraftKings. We talked about why we like that name. It was all over the sticky note, and here it goes. Nice little move to the upside on DKNG. So we'll go bang and start off the day here by going 1 for 1 right now on DKNG. Let's see how far this name wants to go. We also wrote down 2850, so that's the level that we had. We don't have any other levels, so unfortunately, if this one wants to go, let it continue to work. And we'll just leave this on board right now as we continue to look for other possibilities right here. Let's check out AMD, see if that's going. And again, this is just the calm nature that we have now.
It's going down.
95, yeah, 95, 96. So we're getting into that 95 area for advanced micro devices. Lots of support down here at 95.40. So watch out for that as a possible dip buy opportunity. But there you go. So a nice out there for 25 cents. Now let's wait to see if DraftKings wants to come back down. Look at this market starting to go. This is what we thought. There it goes. Market to the downside, almost now down 1%. Let's see if the NASDAQ can hold this.
Yeah, and speaking of hold, I mean, Meta's down just over 1%, so the Threads news, man, whether that's actually moving the stock, who knows? But that 293 zone, I think under 95, we're still trying to be patient with it. Apple, a couple of big tech names that we didn't really go over there, Apple being one of them. But pretty much everything is falling in. Apple 174 is the support level that we like, and that kind of held on to yesterday as well. So if we get a little further down, I think you can go for the bounce zone. There is a halt right now, apparently FEMI, F-E-M-Y. I don't know why I'm calling it FEMI. But yeah, halted to the upside, up 300%. This is a dollar mover. Okay, that's always like that dollar level. It's a dollar mover. Indicated tapped 139 with a 134 halt. So this one looks pretty interesting. Anything breaking a dollar, I always get pretty interested in, but not one that I saw. I know we had a couple of SLCO or SNCO big mover, but now FEMI as well. But DraftKings pulls right back in, can't seem to hold on to that 28.50. It is right back into said downside. We're at 14.8 on the NASDAQ. That was the level that we look for a bounce. So some of these big cap tech names should come in.
Yeah, we're waiting to get longer on DraftKings now, of course, as it comes back in, but it's not really. That's too bad, man. We were at 11s. It only went down as far as 22 right there on DKNG. So, okay. AMD bounces exactly at the level that I just mentioned 30 seconds ago, 95.40. The bottom was 27. There you go, 60 cents in the money on that one. If you did have it on a nice little bounce back up, right? We did hold again that. I mean, this is why that's why I do that work for you guys and why we talked about the market. Sharif brings it to you early as well. 14.8 right there on the NASDAQ. We talked about that as being a hold spot. It went to 14.002. So again, I think that we're going to have to just do that more, man. Yesterday, the #1 stock was the TQQs, and you know, we could have just traded that again right there on the NASDAQ and made a little bit of money. What is that level on the TQs, actually? Let's just have a quick look to see. What did we get down to there? So just so we remember it, 35 flat or so would be around that 14,000. So you break it, and it's end of that. So it looks like it is trying to get to there right now. So watch out. I still like the short, man. And so if anything can start to come back up to the upside, I want to fade some shorts, but this is not a horrible. If you think the long is in, we have consumer confidence at 10 o'clock. That could really rally. AMD is now up $1 from that bottom. So yeah, all seems to be not that bad right here to start the day. Softy was a bad stock yesterday.
Neo's holding 8.
Neo's holding 8, so that could be something else. We talked about wanting to get long near that $8 mark. Microsoft, again, nice hold there. Wow, Microsoft 315. Hey, wow, nice little move to the downside there. Taking out yesterday's bottom of 315, so that could be something as well right there. 314, 315 as a short for Softy. 315, yeah, I mean, that might be worth a shot.
So Neo did the wick underneath 8 again. On the way back to the upside, I just went for the punch at ones, meaning when it broke 8, I tried to get 801 on the way back. It's already at 815. Alibaba was another name. Still has yet to break out the range. It's kind of challenging to the upside as the market is, I mean, obviously the market's down. You guys all saw that. But Alibaba trying to make a run at that 87. This is one that if it takes out that pre-market high could go. That it was SLNO was the other one, and that also has halted. I mean, it went down initially and then halted to the upside. So it's still in the exact same range here that we're playing around with. So pretty decent move on SLNO, but it's still inside of the pre-market range. CGC is getting very close to that double top of 103 from yesterday. Yesterday's high was 103. It's at 103. It's at 101 right now, looking for that breakout of 103 on CGC.
All right, new trade alert, man. We are into Softy, and let's just start taking the profit, man. We're already 30 cents in the money on a nice little position here, so let's go right now. Nice move to the downside right here for Microsoft as we start the party early and often here. Thank you so much for watching at Trader TV Live, man. There it is. That's it. Let's just sit back. Let's see if this market does want to come back to the downside. We have Microsoft. There's 50 cents. We just took it. Let's wait to see where we go on this. We just got a 30 fill. So I'm, you know, again, 50 cents worth of risk right there off of a VWAP fill. Trying to use the 50-period moving average as our out, 315.50. So we got to take 50 cents to make 50 cents. So we'll take 60 there. Give us a little bit of risk to reward. And man, there it is again. Let's go bang it out right here. 2 for 2 on the trades right now. But DraftKings needs to get going, man. We did buy the dip, but we didn't get enough of them. We only got it twice. But twice is nice. And there it is, up to 63. Give me that right now if we can get a 63 fill. There it is. Let's go. Awesome trading there on DraftKings. And look, man, if you're here for the sticky note, that's the trade right there, 28.50, plus it gives you a dip buy. So, hey, all good. We just get out there at 70s as well. So we'll spin it today for a little bit of profit early on DraftKings. And right now, Microsoft's going back up to the upside, but hopefully it can fade out a little bit more here. Let's put a bid like in the there we go. Just said let's put a bid in the 70s and take it. You can see where we're short, 315 here. Not great movement off the top here for Microsoft. Our stop is 315.50. Other than that, man, we're just going to sit back. We're going to go 2 for 2 here to start the day. You don't need many trades. You just need good ones. So hopefully these are good ones, and I'll check the chat to see if anybody wants to do anything else.
Yeah, DraftKings for me, once it got underneath the local high in a breakout, I'm getting out. But if it holds it, I can jump right back into the trade. Didn't really want to hold it all the way down into 28 even. But if this goes, it has room to 30. Tesla made a power move to the upside. But I got to get to Amazon for a quick second because Amazon's bounce is a little bit lethargic there. It bounced off 129.5, could not seem to get through 130. So while the market made a decent bounce off 14.8, Tesla looking pretty strong. Amazon not really following suit just yet. Let's go to Brendo.
Little one moving here, guys. Halted actually right now, down. It halted up and now halted down. 276% here. Femi, FDA approval for a contraceptive announced this morning.
Yeah, we were just talking about that halted to the upside. Look, man, take profit on those things when you get an opportunity. It's just, you know how quickly they can get to the downside on you. What goes up must come down. So Meta does not quite get to that 295, 296. Trying to be a little bit patient with this. Intel was another one that was right on the, look at it just bounce off that 34. So Intel is breaking out now, only at 34.5. I think there's a ways to go. And CGC, this is like it's battling the dollar level, just no breakout yet. Yeah, there it is. Now it's actually back underneath the buck. I was looking for the break today, not actually the fail of the dollar. Today I wanted that breakout at 103 instead of looking for the fade like yesterday. Gonna have to be patient with it.
There goes Microsoft. Obviously, the futures go right back to VWAP, but I still like, yeah, maybe we should get back into the short. I still actually like the short. Let's just test a little bit more here as we just wicked up. It's the 50 period. So it broke it. We gave it a little bit more room than that. So we wind up taking that out there on Softy. So let's just wait to see, exactly how far this name wants to go now. That's 316.50. I think that's probably too high up to hold, but so far so good here on the reload back into the short. But yeah, Microsoft definitely went for a little bit of a jog there to the top side. I still want to stay net short though this market, man. I mean, you're still down. You're at VWAP. We're not really taking out any kind of pre-market levels or anything like that, but it is a nice rally off the bottom. And we did mention, that 242, maybe 240-ish area for Tesla. That went down to 241.50, so there was definitely a big opportunity there to get some Tesla at the bottom, but it is a nice move back to the upside on this name. So, maybe a fade potential here for Tesla as it tests out some of this. I mean, I think a 248 is maybe a little bit better to wait for, but there goes Tesla, man. Remember it was red, it was down like 1.5%.
Now it's flying.
Yeah, when the market was only right
Rivian's
there.
flying.
So there it goes right now. At least DraftKings is working out. Our Microsoft is going to have to flatten out a little bit right now as we go back up. We're going to wait for 316.50 before we put on anything real here. So I still like the short in this name. We could be wrong. Those pre-market highs are right here at 317, so I think at 316.50 or so, probably worth waiting around for. So we'll do that. We'll wait around for it, but yeah, I know there's that Microsoft Copilot. Yeah, I know all that stuff is out. I'm not super excited about any of the AI plays right now. So let's just wait to see if there is a push down. AMD could be faded at some point as well.
Rivian just took 20. What the heck?
I mean, I love Rivian. We talked about that a couple times.
That was
to the
crazy.
upside or to the downside?
It was at 2190, and it just levitated. Like, it just levitated through the 22 level. It was just chilling out at 90s, and then it was at 2210. So that 22 even break. This is starting to get a little nuts here on Rivian. Fisker apparently just broke the top as well. Let me get over to that one because Fisker just took out the high. We said this would be like every EV name that's been a disappointment today is seeming like it wants to make a move. So Fisker dumped initially off the open, then it broke out the top. I want to give this one back into like 560 here. Give it a chance to go. Fisker, believe it or not, has a 40% short float. That's one of those stats that if you look at the chart of the stock, it just does not seem like it has that kind of activity. But yeah, Fisker up 8% today. Who knew? But Rivian also making a power move here. Man, that break, that was wild. It floated like 30 cents to the upside. I can't remember the last time I saw that on Rivian. But that's a crazy, crazy move. I want to get into this, but I do not want to be chasing that kind of an explosive move. It's already gone $1 on a $21 stock. Like, that seems insane to try and buy that top. Gonna have to wait for a pullback. We'll be patient about this one because, yeah, I feel like it's like a sucker's move to buy that high. We'll see what happens there. Oh man, Amazon's still a bit of a dog. Like, it's just try to get above 130. It's a bit of a double bottom here. The market's running. Like, Amazon should be participating here. Maybe back through 130. Let's go to Brendo.
More positive data from this one this morning as well. Off the watch list this morning, IMVT just popping up at day highs there once again. 36 incoming. This thing was $30 in the pre-market.
All right, so we have right now, I just want to show everybody something here because, sometimes we're trying to be a little more calm, so we probably should have caught this one because we're trying to focus here on our sticky note. What does this say? Palantir, I mean, I know my writing is bad. Palantir 1380. Okay, so that's on the sticky note, and what I said is these are ideas I'm looking at, these are levels that we're looking at, so okay, so let's just go over and see if Palantir 1380 was any good, right? So, okay, there's the wick down, 1387 right there, the bottom, up to 1415. So again, this is part of the game, right, is that you're gonna need to focus, make sure that you're looking at certain specific names there. Like we hopped over into Microsoft, although we have an L on it. Hopefully this will come back in. We just took 50 cents on this piece, or I guess 48 cents on it. But now we're 60 cents in the money on this reloaded short position. But we definitely missed that Palantir play. And now Palantir is really starting to blast off up to the upside, man. Taking out 14.15. I'm hearing Rite Aid maybe moving around
moving?
as well.
That's a penny stock.
It's only 45 cents right now. Yeah, nice move up for RAD. 40 to 45 right now,
Maybe a
Rite Aid
50
going.
break?
But there goes Microsoft. Nice move back in, man. Let's take a fill here. Bang, right there. So spin the money on the reload here for Microsoft as we're getting going. So let's go. Downside force off. Yeah, I wish we still had the full boat on, but we do not. No full Monty for this guy. And then DraftKings, again, just getting some more out of this name as it is starting to fade a little bit. Let's take some more 54s, and then we'll just be relatively flat now on this name. About 25% left on DraftKings, but a good little reloaded position there on Microsoft. It's too bad it did take that area, but we're okay. We got back in on that one.
Yeah, I was just able to get some, the first 10-cent move on Fisker on that 75 breakout has just happened. So I want more into that 6 even, just see how far I can go. I just took more out on DraftKings. It's starting to fade a bit and slow down as well. But this market is reversing off of that bounce that leads me to it's almost there. And I'm talking about it. I mean, Intel is almost there, up 1%, big reversal. It's getting to first resistance. 35, not necessarily in tow, but if you go back to Friday, this was afternoon resistance right here at 34.75. That could be the first level to work off of. That SLNO, for anyone watching the small caps, not to ignore it, now halted to the downside. So what goes up can easily come down. It's still inside the range from the last half an hour, like 8:30 or 8:50 to the open. It is not broken out of that $4 range, and it's halted twice inside of it. Just be careful. This breaks 18, it could die. If it breaks 24, it could absolutely fly. Always trade these with a stop, man. Like, that's a crazy, crazy looking stock, their SLNO. So here comes Intel. It's at first resistance. This market's starting to curl, and Intel very extended here, I'd say.
All right. I'm just getting locked and loaded here because we got a nice little banger, obviously, on DraftKings. So we just took another piece out there, as now we only have 10% left. So a good trade here today on DKNG again. So that was a good one. We are also looking to a downside move here on Microsoft. That's now, I mean, Microsoft, welcome to the club. I mean, it took a little bit of a time there to become a member of the Dollar Club today, but there it is. Right now, $1 in the money on Microsoft as that's starting to go to the downside. It's too bad that we got rinsed at the top, but that happens to me more often than not. So you got to wait, Sean. You got to wait just a little bit, but you know, it's okay. It's okay. Got that money back in right there. Let's check out on Li Auto because yesterday LI, okay, now it's 35. I believe 35 was a resistance level a little bit yesterday. Yeah, no, it's all the way up now. So we'll look at Li Auto in a minute. I don't like the way that looked in the pre-market. Not enough action there for me. So Google, another name here, trying to make a move here is at VWAP, now making lower moves, but it's trying to get back up into this area. There we go. We broke below the 50 period. I don't mind this one for a short either, GOGGL, but these levels are just holding. We have consumer confidence at 10. So do we really need to worry too much about anything right now, or should we just wait for consumer confidence? But that 129.60 looks pretty juicy, man. If we get anything on there, I think it's probably worth a short, right? Google's strong, but not today, man. Down 1.39%. We said this was one of the only names that was trying to hold up, but now we broke below the 50-period moving average. So, yeah, on the daily, though, not too healthy here for Google, but a 129.50 I think is worth a shot to the short side against this 129.70 or so.
Yeah, I'm going to take a little more out of Fisker. The market just, I mean, I don't know, the market just turned around here, heading right back to that 14.8. If the 14.8 breaks, you got to be careful even in some of these stronger names, up 11%. It's a squeeze play, so it could easily buck the trend of the overall market. As I said, Intel was at that first resistance. Intel's still not on New Zealand. I don't know why that keeps coming up. But yeah, that first resistance point looking like it's trying to curl. This is with the market absolutely running. Apple is relatively weak as well. I mean, you saw Google or Alphabet down at those bottoms, but here comes Apple right into that 174. I think 173.5 was about that bottom from last week. So only have one short on. That's going to be Intel. CGC is just chilling at 2s. I'm going to take the break if it breaks 3, but it's just chilling at 102 now, and no breakout just yet. Apple at that 174 could be incoming next. Fisker, that is now at $6. It'll get another leg out at the $6 level. Again, don't want to look gift horse to mouth. 62% short flow, but it's not as if it's sustained a move before. So like the first move, to me, takes it to like 610, 615, and then the second break would have to be at that 620 high. There goes CGC. Well, that only took forever. Like, wow. That's like the slowest climb from $1 to 103 of it. Anyways, we're long it now over that 104. Give it back into the buck. Brendo, what's up, buddy?
Yeah, a little bit of weed action right now, or cannabis names anyways. Tilray as well, just popping up on a volume scanner above that high from yesterday. Was strong all day yesterday, guys.
Brandon said weed.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, it usually says cannabis. It's true. What?
Nice one, Brendan.
No, it's just, all good fun. Anyway, so I like the timing of it that other things are moving when CGC tries to make the move, but it needs to go. You usually want that working right away. As I watch DraftKings here, I got a couple of legs out on 60. Now it looks to try to hold a higher low. If it can hold a higher low, fantastic. But as I said, the market is getting right back into the low of the day. Only have one short, and that's Intel. If it gets to VWAP, on any kind of a push like that where stock is up 1% and relatively strong, I'm usually looking to grab outs in front of VWAP. Given how early it is, I would hold on to at least a piece of it. Do not want to get all out in front of VWAP, but you know I'm going to be on that bid as we get down toward it. So bit of a curl here on Intel. Totally forgot about ARM, eh? ARM was a huge mover in the afternoon. Like we slept on ARM yesterday, and it bounced 50 to 54. Today, it actually holds up on a dip at 53. Could this be squeezing to the upside if it takes out the high? Everyone thinks this is a short, me included. But if it takes out this 54.30, that could go squeeze hunting on ARM.
Okay, so we have a couple new positions. Since then, we have Intel short at 70 again. Another sticky note name that we were just really excited to put on there because we thought there was going to be a decent one. We did not get anything on Google, which sucks because there goes Google. We were just talking about how we like this name, but unfortunately the move happened. So cancel without your boy to the downside. But what's not happening without me right here is Microsoft. It's still trying to go. DraftKings, we're getting near a spot where we might as well just buy it off $28. So there we go. Now we're in it. So we just got 11s. So you can see our average price is now 11s on DraftKings. So let's just see if it wants to float back up to the upside, and let's hope that it does. DraftKings right now trying to make some moves back upside. Intel, of course. This is what I mean. We're just going to stick with what we've already written down and what we already know is pretty good, right? So Intel, we knew we wanted the short. It's on the sticky note. As soon as I heard Neil talking about it, I was like, okay, I got to get over to that one because we were waiting at 85s. And the highest it got to there was 78. So I was there a little bit too late and missed that top. So unfortunately, like I said, we're at 85. Would have been much better to get the full load there, but we got a decent position as now it's starting to fall back in. So it's all good on that side of things. DraftKings just went up, man, and we got some out in the 20s there. I don't know why that just popped up, but we'll take 10 cents because it's 10 cents worth of risk. We're long at 11. We just took 10 cents out for about a quarter of it. Let's see if now it wants to work back up to the upside. So I'm hoping that does want to work back up to the upside, and we'll be able to get a little bit of an action play here. And there it goes right now for DraftKings. So let's take some more out. Like I said, if you're trading with bigger share size, it affords you to do this, right? And so when the market can move, then you're all of a sudden starting to scalp out. So you don't need to sit there and wait for a huge move to happen. And that's why we say all the time, please trade your book, not ours, because we're going to trade these ones just a little bit differently. And there goes DraftKings again. So just because of the way it is right now, this is a good trade for me. Nicely up, good trade here for DraftKings. Let's see if it will hold fort now upside on DKNG. And then, of course, Intel continues. And by the way, there it is right there. Put that in your pipe and smoke it. Microsoft right there. That's $1.50 we just took on MSFT. What's up, B-Dog?
Context Logic having a nice day here, guys. Wish back to the upside after yesterday. They announced a new deal with a shipping company. PUDO is the name of the firm. So new logistics deal, I guess, for Wish, guys.
Yeah, we just got to 34.55 on Intel, then a bit of a bounce. So it didn't quite get to VWAP, but it's right back up at that top, looking for the next curl, and then we'll short the same level. I did jump into ARM off that local high. I can't help myself, man. I just feel as if it's underneath that 55, I'm taking pot shots at her. Fisker just got to $6, took some out there at 98s. It just wicked the $6 level and in the midst of a potential pullback here. So we're just careful. The market is through 14.8 to the downside. So we are, the market's flushing at this point. And yeah, if it doesn't hold on to 14.8, it's hard to be optimistic about a lot of names. Oh, Rivian, that was the other one. Didn't actually get into Rivian. The Fisker break happened. We're able to catch that. Didn't actually get the breakout on Rivian.
Ooh-wee.
Give me a break. And it's already back underneath 22, underneath VWAP. It's held the breakout price. This market, though, it's hard to want to buy a dip in something like that when the market is flushing. So I'm going to stay away. I'm already in Fisker. ARM, as I said, is the new short position. And look out below for the NASDAQ. Brendo.
I had to read this a couple times here. Wedbush reaffirming their outperform rating on Peloton today. So 5.5% here. Nice look for Peloton so far.
All right, you can definitely have a look at that one. 170 now in the money, $1.70 now in the money. As we don't lose on anything, we lose on our first Microsoft trade, but get it back, and now it's coming back down to the downside. For me, man, we'll wait on Intel. I don't know. We were bidding down there at 53, like Neil said, went to 55. We could put, because we have some shares on board here, we could put something in this low 60s again, but maybe it's stronger than we think. I'm pretty sure that we have a good short on with Softy. We really like that one. You can see, we've got the Adidas on. We're chilling out here. We've got the plays. We've got the sticky note. I have you guys. Life is good, man. As there it is. Now it is $2. We'll put this red market symbol out here because now Microsoft is now $2 in the money and continuing to go downside right now. So I'm getting a little bit nervous. Not nervous, but okay, first of all, why are we even looking at this? It doesn't matter. That's a cash money position. But there's DraftKings again. This is honestly like a glove today. We take the 50 break, get out at 25% up there at 70. Comes back in, it fills us at 20s. That's perfect. We take it out for another 50 cents. So that's 50 cents right there. Then we take it again with a much bigger share size at O's, at 28s, looking for a 28 break. And then it just gives us these outs. So now we're out of more than half. We're out of 60% of this for more than the risk to the downside. So now we're playing with house money, but that doesn't mean that it's going to be a good trade. We still need this to work out for us. The house money is fine until you give it back. So right now, 28 break, we're out if that does happen. And yeah, it's going to suck if it does happen because we could have got it all out at 30 or 28, 25 or something like that. But let's just see if DraftKings wants to work, right? It was an upgrade today, and so far, so good. Let's not look too much at this stock and pretend like Microsoft's just going to forever fall. But it is a nice move to the downside. Where will it stop? This is why we're short the name. And we talked about that yesterday. Look at this. Look at this. It's pathetic. It's straight to the downside. There's no buyers. So we'll have to wait to see if Microsoft does catch a bid at some point. That bottom right there, 313.30. We could take that out if we wanted it, but I don't know. Let's just let this continue to work out, man. There goes Intel. We get that 50 fill, 58 fill. Let's see if we can get that 53 fill now, and then we'll just continue to work to the downside. So Microsoft continuing to bleed, but I feel like it might be worth putting something down there at that bottom. So let's just do that. 313.40. We'll put a bid. If it fills, it fills. That would be, we should probably take $2, right? So hopefully it continues to make a move down for us. But if that continues to move down, then we will lose a little bit on DKNG. So let's put another offer at 17 and make sure we take something out on DraftKings. But yeah, hopefully Microsoft will, there it is. Hopefully Microsoft will continue to bleed. Oh yeah, 50, yeah, Intel, okay.
Yeah, 58 filled on Intel, so I'm gonna take some out, but I'm not looking, I don't know what you're saying for looking gift horse amount Intergalactic. Maybe it's just the fact that this 6 level has some size on it on CGC. It'll probably blow through that if it can, 20 million shares worth of volume, but I'm gonna start taking it out on the way to 10. I wanna have at least half of it, if it takes out that 10 level, give it a chance to try to run. I'm going to get to Spry and Piton and some of those in just a quick second. But Fisker, as I said, kind of running out of steam as well. This market is dripping to the downside. It's nice that this is back above the $6 level. I don't want this getting back underneath VWAP. breakouts are breakouts, and they're great, but they can reverse very quickly, especially off the open. In a squeeze name like this, I've seen it happen about 1,000,000 times. But going back, someone just said in the chat that we're saying different prices when we're looking at the futures. I'm looking at the NASDAQ futures, NQ, the Z contract. So if I say we're underneath 14.8, this is what I'm looking at. Like, you might be looking at a different indicator, but this is what we're watching. We're through yesterday's bottoms, and we are now looking like we're tanking to said downside. So I want to make sure these longs that have worked, they can easily start to come in pretty heavily, and you want to make sure you're taking some profit on the way back in. Going back over to SLNO, don't want to ignore it for you guys. It has halted again. This stock, when it stops going halt to halt, I think is when I get interested in it. If it can be open for more than 10 minutes, or maybe 10, 15 minutes, give a consolidation, then I think it's more reasonable to try to trade it. For now, this is just from halt to halt. Current tap 21, still inside that same $4 range.
Man, what a difference a day makes, man. Today we'll raise up the trophy. Yesterday we were dead in the water. So, I mean, it's going to be a good day today, man. There go. Look what's happening here. 250 now in the money for Microsoft. It's just we do have a red mark there. You know, it took me out of my full default rate there when it broke above that 215.50 there, and we got out, and that sucked. Like, if we don't have, I mean, whatever, we have the out, and we have to be responsible for it. But like, wow, we were dead right, but a little bit too early, so we'll remember this, man. We'll remember that, Microsoft, and we'll be back into that play as well. And then again, I really like the new style of trading, and that is just pick winners. Like, that sounds ridiculous, but do the work, man, and don't get caught up doing things that you don't want to do. I mean, the only stock that we messed up on was a stock that we didn't even have on our radar there. We even have Palantir on the radar and ignored it. We didn't ignore it, but we missed out on that 1380 bottom. Now that the market is now open, so some of these levels, just in case you're watching, well, obviously you're watching, but if you're wondering about the stick, go find it at TraderTV Sean. It's just for initial stuff, right? Like, as this market opens up, we can see it continuing to bleed. I don't think right now I'm going to stand in front of 1380. It might be worth a shot, but I do not have bids there. I'm obviously net short right now, $2 in the money Microsoft, 20 cents Intel. But I don't know, like, now that this market continues to bleed down, and now that we've broken through 14.8, which we called again would happen, there it goes. Nice downside move. Oh man, that's too bad. We should be short the futures, and hopefully we can, again, like I said, man, just keep watching, keep joining. Make sure you hit the like and subscribe.
Hola. Like and subscribe today.
Because we're going to be back, oh my gosh, this is even getting better and better. As DraftKings, you know what? This is the thing, man. No matter what happens, if you're trading the right names, look, the market is absolutely bleeding, and we just took 25 cents on a 3-to-1 risk there already. All right, let's go, Brendan. Where's the number?
All right, CB consumer confidence, guys, 103 versus 108.7. That was a prior, 105.9 expected there, so a huge miss. 103 on the Conference Board's Consumer Confidence Index, 105.9 expected. New home sales just out as well. Prior was 8% upside. We get negative 8% downside. New home sales as well, a little bit less than expected, but the big one there, consumer confidence, huge miss, downside 103 versus 105.9 expected there for the overall market. If you're with us pre-market, we were discussing a number of things, including Ford. Yeah, downside right now after shelving a $3.5 billion EV battery factory plan. Meta and DraftKings also on the list this morning. There's Ford back to the downside after testing some levels from midday yesterday. Apple, speaking of downside, trying to bounce off 173, but very, very negative out of the gate so far for Apple. Brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million. Keep 90% of the profits. The program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to searchtrader.com. Use the promo code TTV to get 10% off, guys.
Amazon just couldn't get anywhere near to 132. That is down 2.5% at this point. I said I'm looking for this 610 area on Fisker. It's pretty much here right now, so I've moved my trail up to $6. If it can hold on to that, I think you have further room to the upside. But if it doesn't, you don't want to fight these things too far. Don't look that old gift horse in the mouth. Ring the old register. This market is looking very weak to be stubborn about any kind of a long breakout play. So there's Intel. It does the rollover, the nice rollover. If it gets back into this price, this is 34.35. That was yesterday's high. We were long into it, and it was resistance, so I like the notion that sometimes resistance turns into support. If it does do that to us, then we're going to get some out on that bid. Make sure we ring that. CGC on the break. Again, it goes to that local high. Can't seem to bust through just yet at the 106. So like that break from yesterday, but it's running out of time for it to continue to move any further. Can Tesla really buck this trend forever? That's the real question. Like Tesla, higher lows for now, but it's already rejected 246 once. If were it to do it again, that would be nasty. And SPRY, a couple people have asked about this pharma name here. Nice runner. This is not the first time it's run. Light volume. It hasn't even done 1 million shares, but it's making a bit of a bottom after a Huadunk last week. Big level if it gets back into the $5 range. Worth monitoring, but less than 1 million shares on a small cap name that's like $4. That's not a lot of liquidity, and usually we don't like to trade names that don't do volume.
Man, we are having a good morning here, needless to say, but SLNO shareholders are also having a good morning. If you are a shareholder, if you've been trading it, it is now halted right now at the high of the day. So 22.49. I mean, the high of the day is a little bit higher, 24 bucks on like a wick, but we're just trying to take it out right now. 23, just for everybody there, on a circuit breaker, now halted, $23. Looking like a good little level there. And we talked about it earlier when we were basing out here. We called 17 as a possible bottom. Man, sometimes we just got to stick with what we're talking about right there, because 17 was exactly the bottom, so there's $5. And we talked about that, right? You just rewind it, go back to like 9:15 or something when Tisha and everybody was talking about it. We looked at that level right there, $17, and we talked about it. But again, it's scary to trade because it's halt, 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 down, opens up and pops off that 17 level. So let's wait to see what happens right now with SLN. Yeah, thank you, Tisha, there. She remembers that, so thank you for that. So bang. Oh, my God, that was a good call. But again, you know, calls are calls until you have them. I mean, we can sit here and look at all these stocks and make whatever we want, but, you know, until you have the trade still. There it is right there. You know, Intel bleeding to the downside. And again, we took shares, getting it out. We're going to wait there for 34.50. It already broke VWAP. Let's see if it continues to make the move downside right now. Neil just saying it's dying. Yeah.
Amazon is like this.
Yeah.
Amazon is nasty.
Short. Yeah.
The only short I've got on, okay, like fine. You'll see me in and out of that buyout. I'm leaning net short in it because that's even the market's going down. Anything can fall. But this gets really nasty. You've already flat bottom broke here on Amazon through 128.5. It's hard. I apologize for all these wicks in the chart, but it's about 126 was the last kind of key support zone on the daily. I know it because I've looked at it on a cleaned up chart, but you've already flat bottom broke. 126 looks like it could be a good level. Not even a guarantee that it will be. I mean, Intel has yet to fill the 30s. I feel like that's just a matter of time till it gets down there. Relatively strong name. Micron was the other chip name that we're looking at. That's very close to a flat bottom break as well. 67.5 on Micron going into earnings later this week. If that gets taken out, I think this could be a nosedive for that name as well. The NASDAQ, it's trying to hold these levels at 14.7.5, but I feel like we're just one push away from kind of disaster zone here on the NASDAQ. Tesla is holding things up here because that's actually trying to go green as we speak, Brendo.
Two things. One, Kashkari speaking right now, Fed's Kashkari, so just be aware of that. Second is Google, down 2% here. I just read a note from TechCrunch saying they're going to shut down their podcasting app in 2024.
As everybody is all about the translation on the podcast, you want to get away from that game. Okay.
Yeah.
Tesla's so weird.
Year of efficiencies. You know, if they're not doing anything with it.
No, yeah, exactly.
I mean, like you just said there, if everyone's getting involved with it, I don't mind that. But you know, obviously, maybe you know where there's smoke, there's fire. Maybe there's just no money in that, and you know, if they take an L on that division, would not surprise me. But there's 128. Like we have $250 in the money on Microsoft, so we're part of this whole short right now. We're short into Intel, which really is just giving me a little bit of money there to sort of top things off. DraftKings is my highest stock today just because I feel like it's been pretty easy there. But with this market dump, I don't have any more offers on this name because we only have 25% left. Sorry, we got part filled up there, so we have about 23% left or so on this. So even if this dumps in, there's absolutely no damage can really be done to us, because to get out 75% for a 2-to-1 or so, we'll take this now for a 10-cent hit, possibly breaking through 28. And I don't even really want to reload it, man. We're not, let's just see if this can get $3 in the money, Microsoft. Let's see if Intel can continue to crank a little bit lower. And then did DraftKings just break because we just got out? Yes. So we got out at 99s there, so I don't know if that actually broke or not, but there's the out on DraftKings, so we'll slap a fail on the last 20%. DraftKings, the #1 stock here today net-wise. So you tell me, right? It breaks the bottom, and it's still the #1 stock, so you got to make sure that you take profits where profits lie, right? Especially when it's going counter the market, and sit in names that are winning. Bye-bye Intel, bye-bye Microsoft.
And I just saw a breakout here. Look, I mean, the market's at the low of the day. Anything that's breaking the top is going to catch my attention. So Roblox, rightfully in the chat, a couple of people have mentioned this one, and I see it taking out highs. Big level here at 26. We like previous close prices. They're always significant in the market. 26.25. That was a close last week that was significant. It was resistance up until 10 minutes ago. And now it's broken through 26.25. This market catches a bid. Roblox has been dying to make a bottom. You have a wick bottom through 25 even. I like that story whenever you take out a low like that. And wick underneath it, it's a good bounce spot. So Roblox, put it into the strong bucket. I have Fisker in that bucket. The weed names, at least for now, the weed names have been trying to be strong. But Roblox back into 26.25 should be on the radar. You always want to reassess at about 10 o'clock, like what is setting up, what are new opportunities out there, and when the market's at those lows, you tell me something that's trading at the highs, and you should at least be thinking bullish on it temporarily. Apple, it's right in that pocket. Here we go. It just quadruple bottomed off of 173. This could turn the market. Like, that's a pretty strong consolidation on Apple. If we get back into VWAP, I got to consider taking more shares out of Intel, but I like this Roblox play. If the market wants to continue to go higher, Roblox looks like it's a strong one already. Oh, sorry, if the market wants to rebound and go higher and stop going down, Roblox looks strong.
All right, we took some more out there. It's funny because we're approaching $3 now in the money on softies. So I mean, and we just, I don't know. I wanted to try Meta down here at 296.50. That's the bottom. If it breaks it, it breaks it. Small position now. We'll take a little bit more here at 75. Maybe I should take some more rate now. I'm getting, yeah, see, darn it. Maybe we should have taken some rate there. As of course, as DraftKings bounces straight off 28 clean. That sucks on our last little bit. What am I trying to do here? Meta. Okay. Oh, that's too bad because it just floated in to our level there and we didn't get it. We were waiting at 75. We'll take a 90 there. Okay, here it comes. Hopefully it falls back in just a little bit to give us a little bit more. And then if we take the bottom, we take the bottom. I mean, that's going to be part of doing business, right, is taking some risks. So we'll see if this one wants to hold out again, but it looks pretty sick, man. This market looks like it wants to take out lows again here. I just thought maybe there was a bounce spot. We're long at 16s on Meta. Obviously, one push up and we can get out of it, but for right now, it doesn't look like it wants to push anywhere but down, Brendo.
Just reading into this Conference Board's consumer confidence number here a little bit. So their 12-month inflation expectation for September was 5.7. That's 12 months out. And that is unchanged from August. So, yeah, helping to the downside, to say the least, for the market.
Yeah, and it's that downside that got me trailed out of Fisker just there. So, you know, Fisker on the breakout was a pretty clean break in terms of not really challenging back into the downside. There was no pullback. It just kind of worked right away. But I just trailed out at 6 there. Maybe it's going to continue, but I mentioned 610 right up here. You go back to last week, and that's sort of an obvious top. When it wicks that, I don't mind trailing out at a key price level. SLNO still going rightfully so for all you guys that are mentioning it. I don't know where the bottom is going to be on Amazon, but it's looking really, really nasty for that one. Intel, just to check back, because this market is now teetering. Anytime resistance turns into support, that looks like what might be happening here on Intel. I was sitting underneath 40 to get some out, and it bounced right at 42. So it looks like yesterday's highs could be the support level for Intel, which has been relatively, I mean, it's a good pullback, but technically speaking, this is obviously relatively strong. It's up on the day. It was a breakout that's actually holding previous resistance levels, so I want to respect it for that. And by the way, NVIDIA, I was like, oh, Roblox is at the high. Look for things that are relatively strong. NVIDIA is green on the day. NVIDIA is green, and it's hunting for yesterday's top here at 425. So it's not the only name that's, it's not just a couple of names that are going strong. Like you have a big cap tech name which is going, finally getting some follow through on that CG3C. Want to see it get to that 110 level. The $1 break, it's been a slow one, but hey, I mean, it's going up and it's been steadily going up. Just taking its time.
All right, here we go. Let's go Meta. We just took 50 cents on Meta. You might have heard me say, oh my God, because I put the wrong price there. So we got out and got back in. But we only, thank God, we only got out at 10% of our profits because we were only trying to get out at 10%. And I meant to put it up here at 297.40. Instead, I put 296.40, which canceled my bid. So we just got right back in. And here it is. It's okay. It's only 40 cents now, but we just took a nice fill there on Meta. We actually got 48s, which was the price that we wanted. Let's try it again. Let's put an offer here at 40, see if we can make 50 cents. And again, the risk right now is better than 1-to-1 because our out is at a break of that bottom, right, which is 296.50. So let's see if that comes in. The thing is, though, look what's happening right now, man. It is still roaring on Softy. What's up to Roaring Kitty? Anybody that saw Dumb Money, a great movie if you have a chance to go see it, especially if you're in the space, right, like us. So I think Neil, Brendo, everybody, Sharif, Adair, everybody should go see it. It's a good movie. But anyways, let's just wait to see what happens with Softy as it just continues to pour down, man. I mean, now $3, good trade there. It's too bad that we got punched out there, but that is what it is, and that is trading. As here comes Meta trying to make lows again into that 297. So pretty happy with being able to hold on to this. We've really been making money on Intel as well. It's just funny that the #1 name is still DraftKings for me, although that is still hovering, and we got stopped out. Still the #1 name there, DraftKings. Let's see if Meta can hold. I don't know if it's going to. We're going to get out here on the bottom. We will try a little bit more right here. We still didn't get our 75 fill. So if we can get that, that would be good. There it is. Well, we got it. Maybe now it's not good. As Meta coming in pretty hard right now. We're out on the bottom of the day, which could break pretty much immediately right now, so watch out for that.
Intel just took support just now. So this is now, I mean, everything's starting to flush into the downside, so let's go arrows down. Apple just broke 173, low of the day on Amazon. NVIDIA might just be curling here as well. Look at the pullback. That was a super strong name. I just took some more shares out, and you got to respect the move to the downside. I'm now thinking about some of these high flyers where the curl might be. Like if we fail at 6 on Fisker, that could be back at VWAP right quick. We'll see what happens. I don't know if that's going to hold up as long as this market's continuing to downside. That kind of goes for Roblox as well. I won't be sitting on the bid. I cancel my bid. I'm not going to sit on the bid when we're making fresh lows. I want to see the market bounce first. I want to come back to Micron because Micron is a chance to break the 50 period on the daily. You're shorting VWAP to me into that level for a shot that it breaks a 50 period ahead of its earnings. So add that to the bucket of chip names that have been struggling here this morning. And your SLNO, if you're still looking at it, it's still trying. This is a weird one. For all of this, for not to Huadong and halt 4 times, it's yet to break 25. 25.00 is the actual high of the day on SLNO, and it's making a shot through that level. We'll see if it goes. We'll see if it goes. But that Fisker 610, man, it's been resistance. If it doesn't break it, I might take a shot shorting Fisker. Just remember, 42% short float, so have yourself an out.
We might as well take this out on Intel if we can get 36, man. I mean, there it is right now. First of all, by the way, we just taken some outs here on Meta as it comes into the 90s again. So hopefully this can go. But, trading counter trend means you need to take outs when they go up. So it's just funny, we just went over to that and got out at 90, some out, and then now it's going to take 50. There it is, breaking us down. So there we go. See you later, man, on Meta. Thank you for giving us at least one out there at 90. But then the rest comes out as we start to break now down near the bottoms. But wow, man, I mean, some of these deals today have been absolutely fire. That's too bad about Meta. Anyways, we should have learned our lesson. And this is what we're doing. We're staying short on names that are cranking, and we're taking some risks. I thought Meta had a chance to hold that bottom. It didn't, so that's fine. We get out, but it's a risk, and we took it. Microsoft, again, looking like it wants to maybe bounce off this 312. You're coming into some levels right there, 312, 311, something nice. We'll see if the futures have any holding power here. Still mad that we're not short the futures because, we kind kind of called this, but it doesn't really matter. Like I said, shot caller, you got to take the shot. Move down there, 1470. Looking now down here, man. I mean, 14,600. Is that a possibility today? The market's just open, man. It's 10:20. Like, we still have a lot of time left here today to see if this wants to continue to bleed one way or the other. But we might as well. I mean, it's pretty irresponsible. Again, 350 in the money. You know, it might be irresponsible not to take something here, or at least put a stop to get out if it does retrace back. But right now, Microsoft, definitely the money maker here. But yeah, 312.50, that's not a horrible level. Nice downside move, still going lower, probably gonna hold on to this one. Good out for me on Meta. We're gonna be down on Meta, obviously, but that's, again, nothing really. Oh man, AMD probably bleeding, like, actually,
no, like it's
AMD is fine.
It's actually like, you know, like Nvidia was a good one. Like that was a relatively strong. I think they're curling now. And when I say they, I think AMD and Nvidia are curling. It's just Micron was so much weaker, along with. I mean, Intel was okay, but that was off of highs. I like this rejection of 97 on AMD, but I'm trying to get Micron as well, and this is still above VWAP and holding trend. I feel as if it's too early on AMD. Amazon is just, like, this one's dying, but I remember I said 126 was a big level on the daily. It's getting very, very close. Palantir is starting to get into the watch zone, because if Palantir drops any further, it's now underneath $14. And if you break the low, remember 1350, that's that huge level on the daily. Like, I like that long if you get down to like 1360 or so on Palantir. So if this makes one more push to the downside, I think you could easily see that. Again, this market, it's very slow underneath this 14.75. Like, we are grinding lower. So anything for a dip buy, I just want to be very, very patient with it. Oracle bleeding. I see a lot of people talking about that name. I'm still not taking Fisker short yet. I feel like it's at that zone where it would make sense for a bit of a curl. I got out of the long. It's not quite showing me enough weakness. It just wicked above that 610 level. Maybe that's going to be it here. Like, it trailed me out. Like, another failure in here would be the spot where I try to take it to the downside.
Oh, man.
Soleno, no.
I mean, Microsoft is now $4 now in the money. Wow, Microsoft is really, really getting taken down here, like, pretty dramatically, man. And it sucks because I own this name, but there goes Softy. Now 3.25 in, just continues to make lows. Wow. Okay, let's go. SLNO. Again, we're going to go to the small cap recap. I just want to bring this up because it's halted again at 2050 with now a tap of 1950. Wow, Softy. Okay. Yeah, speechless here. Let's go over and find out what's going on in the small cap recap.
Yeah, a ton to look at so far this morning, right across the board. Just saw this one popping back up on volume as well. ROIV, some positive data from them. Sitting at $12, the actual movement, once it got there, not terribly exciting so far this morning. This one, Neil mentioning ICPT being bought for $19. Intercept Pharmaceuticals being taken out, $19 in cash for that one. SLNO, as Sean was mentioning, still just absolutely crazy, this thing so far this morning on this new treatment for this Prader-Willi syndrome drug that came out this morning. So SLNO definitely a mover so far. IMVT, as I mentioned, off the watch list as well. This one's borderline mid-cap. It's 2.8 billion, I think, or something along those lines. Probably more with today's action, obviously. But SAD treatment comes out this morning, a positive results for that. Better than expected anyways for the company. So a mere 75% above $35, guys.
All right.
Is that all?
Yeah, that SLNO just continues to be
It's
a
just
very
a ridiculous
impressive
haul,
stock. We did take out more of Intel, of course. You know, like I said, man, a big name for us here today. We're not gonna have a negative mark here. So but we do want to make sure that we continue to, of course, watch out for Softy. I'm looking at some levels, and honestly, here, it's I don't know if levels even matter anymore because now we're getting really close to tipping this 311.50 area, so that could be a bouncing area. But for right now, it's still trying to go, so that could be a level there. As here it goes back a little bit above 312 now. Just debating getting this out if we can. Maybe just taking something out here in the 70s might be worth it. We have that 311.50 level. I just don't want, it's hard to find 50-cent winners, let alone 350, right? So, but again, it's not about looking at your net. It's about trying to find out what levels are levels of concern or not, right? And that 311.50 is a little bit of that for me. So I feel like, I don't know. I feel like we could get out of that, but I'm not really seeing any indicators. It really hasn't broke this 21 period, so that's at 312.50. I'm going to put a stop there at 312.50 right now because honestly, although you never want to get stopped out, if you do, taking $3 is probably a decent spot for that. So let's do that, and then DraftKings again. I was just about to reload it at 28 and we missed it. So now it's making a move to the downside, or upside. So we do miss that take there as well on DKNG. So that was a good one. Not a bad out because we just followed our rules. So that's fun. Like I said, it's no longer the #1 stock. Intel's going to be that here, but DraftKings is still right there. So despite getting stopped out, we're able to make money early once, twice, and there it is. So a nice little take on that last piece as well. So yeah, man, so far so good. Amazon, that's the name. That's the funny one because it continues to go lower there. Yeah, it's bouncing off 127. Maybe we found a bottom there.
Yeah, I thought it'd be 126. Didn't get close enough for me. To me, if you go long at 27, you're giving it a wide berth in a stock that's down 3%, which I don't necessarily want to do. As mentioned, I am now in front of VWAP on this little bounce on Micron. I'm just looking for the rollover at that price. If it breaks and can't hold VWAP, I'm going to get out of that one. Intel's holding pretty strong. Rivian is the other. Now, I'm not in Fisker just yet. This market is bouncing at least a little bit. Rivian, bit of a triple top in there. That was not the one I had for the break. It was Fisker. And it's still looking like it's having some trouble here at that 610, which I thought was going to be the first target. R&R is here about 3 or 4 cents, actually 5 or 6, depending on whatever slippage you were to get. It is 42% shorted. So understand, like this name, it could easily be a blow at the top situation, and then it's got maybe 10% more to the upside. If this stock went 25% one day, it wouldn't surprise me because of that short float. But AMC, Chris J, okay, I can't say that full line that you just put in there, but AMC breaking out as well. This is a squeeze type of day where the market's been weak, and you got a bunch of squeeze names. He's going to point out AMC, $9. That's the big level for me. And then I think we mentioned this yesterday, 850, it couldn't get past that. 850 was the actual high, not 49, not 51. It was right at that 850 level. So AMC trying to make another churn. This gets through 9, I think it really starts to squeeze. But it's the EV names that have been a little bit more interesting, at least for now. I see you, Peloton, and maybe you're going to do something. And watch out, here comes Tesla. So finally, Tesla has been inside the range pretty much all morning long. With the market bouncing, I think it makes a run at yesterday's tops. Well, the aftermarket highs up at that 248 level, which was a key level on Friday as well. Above 248, I think it's a breakout zone. Until then, it's resistance till it isn't. I've seen a few people and a couple of guys on the floor have been talking about Nikola. That is also going to the upside above 150. This did over 10% yesterday. Looks like it could be another one. And this was a good trade if you took it after 10:30. I had a little piece of it from, like 10:35 into like 10:40. But the big move has already happened, I feel, on Nikola.
All right. New position. We're not going to talk about something and I liked Amazon down there. So we took it. We already took 10. We took 10 cents on 10%. That's it. Let's wait to see. I just wanted to cover some fees there, although I don't think we got any fees because we got bidded on that. But anyways, nice move to the upside here. Let's just see if it can hold it. I don't know, man. Amazon today down 3%. It's broken below the 50-period moving average. It's definitely not strong. I mean, it's if anything, 3 times the market. Yeah, that's weak. Where's my chart go? Oh, push it back. Right there. So a breakthrough of 127. We're not going to hold for this bottom break. So we'll hold off on that, right? If it breaks 127, we're going to get out. And we are going to average into it, though. Look at Meta, man. Like, Meta's back now through. Looks like we might have taken the wrong... It's funny because, like, Meta, we could have, like, realistically had a hold on that stock. Yeah, but then it goes down to 296, so I probably... Oh, man, that 296, like, was 296 anything? Not really. 295.60, 295.50, I guess. Forget about that wick down there. But 295.50, I guess, yeah. So if I was going to hold that, realistically, it would have had to been all the way down there, and then I would have had to, like, reassess the share size because I was not willing to hold what I had down too far, which is why it's a cup of coffee. Right now, how much we've lost on Meta, right? And so, expensive cup of coffee, but still. Yeah, okay, so we'll look out for that. If this comes, it's not going to come in now, but if this does come down to 296 again, I think that's worth the long against 295.50. So I'm not upset about what happened in here because we actually took profits at some point. This is the last second dip down. But if I would have done a little bit more work there instead of hopping over to Amazon, which is still fine, we could have potentially bought more at 296, giving ourselves 50 cents worth of risk into that 295.50 bottom. So, you know, sometimes it does pay to zoom out a little bit and have a look. It's right there. And it only goes back to yesterday, right? So, but that could have been something there. And then, yeah, right now we're just going to let Amazon work. I'm waiting until O's, like not O's, that's to get out, but until like 127.10 or so in order to buy more of this. So hopefully that will continue to work. And then DraftKings, of course, is embarrassing because we should have had that. And then Intel right now as well. Nice little bottom up. What's up, Brendo?
JKS, Jinko Solar, having a nice day here. 10%. Huge volume at the highs here. There was a distribution deal in Ireland announced yesterday, but don't see anything today. But nice move, 10% for JKS.
There goes Fisker again. We had the 9s and we took it out at 13s. That's going to be an out there. Always going to have an out. I don't want to hold it forever against you. Looks like it's going to continue to go further. It is a squeeze type of day. Like the squeeze names are making some power moves. Tesla breakout, not yet. Maybe 30 cents away. Maybe check that, 50 cents away from a breakout on Tesla. But there goes Fisker. It's just continuing to run higher and higher. You got to have an out. And then Roblox. Remember, like, Roblox is looking pretty strong. Let's buy the next available dip. It didn't dip. Roblox now 2% up. There's actually no news on this one, but it's only 2% on Roblox, which is not a lot. Looking for the next. I think at this point, you got to look for a consolidation. This is the one I want to join, but there has not been any kind of a consolidation. Just go straight to the upside once I pulled it up, and I wasn't willing to buy a high without an out on this name. So I knew where my out was going to be if I could have caught the dip back in the quarters. I could take it into the evens. Now I'm just looking for the stair step where I can find a consolidation to work off of. Here on Amazon, Intel, if it gets above VWAP, that could be a trend reversal. I would watch out for that. Tesla, patience has been a virtue with this name. It's like eventually, is it going to actually get to the top? I don't know. I'm not going to trade it in the middle. I want this one breaking out that high. Not there just yet, but it's getting close.
All right, there goes Microsoft. So again, let's end that trade. Awesome. 312.50. We did have a bid down there at 311.70. We talked about that against that bottom. But again, to be able to hold that, I think that's a big time W right there. And it's funny because although we get stopped out there, our net infinitely increases there because we had the Amazon long. So there it is, man. That was a good one for sure. We had a number at 10:30, right? So we're going to wait to see what's going on. And we do have a crypto there. Dallas Fed services revenue right now, 8 versus 16. Yuck, not a great number there for the Dallas Fed services revenue. So if that's something that you're interested in,
always
cool.
Interested in the Dallas.
But I know something, and we had a great guest on yesterday, thanks to Adrian Zadunchik, who came on and was absolutely fantastic on the market recap show with me yesterday. We talked all about Bitcoin, a potential bull run coming through. Man, that's one smart dude. That is for sure. Like, it's like Michael Noss, but on crypto crack. So that was an absolutely great guest. And look what's happening right now. Spin the damn money around because there goes Amazon as we are at the highest spot your boy's been at all day right now. It's Greensville. It's nice to be a member of that today. That's for sure. Yesterday at this time, we already got smoked on NEO and AMD. But today is a new day as we go over to Brendo with crypto.
Hey guys, pretty quiet day so far for Bitcoin, Ethereum, the major ones. I'll show you in a second here. But interesting headline coming out of the UK this morning. Chase, the bank, UK specifically, going to block crypto payments going forward. So this is going the opposite direction. So they just introduced this not too long ago. So setting fraud and the potential for continued scams. They're going to pull back on their policy of accepting crypto payments and processing crypto payments. BTC, meanwhile, as I mentioned, just sitting where it was yesterday, in fact, right at that 26,000 level, chopping around within this range so far as we continue to go pretty sideways. Green on the day, green top to bottom on this board, in fact, 0.65 there for Ethereum as well, 1584 coming into play, but relatively quiet so far for action in crypto land, guys.
So Tesla basically quote levitated through that. The high was at the half. It was through the evens on that break. I, generally speaking, am not, like if I'm taking a break at the half, I'm not crossing past the even dollar, which obviously I would have gotten filled if that was the case. The other name, which is making a local breakout, I say this a lot of times. If Tesla's breaking out and I like a long on Rivian, then I'm usually going to jump over and see if I can trail. It's not really trailing it, but it's catch like the secondary move, and Rivian is breaking out its high at the same time. So pivot over to this, which has room to $23. It is a local high break that I think has juice to this 23 area. It's at 22 and 22.35 was the high. I got the 40s in there, but wow, Tesla. You know, I've seen Tesla quote levitate before. It's not the first time I've caught it, seen it do that, but that was pretty nuts. It was right here, like that local high, apologies for the wicks, was at 246.5, and then you were right through the 7. If we get a dip in, I think you want to try to catch that trend back to the downside. Ooh, wow, 𝐌𝐎𝐎. I mean, the market just made a huge move up.
Yeah, it failed.
Like, I'm looking at Apple. Like, Apple just failed. I think this is why that last push isn't really going any stronger, because Apple is pushed right back into the downside on that break. Apple's still a bit of a dog here. I was looking for a spot to maybe jump into this trend. If we do not hold this semi-breakout off 14.75, I mean, Apple to me is still in the penalty box. Intel, I'm waiting for VWAP on that one. If it holds underneath VWAP, I think it can be a reload down here, but that market just jumped to the upside. I'm going to keep my eyes on Apple and put that on another chart there. Because when I saw that spike on the futures, I'm like, why did we just kind of instantly find resistance? And I think it was that wick that I just saw, about 50 cents or 30 cents to the downside on Apple, right into that market break. I like an Intel reload, but it has to hold underneath VWAP here. Rivian, we took in lieu of Tesla, but it was a strong name to begin with anyway. So it's not as if Rivian wasn't doing its own thing.
Try to find something that's maybe hitting some kind of resistance levels or something right now. Amazon, again, we are out of half of Amazon. Like, it went up, almost got to the 50 period. We were waiting for a little bit more there. I thought we could get to 128 on that bump, but now it's faded back in, which is fine. It's not fine because we're long, but we're trying to get longer down near 127. And again, if this breaks 127, man, then we can get out of that, like, easy. So easy peasy trade coming hopefully on Amazon. Long 127 O's or like 127. I'm waiting at 07 right now. That might be a little bit low. We can cancel that and maybe go to like maybe 11s or something for a few shares, and then go a little bit lower even than that to see if we could get a little bit more. So we'll try to average it if it does dump down a little bit on that one. That is Amazon. What else you guys want to look at? I'm still a little bit upset about DraftKings because we had that one. We nailed that one. We nailed Microsoft, which was good. What else you guys want us to look at? I'll look at whatever.
NVIDIA.
Yeah,
people asking about
NVIDIA. SLNO right now. Look at this, barcoding. So right now, man, it's looking like, again, a break either way, like a break on 20, I guess that's 2150. So a break at 2150 or a break down probably halts this stock. So that's 1950 or 2150. A break of that opens floodgates one way or the other, I would assume. So I would say if you're trading this name, and again, the spread when it opens up, like, good luck trying to punch into something. If you have dark key accessibility, you may want to look at something like that right now because a lot of these prints are really just going through the mids now on this name. So watch out for that on SLNO. And I just got a little antsy and bought a little ahead of where I said I would on Amazon. Just a starter there to average in, double our current position because we got out of half. Remember, so we'll put half back on right now as this falls back, giving us an average price on Amazon of 23s. So, ooh, this is gonna be spicy, man. Hopefully, like I said, hopefully this will come back in. There it is. So now we have a much bigger fill. Now we're long at 14s here on Amazon. Watch out. It's bleeding down to the bottom now. A 127 break, and we are gonzo on this one. Amazon coming in pretty strong right now. Again, off that 127. Watch out now.
Yeah, there's another name that was in that chat. I mean, we mentioned NEO at 850. I didn't even realize it was already up there. So yesterday's high was like 845. 850 is like, it's a stone's throw. I understand sometimes we'll talk about a breakout off previous highs, and if it's at 44, 47, 9 times out of 10, I'm taking the 50 break and not the actual high. So 850 is looming here. Now, the market might resolve to the downside, but at least the Chinese ADR, when they go, they go. This is a double bottom at $8 in a lot of ways, 2 days in a row. So I had an order in early on this. I was like, no, it's too far away. Now I'm going to go back now that it's close. Thank you guys in the chat for mentioning this, because a lot of times we'll talk about a level or go over something in the pre-market. A lot happens after, and it didn't seem like it was going to get to it. Next thing you know, everyone's yelling about NIO. That's why this is the best community out there, and why everybody should
Like, subscribe, and share the show that takes you into the heart of the market every day.
I'm not doing you dirty, Sharif. I'll hit a key for the new one when we have a new one. I have no problems. I think we all. Well,
Remember,
I shot a new
until
one.
then, you are doing him dirty. I mean,
No, what are you
like
talking
that.
about?
Share the show that takes you into the
Oh,
heart
who
of the
did
market
that?
every day.
I don't know who did that.
Oh man.
Oh, I did that again. Sorry, Sharif. That's my bad. I shot a new one that I think was pretty interesting. But anyways, look, it's all about community. It's all about looking for new names. And I saw you guys talking about Femi and FEMY. I actually don't know if you pronounce it Femi. I don't even know what the name of the company is. But the dollar defend looks pretty interesting. This is gapped up, held 95 cents in the pre-market, and has held $1 on an absolute, forget about on a dime. Like that's a bad saying when it's held it to the penny, but it's held $1 to the penny at the open. So it's grinding down into that level. I would love to give it a shot for a dollar bounce. To me, that's a long 101 with a 99 stop. Maybe even like a 98 stop. Dan McIsaac, sorry, not sorry. You know what? Like, I don't mind that term. I feel when it's so blatantly obvious that I'm not sorry about doing that to Sharif, that I'm not even going to bother saying sorry, not doing it. Just not going to do it. You guys know I'm not sorry. We're just having some fun. He's a great sport about it. But FEMY, the dollar defend looks pretty solid. I would not hold this past 99 cents. If it fails that, I think it's worthy of a flush to the downside.
Oh my God. Let's fucking go right now. Nice move there on Amazon. Again, I just like when it works out, man. We talked about that right there. Nice move on Amazon as we take some out. We just got 22s out right there. As we're at the highest spot we've been at all day. Thank you so much for watching. But our favorite segment of the day has arrived. All right, it's what's for lunch, and today, oh man, hold on a second. Where's my Amazon? I get some at 29. Wow, this has been quite a nice move up right now for Amazon. There it is. Give me those 29s right now. Oh, 31s, 36s. I'm waiting at. Ooh wee doggy, nice little move up. Yo, shout out to my guy Obi over there. I hope he has this 127 long. That's nice. But what else is nice is what is for dinner or dinner. Well, for dinner we'll probably barbecue something up later on, but we'll wait. Again, it's more hockey practice tonight. And then it's a baseball party to end the year on that one. So, yeah, free time, something I don't have. All right, what's up here? It is tomato. So if you said chicken today, actually, you get the fail. It is tomato rotini with grilled Italian sausage and mushroom. We'll take it. We actually talked about maybe grilling up some sausage today, so maybe we will pass on that. But a shout out to the caterer. Looks like he's throwing down, or her, throwing down today with the rotini, grilled Italian sausage, and mushroom. That's a good one. But even better is when we go over and see what's up with our main guy, Brendan.
Up, not the word today for stocks right across the board. S&P 500 included, very, very red. The entire thing, in fact, I was trying to see if there was at least one group, but not the case. GILD down here at Gilead, nice day, 1.6%. Whatever E is, EW, also positive on the day. So a little bit of underlying strength here in the healthcare and technology group, or healthcare services group, but everything else very, very negative, led by big tech. 1.8 for Apple, 2.5 for Google, 1.7 there for Microsoft. It continues to get worse here for Oracle as well. We surpassed 2%. It was the first one that went through it. Now almost 3%. Meta 1.25, almost 3% for Amazon on top of what happened yesterday. Tesla as well, notably. Weak on the day. Widespread selling so far, guys.
Yep.
I just got a midpoint fill on a break. Sometimes it happens. NEO broke 50, and I got 50.5. It's going to round up to 51 because that's what it does in our system. But a bit of a break there on NEO. I like it to the local bottom. To me, at this time of day, super, super tight stop on a breakout, because if you pull back into VWAP, it's just better to join the trend in there, hold it 20 cents against you. You better expect it to make a move all the way to 9 and do it right quick. But I'd rather be a bit patient, get in and out a couple of times. I do have Rivian to the long side. That is another big name. Look, the market's starting to bounce. I do want to go over the NASDAQ just very quickly. A lot of times when you get this stair step to the downside, previous support, which was at that 14.8, can turn into resistance. So as we approach 14.8, I think ringing the register on some longs makes some sense in there. And if you like anything to the south side or short, that could be a good place to join back in at that 14.8 level. So on that note, or in that vein, or I don't know, whichever way you want to say that. I guess there's a million ways you could say that. Meta here.
Oh, I like
Meta's at $300. Well, okay, it's at $299.70. I know. Like I say, I don't want to say it's at $300 when it's not at $300, but it's pretty damn close on Meta. I just felt as if sometimes you wait for the perfect price. Like yesterday's bottoms, I said underneath 295 was the go zone for the long. It went to 296, so it just never got there. But if the market is going to curl at 14.8, you have a couple of levels to work off of for Meta, like 300, 301, all that good stuff. As mentioned, the two longs we got into, NEO on the breakout. Maybe Chinese ADRs care about the market. Maybe they don't. I have no idea. I'm hoping in this case that they do if the market goes up, but they don't always. Rivian trying to take out the high again. I think there's room to 23. You have a nice, I don't know what you call that, but like you got a rounded bottom and then you're breaking back out. What is that, like a reverse head and shoulders, Sharif? On the 15-minute? You could tell me. I'm not a charter market technician, but the breakout here I think has room to $23 on Rivian. It looks like a kind of reverse head and shoulders. I'm just going to say that's what it is. I'm calling that a reverse head and shoulders, and now it's trying to break out the top on Rivian. I will keep close eyes on Tesla, because that Tesla breakout, I want it to continue to the upside. If Tesla were to reject heavily, Rivian could always come back in on sympathy. You know, I like to have Tesla up as kind of like the EV futures. When Tesla's failing, I don't expect them to go too much further there. So Rivian, new position to the long side. Intel, hey, it's still dancing underneath VWAP. So as the market bounces, it's generally a good thing if you can't get filled more short as the market's going up on the stock that you're short on. That means it's working to the downside. So Intel just turned red, although, you know, this took a while to turn over. That had already turned red. Turning red as the market's going higher. I feel like could be a short for the rest of the day. Keep the move going on the EVs. Wish I'd hung on to Fisker, but now I'm at least in Rivian, which is continuing to press higher. Just took out 2250, looking for that 23 evens, so 75 and evens are lining up next.
All right, man. We're having a fantastic day here, and look how much better it would have been if we got Meta, but we don't have it at the best price, and we had to dump it out. So, like I said, this will be an L on our screen today, which is crazy, because when Neil said we were at 300 for Meta, I was like, what?
Almost.
Like where? Yeah, but still, good enough. Like we were long down there at 296.50. Oh, man. So that was a big move here. But, what I wanted to say is, the number one stock here today on the show is P&L wise is going to be Amazon. And the thing is like we just got into this name. So this is one thing that I'm learning more and more, like despite having 20 22, I'm almost 23, years of experience right now, learning something every single day. And that is that honestly, you don't need to get too excited early because there's always going to be plays. And if you're share size properly, you're aggressive when you see aggression needs to be put on. There we go, Amazon, nice level there at 127. Came back in, it flushed once, twice. Market makes that move to the upside, and there you go, right away, immediately. Like, we only put this basically, forget about this. That was a baby trade, which was still good. I mean, this might have put it number one anyways, but now that you came back in and it gave that, like, we just started doing this at 10:36 was our first fill. So 10 minutes go, and then boom goes the dynamite on Amazon. So just goes to show you, just like Neil said, with how aggressive Tesla got through that level, you know, like if you just take one trade breaking through that high of the day. Now you have to be patient, you have to wait for it, and this has to happen.
A market order would have worked, by the way.
Yeah, of course, yeah. Market order would always work, I guess. But right there, that, oh man, like that's what I mean, right? One good break needs to happen, and if it breaks your way, it is cash, money, and so is Brendo.
WEAV, Weave, teaming up with a firm this morning. This was 9 o'clock this came out, so it's been out for a while, but a firm just popping back up on volume here. It's a processing software company that focuses on medical clinics, so nice move for AFRM back to the upside.
Ooh.
A firm has been doing the dance here.
What's up with the firm? What's up with that?
It's been above and under and over and all that good stuff, that 20 level, like multiple times here. I don't know. Looks like it's resolving to the upside, though. But my concern would be that you just wicked that 14.8 level on the NASDAQ. So as I see that, I said that's a place to possibly take some profit. I just took another leg out of Rivian. I'll look for a dip. Meta's at 300. There it just wicked the 300 level. As Mr. Picard would say, engage, ideally. Usually you want to get a fill when you say engage. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Don't make me chase. Don't make me chase. I always say this to myself so that I'm not like crossing down way too far. So there we go. Like I said, if we wicked 14.8 on the NASDAQ, that's this. Previous support potentially turning into resistance. I want to look for something to the south side. Also take a little profit out. So got out of some Rivian and then jumped into this Meta. Obviously, there's a lot of room for it to get back in because, like, you get to this hump and that's $298.75. That's about $1 away, and then VWAP is like $2 away. So there is room for this to run. CGC just pulled back into $1, so I have that long at 101. It'll be interesting if that FEMI comes in. It'll be annoying if I get both those at the same time because I don't have two stocks at the exact same price, which is a bit confusing sometimes. But
I hate that.
I actually. You know what, I actually strongly dislike that, and I've made mistakes when I've done that before. So I'm going to cancel my FEMI bid because I'm into CGC. FEMI's at $1.10 anyways, but I already have enough positions on and train that buyout as well. And it's one of those things that, like, if you notice something like that, like I've traded, I forget the stock, it was like Square and something else, were exactly the same price on a day with key levels, and then I went to execute on one and I executed on the wrong one. So I like to stay away from that potential problem. Meta. If 14.8 is going to hold, I wanted something that was at a key level. It just so happened to be Meta at 300. It could have been something else, but Meta's the one that was at the key level.
Yeah, Meta's right there right now. Okay, so just for an update, man. I mean, I know we're sort of looking at it, but we're trying to teach, and I'm trying to like talk about what I'm doing here, and I'm just using more shares and taking less, right? And so we got a huge out there at 45. That was fantastic. But now that it's just hovering around, we're taking like, I mean, we're long at 06, so we're taking, there's that fly again. We're taking like 15 cents, 20 cents on this because the market's bad, and the market did not take VWAP there. It's still down that 1.09%. So I don't like any of these longs. There's no doubt about that. I mean, it's part of the reason why we got out of DraftKings. You know, it broke that level, and we were just like, nah, market's spitting, and we got out. Look at the out there on Microsoft, right? It's still hovering around there, but Microsoft almost made that run to 314, and that would have been a nice little trade there. I like the Meta short for sure at $3. It's just around there right now, so we'll see where that wants to go from here.
My God, Apple was...
I actually might just take some Meta. We're still into Intel again, and Intel, like, just to stick with the plan, right? Like, Intel was on the sticky note there, and we did have a good position. Unfortunately, it only got to 70 where we're short. It got to 78, and we actually wind up missing that as well. I thought, hey, what happened to my meta, man? We're offering 49s. I guess we didn't get it. Hopefully, it'll rip back up. I'm going to go short against that top right there of $300.25. Let's start the short right now on Meta. And there we go. We got a little bit more long on Amazon, but look at this risk, man. 06s were long for a drop of O's. It looks like that's going to happen right now. There it goes. So we will fail on that last reload of Amazon. And like I said, man, still, actually, Amazon and DraftKings are number 1, 2 here. But even getting dropped off there, nice downside movement happening right now. Intel 50 cents, good trade on Meta. We should have had that. Let's go over to Brendan. Maybe this gives us a chance to reload DraftKings.
Hey guys, yeah, dollar not helping today. Back to the upside we go. Highest level, in fact, since November of 2022 today for the DXY. If you missed it at 10 o'clock, we got this 103 versus 105.5. The Conference Board's Consumer Confidence Index. Downside as expected, but maybe a little bit more so than some were expecting. There it is. That's a daily chart of the DXY. We are at 106 now, 106.1. In fact, you got to go way over here. We've cleared that high. We've cleared that high. Obviously, these highs as well. So the March higher continues off of that 100 tag. If you remember back in July, it's been nothing but straight to the upside since then. There's this note on the pound this morning as well, as we get more UK inflation data coming up, not only later in the week, but today as well, suggesting that, yeah, they're still struggling with stubborn inflation and a poor economic outlook. So downside for the pound today in a big way as well.
Sir, and just a bit of a curl there. I was able to get 299.16s out on Meta on the way in front. Just kind of picked a number in front of 299. Doesn't really matter, but it is bouncing a little bit here. But the market rejected that 14.8. There was a question in the chat. Someone had asked when the number came out where you could get your hands on the actual report. Brendan provided a link. I put the link in the chat, so I hope you found that there. Just in case you missed it, you can scroll, and I did post that link for you. And shout out to Brendan for quickly finding it. I just asked him. Anytime you guys have questions, there's no such thing as a bad question. You know, obviously there's lots of places you can find economic data, but you know, we're here for you as well. Have not talked, we only have like 6 minutes or 7 minutes to go here. And I just want to quickly mention Coinbase. A lot of things have been strong and up, while the market has been weak. Coinbase is one of them, up 1%, making a bounce off that 70 level. So that's the long end of the story. The short end of the story is it just wick 73. If we don't hold that 14.8, and keep an eye when you're trading, if you're trading this, you should always be looking at spot Bitcoin prices. They're kind of stair-stepping to the downside if you look at a 15-minute chart. So I like that 73 failure. I'd almost like to see it retest because, you know what, it's now $1 away from the high. This might be done. I was about to say, like, if this consolidation in here is a good short on Coinbase, you can see it's now bleeding away. That is not something that I would try to chase back in. To me, if you're shorting it down here, you've missed a trade. You want to get it in that consolidation. Looking for a potential reload here on Meta off of that high. We get some out as it gets down to that 299. Retakes that top already, and we're right back into it. I don't know why I just kind of keystroked out of it, but we jump back into it. Sometimes you make keystrokes, just get in at the same price, and it's exactly the same thing. We're back in at that 300 level, giving it to the local top here at 321 cents. Well, 20 is the actual high, but I just told you where the stop is anyway. So 321 cents. Rivian, we did jump out when 14.8, or some out, we're still in it. We jumped out some when 14.8 got taken to the downside. It is still stair step up on Rivian. So now I'm looking for the buy the dip to play the trend. NEO, I guess NEO doesn't care what the market's doing. That breakout, it has now just been chilling at that level. No push to the upside. As a matter of fact, I'm going to tighten up the stop even more. If after 10 minutes, a breakout of a key level has gone a whopping 3 cents and 1 cent against me, like if it fails this, you could be back at VWAP right quick. So I'm tightening up it even more. You want to see breakouts go. So even if it means losing 2 cents on it, that just means it was a trade that is not there just yet. But still possibly on tap for lunch money. So don't sleep on these Chinese ADRs.
All right, out of Amazon, we'll start again. Like we had such a banger on Meta that we let go of. So let's just wait to see what's up now. It's up to 300 again right now on Meta. So, you know, huge move back up on that name while the futures did nothing. So, yeah, that's a little worrisome right there. But let's just wait to see. There it is. We'll take some more short. Right now, it looks like it does want to test that Neil's out. It does look like it does want to test that $300.50 area. So we'll wait to see where we go from here. But right now, we are short Meta right now, right here at $3 So 50 cents worth of risk here to try to make that. I feel like that's definitely worth it. So we'll wait to see. But the momentum definitely to the high side right now with Meta. So let's see. Here it comes. Yes, sir. All right. Feel lucky about this pulling back just a little bit. Let's take something out. If it does come pull back into these, we'll wait for an 80 flat or so on this play, see if we can make 20 cents, and then we'll take it from there. And hopefully we'll be able to guide this down to the downside. But again, a little bit of an awkward, there it is, a little bit of an awkward move down right there for Meta. But we'll have to wait to see what happens right now. The king of the Lambo is back in the building, so I'm glad that he never got kidnapped or anything. You can see him over there. He is alive and ready to rock and roll, so please stay tuned for the midday show. I'm really happy that we're going to end it off. I mean, I don't know. This Meta, I guess, could rip, but current state current state right now, we are at our highest spot we've been at all day. So let's hopefully this Meta can continue to crack down. Intel, again, like we just posted this up, man. Just follow. Go at Trader TV Sean, follow. We talked about DraftKings long. We talked about Intel short at 35. I mean, here's the Intel short at 35. Dollar in the money, right? So that's a good trade there. DraftKings, Amazon, AMD, Palantir. So if you're looking for some trade ideas early, go find that also on our watch list, tradertv.live. Get it directly mailed into your inbox right there. But hey, man, what a great show. What did I say? It was tortellini or something for lunch? That should be okay. Yesterday we had lunch meat on our salad, so that's my least favorite. My favorite would be egg salad or tuna.
Tuna salad.
Tuna as a topper.
I just feel as if
those are my favorites, or like a little bit of chicken or something. But
I'm the last person to complain. I always say like you shouldn't complain about like it's a good catered lunch. We get it every single day. It's a great benefit on the trading floor, so you don't have to get up. Like you can kind of stay here and eat a healthy meal. But the lunch meat on a salad, it's like there's a lot of proteins you can add to a salad. But just like regular kind of like turkey, I don't know, not my fave. But I am looking forward to potentially. Let me see, what's the word here?
Oh, Meta.
Grabbing some of the leftovers
Yes.
because that tortellini does sound pretty delicious, to be sure. I wanted to mention this name. This was a trade from the afternoon show, and I haven't mentioned it yet today because it's not really doing a ton. But if the market breaks the lows, Square tried to hold 45 all afternoon. It's a couple of wicks underneath. If this goes underneath the low, I think a break of 44.80 with a stop at 45. Like Square has not been a very good. It's not a very good stock, and it doesn't look any better. If the market's going to continue lower, it looks like that support from the afternoon show could be gone. I was going to leave it for lunch money, but I feel like that break could come before the next hour. So going to give it to you guys now. 44.80 to the downside on block, and then give it to 45 even. Bit of a gap fill to put in. It rejected the high break, and now looks like it's stair-step down along with the market.
all right, man. Again, only 1 minute left. Dees wanted the hot dog cannon, but we'll wait. We'll do that in the afternoon show. Those of you who want the hot dog cannon, let's wait to see if we can blast that off. Nah, just joking. Let's do it right now. Where the hell is that hot dog cannon? There it is right now. It's been a good day, so we'll celebrate that again. And, you know, it's about to get even better as we get ready to throw it to the midday show. Adara will be on at 12:30, so that should be fun.
Day 2, baby.
Yeah, watch the professor. Yeah, it's going to be infinite days. Thank you to Adara for doing so well yesterday.
It was
Thank
fantastic.
you. I'm going to say more of a thank you to the professor. Because he was absolutely fantastic yesterday. But what else is new? You're prone to seeing that guy continue to work for us and really outwork. So thank you so much to the professor. From me to you, my guy. That was good there yesterday. No problem, man. And yeah, so, all right. With only a few seconds left, man, we just bigged up the afternoon show. Make sure you watch that. Neil and I are back at 2 p.m. It should be a good one. We have the recap show. We have lunch money. There's lots of content coming your way. So let's make sure that we have a great afternoon. Be patient with your trades. That's the
And
one
watch out, Intel 34.
that I've learned. Yeah, Intel, let's go. I mean, we love Intel on the short side. But without any further ado, thanks to everyone today. Thank you to everybody for watching, man. Like and subscribe. Hit this. Share it with everybody. You're now rocking with the best. Let's go down Meta, and let's go over to the midday guys. It's Sharif and Max. Ciao.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to the Midday Show. He's back. The mad one, Max, is back. I'm Sharif, and we are brought to you by Search Trader account funding of up to $1 million. Keep up to 90% of the profit. Enjoy relaxed trading rules with an 8% max trailing drawdown. Max trailing drawdown on all new accounts. Shout out, Max, to the folks there at Search Trader who have this really nice bull. You know that's like the New York Stock Exchange bull, right? I can't wait to see that in IRL. How's the day? We were talking off camera about SNLO. And oh, baby, what a mover it was. It is a small cap day a little bit today.
A little bit of a small cap day for sure. I tried that SLNO. Pretty nasty. You can pull up the chart here. Yeah, I missed a fill getting out of this one on this kind of halt breakout. So I took the halt price, took the 22, and then end up getting smoked on this one. Tried to punch out 2150s, missed the fill somehow. I need to still investigate how that one happened. End up getting short and making some back on this halt down on SLNO. But yeah, this one's still holding up, still holding VWAP, which is interesting. I don't think I'm going to be taking any more trades on this thing again. But that 25 double top actually looks pretty clean. When I saw it up there, I was considering it. But yeah, I don't know. This is pretty sketchy, pretty nasty one. Anytime it kind of pumps up, thinking breakout, it's getting smoked back on the way down. So, a bit of a liquidity hunter, this name today. I don't really think I have anything left on it, but I see the idea for a 25 break if you wanted to risk like $2 to try to make 10, 8, something like that. Other than that, like I tried a DraftKings long.
Let's talk about that.
Tried a DraftKings long this morning off the open. Was a little slow getting out. Thought this could like go up to 29.40. I think I had, but yeah, end up getting stopped out of that one as well. And currently long Tesla. Going to get out of this one in a moment as it is not wanting to cooperate with me. I don't think I want to add on a dip on Tesla right now. This doesn't make a lot of sense given the market's kind of wicking off 14.8. But I wanted to try getting in on the teal and then maybe a 247 hold. I think I'll just bail out of this one though, as looking like it wants to go down and test 246.50. That is my eventual out.
All right.
You were in the other crazy one.
Yeah, this one, IMVT. What was this called again? IMVT, and Berndl had it on the watch list. Immunovant, Max. And let's talk a little bit about the company specifics. 53.1 million share float, $4.82 billion market cap. The news is Immunovant shares are up, well, at the time, 73% after company's antibody treatment succeeded in early study. So biotech company, the look for me was to get it on the first pullback and to hold a resistance level here of the 20 period. It had been holding the 20 period quite nicely, punched in just south of that 37, got in at 36.69. And then bamboozled my way up here in the mid 50s, 40s, and eventually 60s for, a little bit of a winner. And then got stopped out, break even on the pullback, but still holding the 50 period quite nicely. It hasn't given up the ghost on the 50 period, even when it did retrace into the 50 period here around 10:15 to about 10:20 or so. All the closing prints are north of that 50 period average, so it's holding it well. 82% of the good. It's a legitimate headline. It is a $4 billion market cap. It's not like $50 million. In any event, it is still smaller float, and it can be quite spready at times. There you go. The spread now 8 pennies as it opens up. So be careful. I got this on a dip. I mean, shot up here, made that new high a day in, and then I'm like, no, I'm not going to be chasing this one. It's going to have to be a dip trade. Got it off the 7, and there she went up again. But I probably will be looking for something around the 50 period. Now, it did provide you with an opportunity there at 36.50, nearer that 50 period. You wonder how much legs this one's got left. And I'm going to keep my eyes on this one. Probably should have held a piece here, at least, 50 pennies against me to give this an opportunity to kind of go again as it flirts with 37. But we'll wait and see on this one. The other one I'm really looking at here is one that the boys were talking about in the morning, man. The reason I'm looking at it, Max, is the short float on this one is really eye-watering. It's popping.
Yeah.
It's 40-something%. It's rivaling Vana, right?
Yep.
And you got a positive headline, as positive as it'll get for this car company. Max, they made 5,000 of these bad boys and they delivered 900.
Yeah.
I mean, why are we getting excited about that?
Okay, but they delivered 900 and now they're talking about doing 300 a day, so that's
But they're
something.
not delivering the ones that they're building.
Oh, they're not.
They made 5,000
And they haven't been able to deliver them?
and
Why
they
not?
delivered 900 of that 5.
They don't have orders for these cars?
People aren't buying them. I don't
They
know
look
what
really
to tell
cool,
you.
though. Out of
I
all
don't
of
mind
these,
them. I don't.
You know, crappy EV companies that don't make any money, I think Fisker is the best looking cars, which, you know, if you're trying to charge a premium price.
Sure. And they got a name. Remember the Karma?
Yeah.
It goes back a ways. I mean,
And they
it's
got
not
that
a new.
the famous designer from Aston Martin.
Yeah, there you go. I
mean,
forgot about that.
I don't know. This is it's not a bad product.
No.
I don't think.
We were
But
talking about this one at the
obviously
big desk early in the morning. It was like 5 3/4. We're talking about 18 3/4 now. So it's really going here. And you got to attribute to some of that is probably the short squeeze, right?
Yeah.
So delivered doesn't equal sold, guys. Oh, delivered does equal sold. I'm talking about produced. So they produced 5,000 and they delivered 900. So a bit of a variance there. And by comparison, just to compare it to some other company, Tesla, there's always like a minutia, the difference between what they've produced and what they've delivered. So it's not what you want to see from a car company, you know, that's really kind of getting its bearings here. Taking care of business. There is no other EV company than Tesla. That's part of why their evaluation should be at least $2 trillion right now. Okay, maybe it does hit the $1 trillion club. I don't know about $2 trillion, but well, you know, if you're Kathy Wood, you're probably not disagreeing with that.
Yeah.
So what else you got on there?
Yeah, I just got this Tesla trade on. It's holding this 246.5 price, so not looking so bad. So I'm going to hang on to this smaller position. Look to add if it takes out this little high here. Let's just call it 248. So if it gets back above that 248 price, breaks this downtrend, then add to it and look to get out around 250.80. I think is a pretty big level for Tesla for me. 250.80. And you know we have this gap fill from the past couple days. I figured, you know, you get that first update kind of set up when you've had this downtrend. You know, maybe we can fill the gap into 254 this afternoon. 253.5 again, another, you know, decent price. But you know, looking like we may just get stopped out here as the market is tanking at 14.8 rejected. I don't even remember what levels I have down here. You guys really let the market fall off while I was.
I know. We
while
should
I
have
was
done
gone
better.
There, right? You know,
We should have
come on.
done better.
You guys need to get those bids out.
You missed a
what
lot,
happened?
man. You
I
missed
know.
Cart. You missed Arm. There was the other one. What was that? Clavio or whatever.
I was watching Instacart IPO by the minute
Okay.
as it was going. That was that 41
What'd you think
breakdown.
about that?
Could have taken that 41 breakdown and never looked back. And I was watching the chart. It was like 3 minutes in. I'm like 41 double bottom. I would be taking that breakdown with a certain amount of shares. And, you know, that went, what, $8 off that price eventually? And it gave you a lot of opportunities to add. I think it was 40.50 was a really, really solid price. But what it is, you know.
It is what it is.
Sometimes you just miss them.
Every time we keep talking here, Max, I look back at Fisker. It's a couple of, like 5-10 pennies higher. I mean, it's 19.5% now. We were just talking about 18.5. This one's going. It's just, I mean, you get in and then it's gonna turn on you. I mean, that's how I feel lately, like chasing these stocks. Unless I get it, you know, the break of 6, maybe a dip into 6. Once it broke 6, and you sit on the bid, waiting for a dip back into 6. It looks like it did that on the 5-minute chart over here. Here's what I'm looking at, guys. Like the break of 6 initially on Fisker, you got that break here. You pop up into about 615 or so. It's having trouble breaking that level. You get a bit of a hammer candle with that dip below 6, and then it shoots right back up. I mean, that's the kind of trade I'm looking at. The other move here is this green line. I believe it shows up green. This is the 7 EMA, and it's been holding that 7 EMA quite well. So possibly maybe looking to take a trade off the 7 EMA, but random, completely random. It's not structured, and for me, it's kind of dangerous. So I'm going to hold off until we have, you know, until it retraces into a level that is, identifiable to me, whether that's the whole dollar level at 6, VWAP, whatever it happens to be. If I miss the boat, I miss the boat on this one, but this one definitely is going.
It seems like a dip buy stock to me.
Doesn't it?
It's not, it's not like it's cruising through highs and just taking out levels after levels. I liked the 570 level, but I was busy with something else, so didn't have that one. But yeah, now it's, look at the daily chart on Fisker. And it's just straight down off of that 7 price.
Where did it get to? 70? No, it didn't. Did it? No, it got...
no, off of $7.
7. Oh, goodness.
Like a week ago.
That's beautiful. Flat top there at 7. This is what we're looking at, guys.
We've talked about that 7 level a few times, and it keeps working to the short side. So does it finally work to the long side at some point? Is someone just loading up the biggest short of all time on this thing at $7?
You got to assume there's a lot of people short north of that 7. So if that squeezes and closes above 7, some people are getting squeezed. You have to make that assumption given how it's defended.
43% short.
Yeah. 43?
Yeah. And, it hasn't really traded that high. So you can't, nobody's short at $50 on this.
No.
It went to 28 or 29.
That was a while ago.
Yeah. The highest that I've really seen it trade is 15.
Yeah.
So, you figure that short float is actually pretty low on this name. If it does start going, if they actually start delivering cars, if it is a good company, which a lot of people are clearly betting that it's not, but, maybe this can go. 43, 80 million shares are short on this thing.
Right.
Yeah, not so bad.
All right, let's get back to IMVT, Max. This one making another move here, really holding the 50. The 50 has been absolute bang on this one. Look at this dip right into the 50, and you get a couple opportunities just north of that at 36.50. But this one touches the 50, and it shoots right back up, a candle of indecision, as the wick high and low are basically equidistant. And the body is basically sitting there between the upper wick and the lower wick. In any event, that's really not the point. The point is it made a new high. And it broke through that 69 level that we were talking about earlier for a new high of 83 now. This one has been stair-stepping up. It does have a legitimate headline. I don't know what the TAM is, the total addressable market, on the ailment that this new study seeks to cure. That is obviously a big factor if it's going to be like 4,000 patients a year. Obviously not such a big TAM. Max and I have talked about that previously on the show. Yep. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see what this one does. I should have held a piece here against me a little bit, maybe at least $1 or so, as I had gotten most out of it here. But in any event, we're going to keep an eye on this one going on the rest of the day. The other small cap gapper du jour is FEMY of the day.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, 260%. Kind of slowing back down now. It was a bit of a bamboozler early in the pre-market as it kind of got going at around 8 a.m., made the move at 9, and then the bell came, the bell rang, and we halted up, then we halted down. It was a bit of a halt fest.
A couple people in the back were long into that halt, and I don't know if they were able to get out after that. I think no.
Eek.
A couple, the halters today were not good.
Eek.
I think that's pretty clear. Although, that one at least opened up.
It did.
SLNO kept opening down.
But then it quadruped. Look at that. Buck 43, and then it halted down at 125. You're sizing in probably several thousand shares on this one, maybe even more, to make anything, right? So anyway, what it does look like it's doing a little bit right now, Max, is slowing down, slowing its roll a little bit. And what we do have here is a series of lower highs, higher lows, pardon me. I always get dyslexic with that, and I don't know why, but that's what ends up happening. So you have this trough around that buck, Max, and then we get to buck 04. Here we're at a buck 07. This one we're at a buck 12, and right now we're at a buck 16. All these higher lows, higher lows, higher lows, and higher highs, to be quite frank. So do we get, some continuation through here? Let's find out what the short float is on this. I'm willing to bet it's probably negligible. FEMY. Let's find out. 2% short. That's not anything important. But anyway, what would the move here be? Well, there does seem to be a bit of a partition between the high end of this range and the low end of this range. I'm talking about the range between 1025 till about 1040. The high end, foregoing these wicks, is about a buck 12, a buck 13. And then that also seems to flip, resistance becomes support. So if you're able to get maybe something off that $1.14, a dip trade in and around there, this might not be such a bad trade. Obviously, you're going to have to size into this one. So I think I might set up a long for either a 114 or 113 dip, and then we'll see how she goes. Give it to like a $1.08, a $1.09, and then maybe we'll figure it out. We'll figure out there. But keeping my eye all the while on this IMVT as it continues to make higher highs, Max. Looks like it's going to hit 38.
Great trade there on IMDT. Tesla looking like not so good, so we'll see if it can hold a half price. If no, I bail out this one.
You're on mute. Yeah. Yeah. You're not on mute. Okay. Well, I think something's going on over there, so I'll just talk for a little bit till they fix you. Yeah, it's all good. Here we go. So this is what I was talking about, setting up a possible dip trade at around 114. Some red coming in on the tape there, so we'll have to wait till this makes its way down. Where did we put? Yeah, let's go ahead and put it at lucky number 13 here, Max. We're going to put a dip trade at 113. If it comes into that area, we'll get filled. That's a smidge below VWAP. VWAP on my charts, 114 and change, maybe 114 and a half or so. We'll keep an eye on this one. 250%, nothing to sneeze at. Fisker coming back into that 20-period moving average. You know, Fisker really hasn't had a 50-period touch here. So if you're looking for something definable, maybe like the 50 or a whole dollar level, we're going to have to wait on Fisker, as this one, the retracements on this one are definitely shallower than obviously the moves up. So Neil would maybe say getting this on the back end. Like, so example, we had this retracement over here, and then you had a series of green candles make newer highs. So perhaps we wait. Wow. Did you just see what happened there on Fisker? Wow, bro. That just moved 10 cents. Look at the amount of, this is all one order right here that just came in. My goodness. Okay. I'm looking at the tape, guys. All this orange is all above the ask. And that's what shot it up from 26 right into 34. That's one green candle right there. So good movement on Fisker, as I was talking about getting it on the back end. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't have been talking so much. I should have been putting it in the order, but what a move.
I should be back now. I had to fix the mic. Yeah, but
there you go.
You know, while we were fixing the mic, Tesla just did an absolute money move back to the upside. So I thought I was going to get stopped out, did not. Now we're going to look for that 248 add on this kind of breakout. And then that 250, you know, market's putting in a little bit of a bounce, but nothing significant. And Tesla is just shooting straight up. So exactly what I wanted to see. It looks like there's buyers there off of that potential gap fill here into that like 250, 350, 254 area. So looking good on this one finally, and looking to add if we can get back over 248 and hold there. So good trade for me on Tesla, sort of. Probably should have just been adding at my price 247 here, instead of just waiting for this to get back above 248, but you know, hindsight is 20/20. I didn't really want to get too heavy into this thing when the market looked like it wanted to kind of smash down. So yeah, let's see what happens on Tesla. Other than that, you know, I don't have a whole lot on watch today. Amazon got absolutely smoked earlier.
Big caps.
But this one in particular, I mean, we're still below 127. I was looking for 129.5 to hold off the open. Never get the fill because it doesn't get down to 129.5. Looks like it's going to push into that 132 kind of breakout price that it has established recently. And no, rejects 130. Obi, the king of the jungle himself, was short at 130 today. I hope he got short again, because this is a monster trade.
Short.
There he is. I didn't know they had that camera.
Did they put him on? I missed it.
Yeah, they have a camera right above our.
There he is. Zoom in on his screen.
Interesting. Okay. Okay. How often are you guys using that? Oh, wait a second.
I think the chat really likes that King of the Jungle comment.
These guys are peeping my trades on the morning show?
I know.
Oh,
yeah, I know,
God.
man. But yeah, to be fair to them, they don't zoom in. They just show the general area. But shout out to these guys for not abusing their power.
Anyway, nasty down move for Amazon. I'm in Tesla right now, looking for this long to play out. You know, this is the strongest of the large caps. Maybe you could say Nvidia is, but now Nvidia is down $5 off its high. So you know, Tesla is the one that I am watching. I liked the idea of this breaking out today. Didn't take it because I was, not at my desk when it broke that 246.5 and then 247, which is, what I wanted to see those two break and get us into like 250.80. But, we're in it now and looking for that kind of bigger trend move today as your IMVT is at $38.
Yeah, man, at 38.04, it's really going here, Max. But
That's good.
Just if I'm gonna gamble on something, I'll just gamble on the one that's short float and that is not at a clear resistance level. Like what's 640 for Fisker? But I don't know. I'm in Fisker, by the way. That's why I'm confident.
Oh, sorry, you're
that.
out of IMVT.
Yeah, I'm done.
I
my
missed
trade
that.
got stopped out when it came back into my entry price over here. But yeah, that's what I was talking about. I should have held a piece here against me at least 50 pennies or so to let this one go. But in any event, it's done. The 50 period has been absolute money on this one, whether it was this trough over here or this quick touch over here. The 50 period has paid to get in on a retracement on the stock. It's still only up 86%. I say only because we have two today that are triple digits. You have FEMI at 255 and you have SLNO at 370, right? So this one being at 86%, looks like it's lagging the market, but it's the most bullish of them right now. So keeping an eye on this one. I don't know how I'm going to get into it. It'll have to be a timing thing. But the other one I'm in at the moment is Fisker. We have a 38 high. I'm sitting at 39s for the first fill. And then I'm going to get basically a fill at there we go. We get the first fill here on FSR. Looking for the second one at 41, 43, 45. We'll see if we can get a squeeze. You think, if you find resistance, it's going to be at a discernible level like 50, 650, 7, something into that area. It's not going to be at 640, 643. We'll see. I mean, it's kind of, we'll see. We'll see what happens here. But basically banking on the short squeeze for the upside potential on this one. The book is really not showing me any sort of discernible level of resistance. When you look at the book here, there's nothing standing out except at that 50 level, and that 50 level's kind of disappeared off the screen a little bit right now.
My thoughts on Fisker are like, if you remember Bed Bath & Beyond,
yeah,
in the first kind of days that it started squeezing off like $3, $2, those kind of levels,
right,
it would kind of be slow like that all day, a little bit choppy, and then in the afternoon when people start getting stopped out on the intraday short, that's when it would go crazy. So I'm wondering on Fisker if like, if we get to $7 at like 3 o'clock or 2:30, that could go absolutely mad.
That'd be great.
On the
I'd be all about
short,
that life.
or short squeeze, sorry. But yeah, we'll wait for that. I would get involved on a 7 break for sure if that came. I think 650 for me doesn't make sense because you're in the middle of that range and that 7 is right above you, that key level. You got to be thinking that people are going to be shorting that 650. So, getting in on the dips like you've done, getting in, on some kind of, lower, getting in lower on the trend and on the trend versus trying to take a breakout right now makes sense to me. And then if you get to that key 7, maybe that's that crazy stop out breakout price. FEMY is that
so
holding up?
FEMY is going here, guys. I had a dip trade set up at 13. Sucks to be me because it triggered here at 14. If I had it at 14, I would have got filled, and then boom, we move up. But careful with this one. These ones don't tend to spend a lot of time in the profit taking area, and that's why I always repeat: either got to be looking at it and use hotkeys, or you got to have resting orders. I got to have resting orders because I'm monitoring multiple trades at the same time, but you're getting a good VWAP hold here, and this one looks like it may be reawakening, only 270%, and it wants more, baby. So we'll keep an eye on this one. I'm probably going to cancel this dip trade that I have here because I don't think it's no longer valid. It would have been valid if it triggered before this latest pop-up here. So keeping an eye on this one, definitely no doubt, and we'll see what levels it comes into. Now, oftentimes I advocate using these halt levels as key areas of support and resistance. Looks like the first up halt here was at a $1.34. $1.34? Yeah, $1.34. So keep that on the lookout. $1.34 to, that $1.35. Look at all these wicks right there on this crest over here at that $1.35. But in that general level, 134, 135, you may encounter resistance at that level, so keep your eye on that. Let's go back to Fisker here because it looks like it's rejecting that 640 for now. We'll have to be a little bit patient here as this one hopefully stair steps up and doesn't make me look too bad. But I do have a plan to add at about 625. I'm looking for support at that 625 area. It's the 50 period. It's also the bottom area of this consolidation. So I'll be looking to get a better price and then eventually out through the break of this trough over here at that 615. That will be my move.
I'm not sure. I mean, really, Sirius XM is going again. That's interesting, but not at a good level. NVIDIA breaking VWAP is interesting, but I like 420 on NVIDIA for the obvious reasons, and the fact that 420 I think was a high after that first crazy earnings report. 420 held earlier in the day, so if we give that up again, I feel like NVIDIA could see some downside all the way back down into the low of the day, 416. I haven't done enough work on NVIDIA where it's been recently, but still holding above 410, which wasn't 410 a daily here? No, 405 is the level. Okay, so 405 is a key level on NVIDIA, but holding above there, that 400 is that obvious psychological level here. I mean, looking like on the daily, there's more downside on NVIDIA, but intraday, maybe we'll see if this one can hold VWAP and continue going. I don't know. I think 420 though, back down. That could make some sense to me. This Tesla is not working, but not going down either. So I think we just wait for the market move on this one. It's 11:30. We see the market bounce at 11:30, 12, whatever, all the time. So that's what I'm kind of banking on here. If the market bounces, I'm expecting Tesla to go through the high here and see, above 250 and then higher. So we'll see on this one. Still not, not just going to punch out of this one. I got my stop and got my ideas on that. What else? ROIV, what is that? Roy Van Science, 10 million shares? I don't know how I missed this one today. Another small cap that's breaking the high. It has been a small cap day today. Yeah, kind of a mid cap day, maybe. Because that, the one that you were in, IMVT, that one's got like a 50 mil float, so that's not a tiny company, 5 billion. And, Fisker, 1.5 billion. This ROIV, 10 billion. So it's a mid-cap kind of day, it seems, today, as this one just keeps going up. But it looks like the volume is kind of drying up for now. Potential for a breakout on the daily, though, here at $13. You look at that price. Consolidation above, 10, below 13. Let's see if we can break this one and keep going. I'm going to say a no for now, given the lightness of the volume. True. And we'll just stick with my Tesla trade. That FEMY, if that takes out $1.50, I'll be long on that one. The problem for me is that there's no short float. So 0.15%, that's nothing on this, especially with a 13 million share float. But, maybe some algo has accumulated all of the shares on this one and is looking to pump it through the high, send it to $10, and I'm willing to take that $1.50 breakout if that shows up. Given the high today was 144 or 143, so you break that next $0.50 level. Right. I think that's a good spot to try to structure along, but we'll see if we can actually get there on that one. Carvana sadly died when I was.
Yeah, well, it doesn't make any sense why it's running, man. But CarMax got an upgrade yesterday to kind of counter my own point here, KMX, for whatever reason. I've got a couple of points. First of all, there does seem to be an iceberg at 640 on FSR. The book there doesn't support the resistance that we're getting at the moment. So keep an eye out for possible iceberg here at 40. That's first and foremost. Second, SLNO. Now, on my chart over here, VWAP is at just a smidge below this 19. So I'm looking for a possible VWAP dip on this one in much the same way that we got at 950. It touched VWAP at that 1732 and then rocketed up to 25 where it made the high of the day. I'm not saying that's going to do the same thing, but if you're looking for a reason to get in, this is probably one of the better ones. I like the dip trades on VWAP possibly here. Now you're going to have to give it room, right? Because it may not hold VWAP exactly. You're going to have to give it 50 pennies, $1. So you have to size in accordingly here, whatever your risk parameters are. So I'm looking at possibly getting in here on SLNO up 340%. I'm just a little worried that obviously we're extended. It's midday. It's a slower time of the day. So keeping that one on watch. I think I may regret this one now as it's separating itself from 19. It touched 1902, and here we go up to 1968. Wow, was that the year that landed on the moon, or was that 69? Here we go. We're going to get people saying in the chat, they didn't land on the moon. I just know it. Anyway, yeah, so looking at SLNO for a possible dip trade here. I think I may have missed the boat. Yeah,
we're up 350%. And I don't know anything about this disease that they're supposedly have good top-line results for, but I've never heard of it before, so that might be, a red flag on the addressable market, as we like to talk about. But, is what it is. Short float is only 1% according to Trade Ideas. Up 350% on SLNO. I figured we could get that kind of, total stop out short all the way back down to $10 today. It hasn't happened yet. I wonder if we give up that 17 price that was the prior low. Prior low after that halt, 1733 is the low of day since the market opened. Maybe this is where that stop out kind of short happens and it goes all the way down to 14, $15, maybe 10. I mean, we were trading. What was yesterday's close? 443. We're at $20. So I'm interested in some kind of like a stop out short today on this one. I did initially have 24 fail breaking as the short that I wanted. Didn't take it after this halt because I was just too sketchy up there. Probably should have though, as now at that $19 level. But I'm looking for like a really big move to the downside. I don't really want to be shorting this thing above VWAP, I think that's maybe this halt price at 1850, but again, probably still too high. I mean, I think you want to be below 17 to get short. Maybe just a 17 kind of even dollar breakdown there on SLNO. Market is bouncing finally off the bottom.
It reliable telling me about BFRG. I see it, baby. I see it. I just got to focus on these ones. I'm still waiting for this iceberg here that's at 40 to break because 40, a clear top on FSR. I mean, how many times are we going to reject off that 40 for now? And that hence why I have a whole lot of resting orders north of there to take profit should we make it through that level. So again, we reject off 40 back into 38. So clearly somebody somewhere making sure that we don't break through that 40. But I'm switching here. Sorry, I got to go to SLNO. Finding a great 19 balance. A little bit of trouble breaking through 20. That VWAP balance is what we were looking for, what I was looking for. You could wait for more confirmation and wait for the first 5-minute candle, first green 5-minute candle to make a new high. That will take you through that $20.50 area. If you want to wait till around here, that would be the new 5-minute candle to make a new high. Some people use that as confirmation for a trend change, on a micro basis, not a macro basis, obviously, or a wider perspective is what I'm trying to say. You obviously give up a lot of potential profit in and around there if you do that. But yeah, lamenting not having jumped into this one at 19.20, 19 and a third, but still looking like it's poised to take 20. We're going to have to wait and see. Max looking at it the other way. I get it. Possible short move on SLNO. I mean, if it gives up the ghost here, the only saving grace you've got really is that 17 hold, because that's where we dipped in around 950, right? 17 and a third plus, pardon me, not 17, 17 and a third. I mean, that's where I'd be placing my stop, quite frankly.
I think you fail to break down on 17, and this thing shoots directly into a halt. It goes back up to like 2022. Yep. I'm not saying high of day, but I think, yeah, there's probably a lot of people who are thinking short on this one. And I think Neil said on the morning show, the shorts are dirt cheap.
On SLNO?
On SLNO, yeah.
Nice.
They were like 1 penny or something per share. Ooh. It was a third of a cent per share. Okay, so the shorts were basically free on this thing if you're able to locate shorts. So you got to imagine people are going pretty heavy, up 350%. I could see the short squeeze at the end of the day kind of thing on this one. That could be epic. That could be like one of those you know, 25, and at the end of the day, it's $40 or something. But for now, I'm still thinking probably short through 17.
All right.
But again, I don't think I'm going to have another trade on it. I'm down pretty bad on SLNO after failing to get out of that position at a good price.
All right, we haven't looked at any of the big tech names. The big kahunas, they were doing their thing today on those names. This, I guess it's called the mid-cap midday show today, or the small cap midday show, whatever you want to call it, because that's where we're all, well, you're in Tesla at the moment. And by the way, Max's position will update once he takes a fill on Tesla, but right now, Max is long Tesla.
Oh yeah, I'm long above 248, 248.11.
There you go. All right, let's have a look here at these the big caps. I mean, this is the Mag 8, the Mag 7, because this is the NQ on the top right here. All right, so who's really underperforming? Amazon comes to mind immediately, down 3% after having a decent day yesterday with their Anthropic. It's not an acquisition, investment. Let's call it up to $4 billion in a minority stake in the company, possibly there to rival Microsoft's ChatGPT. We also have my very good friend Apple, which is just holding on to that 172 mark on the day, 172.41, trying to curl back into 173. Very weak day today for Apple. No specific news that I can see there. Microsoft also not faring much better, 1.89. The chart patterns really for for Microsoft, Amazon, Apple, and Google, very similar. The three outliers I would suggest to you are Meta, Tesla, and NVIDIA. They look a little bit different. They're kind of doing their own thing right now. Tesla obviously has its specific news. It's actually up 0.25% right now. It's gonna announce deliveries soon, so it looks like maybe there is some preemptive buying here and maybe anticipation of a better than expected result. What I see here is from off the bell, you have higher low, and higher low again, and higher highs, obviously, with a wick up into 249.55. Meta, I have no idea what's going on with Meta. Meta looked like it was going to absolutely huadunk, dropping $4 off that 300. 330 was the top. It comes all the way down to 296.01. Then, for whatever reason, a Christmas tree recovery right back into that 300, and we got into that 330 cent area, and now we're, above 298 as well. And then NVIDIA, I think their microprocessors were strong today off that news of Neuron, the independent company. It's a private company right now, getting the interest of Foxconn. Looks like they're interested in that one. But look at this, Max. The 40 top goes here on FSR, and that's why I had resting orders north of that to take profits, because as I was babbling, the fills came in, Max, right into that 245 area. So we take a little bit there. We're going to look for former area of resistance, that 40, to now act as support. We'll see if that happens.
Nice trade there on Fisker. That one looking solid. Tesla looking pretty solid as well off the bottom. We're finally getting that market bounce. Tesla, I think, is going to hit the high again if this market can actually bounce off the low. That is like a very clean double bottom on NASDAQ right now, 14,725. So there we are, back above 248. I'm going to try to get a dip back into like 247.80. Maybe I can't get that. I'm just going to add here 248.10s. And yeah, so same price basically. Looking for this to continue back to high of day. This one's finally looking very strong. I think that there's a gap to fill to 253. And yeah, not looking to take any profits until we get back into like high of day basically. So 249.50 was high of day. I'll take something out above 249 and then let this ride, let 250 break. If 250 really fails very hard, then I'll bail out of this. If 250 holds, we'll keep holding. That's kind of, that's it on this one. And, now the stop's probably like 247.50. If this 248 can't hold nicely, then I don't really want to be involved with Tesla anymore. But lots of buying coming in. I think we can trend
That's a good trade
for the rest of the day here.
I think you chose the right one there
on our friend
in terms
Tesla.
of going long a big cap.
NVIDIA as well holds that VWAP.
NVIDIA and Meta.
Kind of fail breaks VWAP. So NVIDIA looking actually very strong, looking even almost stronger, although I guess Tesla's pretty far above VWAP right now, so Tesla looking good. But yeah, NVIDIA looking pretty good here, holding above that 420 level, kind of fail breaks 421 here, and then blasts right back up, right above VWAP. You'd be looking for this 423.5 level to kind of break and hold above there for that, push into high of day there. But yeah, we'll see what happens on these names. Nothing looking strong yet, with a market down 1.25% and just kind of trending down, making lower highs. We got to see these, breakout. We got to see this, 21 period on the 5-minute breakout and get back into, that 14.8 for the market to actually look strong. But a couple names looking pretty good. What are people in the chat trading? Let's see. Tesla, NEO, I don't know. Fisker, IMVT. What's IMVT doing? New high of day again. So 38.25 now the high of day on IMVT. Great ticker here. This one just trends up all day, breaks that pre-market level at 33. So you just take that clean 33 break. You can still be holding that right now, holding a piece. Reloads around 35 made sense. 38 break, not clean. You don't expect that to be clean at this time of day. But yeah, great trading there on IMVT. Where can this one get to? I haven't even looked at the daily chart today on this one. Come on, load. Looks like we've come from very far down on this. It was at $3 not too long ago. Now at 39. I don't see any levels on this on the daily. So possible, 52-week highs according to Trade Ideas. I don't know what the resistance levels would be. Probably $40. You could try the short maybe. Other than that, I don't know that I would be touching this thing to the short side, just hanging on to that long and waiting for, a bigger stop out move, imagining that people are kind of getting short above and below this 38 level. And, maybe you get a stop out above 38.50 and a bigger move up. We shall see on that one, but congrats to the longs there. Wish I, paid a little bit more attention to that one. Obi told me about this one, and I kind of just wrote it off because I liked the SLNO better. But, up 350%. How much farther is it going to go? I don't know. I guess I was being maybe a little greedy on that one, as this IMVT still making new highs and some volume coming in here. Actually, that's looking pretty strong. Maybe the stop out move is coming now on this, as my Tesla is back in the money after pulling back again. So just being ultra patient with this one. It is trending up still. I don't want to get out of it if it's trending up. I want to hold this thing to high of day, and it looks like we're going to get that. We'll see. The NASDAQ has to cooperate here. We're obviously down real bad on this one. But, I mean, at some point, we're down like almost 1,000 handles on NASDAQ. Look at the weekly here.
Yeah, man. Before you left, we kept talking about how September was likely to be absolute trash the last 100 years. 80% of the time, it's in the red. Why would this year be any different? And we're getting it.
The day that I left, we were at 15.7. And we're currently at 14.7.
Are you kidding?
So like a 20% pullback, you get back up to 15K basically.
October, the guys on the main show were calling it Uptober.
Uptober.
Yeah, hopefully it's Uptober.
I am down for Uptober. I'm glad that I missed last week, because I probably would have. No, actually, at that Instacart IPO, that was an easy short.
Yeah,
I thought that was
a lot
very.
of guys had that. And
yeah,
they were celebrating. But let's talk a little bit here about the other small cap gappers. It is a small cap gapper type of day, people. IMVT continuing to go. 38.80, 6 HOD, 39 incoming question mark. It looks like it is, man. 91 and plus%. This one's continuing to go, make me feel like a dang fool for getting out of that. But such is trading. You're always unhappy. You're always displeased. But that's the way it is at the moment. FSR, we're still watching. This is the one that I really want to get into at the moment, but I feel like maybe this is like kind of fool's gold. The reason is it's holding that VWAP, giving you that promise that it's going to bounce off VWAP. All the while, all the other traders are looking at IMVT and nobody cares about SLNO at the moment.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean? And I've been fooled into that before. I'm like, oh, perfect. It's retraced into my level. Now it's time to get in. And then everybody has kind of moved on from it, and they're doing something else. And $39 now is the high on IMVT as I look at it on my side chart. So we're going to skip back to that one. There it goes. And here comes a possible resistance level Tightening up, though, is a spread. Only 3 pennies at the moment, which was way higher. But $39 exactly. IMVT continuing to go here. But why stop at 39? Why not 40 or 50? Right? I mean, kind of a random level to stop. Yeah, sure, it's a whole dollar level. And we have had resistance at whole dollar levels now that I'm looking at it. Look at this 38 level over here. Lots of wicks into there. But there goes 39 max, 39.15. This one really getting going here, up 92 1/3. Continuing its strength to the north side. Wow, good day for Immuno. What is it called again?
Immunovant.
Immunovant, thank you. And it's clinical stage
And that
trial.
one does have a 10% short float. So there's
Not
something
bad.
there. And, you know, we've come up from $3.80 not that long ago. This one, the daily chart is just straight up. So
Not at all.
those shorts probably feeling it on IMVT. You know, what happens at $40
Bless
here?
you.
Maybe this one can halt up. Who knows?
You never know.
You know, the
Did it
float's
halt
only
today?
50 million shares.
It hasn't halted today, has it?
No.
I'm going to look at the 1 minute. No, it hasn't. Hold on. Is that? Yeah, it's a pre-market. No, it hasn't halted. No, it's been open the entire time. And the 50 period has just been absolute money on IMVT. Where is it over here? Oops. There it is. Let's zoom out. Look at the 5 minute, guys. Well, this one doesn't show it as well. Let me bring in the side chart. The 50 period, I keep saying this over and over, but it's just been absolute money. 39.40 now the high. Right into here, bounce. Right into here, bounce. Absolute money on this name. Shoulda, coulda, woulda. It looks good. We'll keep an eye on it and just make sure it doesn't huadunk on us. But 39.14 now, coming back down into 39. Is this as good as it's going to get? We shall see. Let's go back to Fisker, because Fisker came into my entry area again, the 50 period. Last time around, when we got close to the 50 period, we found a lot of buying. So let's see if we do get that move back up on Fisker. We're going to reject here off 647. You know, it's just a smidge below 50. We got that one profit taker there at 46s, but the one at 48 and 49 still yet to fill. Definitely not going to paper hand this one. I have a plan to get in at the 626 level, 627 level, this area over here of this trough over here before the breakout north. I'm going to see if it comes back into that level, I'll be looking to add. It's also a bit of a resistance level from earlier, but we'll have a look at Fisker and see what it's doing. And then before I send it back to Max, FEMY continues to go, making higher highs here, guys. 132. Tried to get this one off the 114, shoulda, coulda, woulda. But this one, yeah, having a lot of strength and holding VWAP quite well ever since retaking it again. Many dips into VWAP were bought up. This one's really going here, Max. FEMY now up almost 300% on the day. Started the day out sub $1. In fact, yesterday's closing print, 33.5 pennies. Now, we're $1 removed for that as we just came into that 134. Earlier, though, we were able to get into 143. So lots of strength on this name, above 300% now, continuing to go. It has been a small cap kind of day.
Oh, yeah. Definitely a small cap day if you want the long. I mean, other than Tesla, I guess, from those bottoms or your NVIDIA or whatever. NASDAQ kind of rejecting that, 21 period EMA on the 5 minute chart, which it's kind of been rejecting all day. So we'll see if we get some more bidding. Obviously, we take out that 14,725. You could expect some more downside. However, this time of day, usually you don't get those kind of breakdowns. So we'll see if we consolidate around here and end up breaking that later on in the day and see more downside. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, how much further? We can go a lot further down on NASDAQ. And those comments from the Fed were not good. I saw those when I was on vacation.
That sunk the market, man.
Higher for longer
Yeah.
again.
Yeah. But this time they actually had like specifics because they give a dot plot to where they think at a certain time the rates are going to be.
Yeah.
So basically they kick the can 25 bips down the road. So if they saw it, say 375 at a certain time, it's 4, right? I mean, and then the market was not looking at that. And then you have my friend Jeremy yesterday. We're kidding, of course. Jamie Dimon, guys. I know his name's Jamie. Katina man likes that. Yeah, he was in India yesterday. They got some conference there in India where investors are making their pitch, and he's like, man, we could see 6 and 7%. Now, I know Jamie Dimon doesn't speak for the Fed, but he is Jamie Dimon. And he's like, and he brought up one point that I actually kind of, it kind of got me thinking. And I was telling Neil about this morning. He's like, the move from, say, where we are now, 5.25, 5.5, to, say, 7 or 6.5 would be worse than the move from 0 to 5. That nobody's expecting that.
Yeah, that level of interest rates would be pretty catastrophic. I figure. Yeah.
Now, I don't know. We're just talking. We're spitballing here, guys. We're not making any pronouncements. But the fact of the matter is, Jeremy is he's a figure, and we should probably pay the man a little bit of respect there. Now, as I was babbling on about my friend Jeremy, I did bamboozle my way into an SLNO long. I am getting out if it breaks the bottom of 19 there. I'm looking for a possible move up through 2050 and into 21. But if it breaks 19, I will be out on this trade. We're gonna try our hand at this one as we move back here on FSR back into 40s.
Yeah, nice trade on FSR. Tesla not wanting to give it to me. So at this point, I'm thinking maybe just stop out below the 50 period. I mean, I don't love this. I want to see this back above 248 very quickly. Only gets to 60s, 65s. So we'll see. We'll see. 247.50 hold could make sense. I mean, we keep doing these dips on Tesla and then they get bought up very aggressively. So, again, if that doesn't happen here, I'm just going to bail out of this. I'm not going to hold it all the way back down to 246.50 again. That's, the risk to reward there doesn't make sense. So unless we're kind of bidding up right now, market kind of going down, Tesla's still up a little bit, kind of flirting with yesterday's close. I don't want to be holding this against me too much more than this. So let's see if this can go right now, and if not, just get out. So new low. What's the current low? 247.30s. So we make a new low below that. I will be punching out of this one. Tesla, too bad. Had the wrong price on this. That was the problem with that. That 247 was the price that I liked, and I'm getting long 248s. Doesn't make sense. That's my bad on that one, and stopped out on Tesla finally. So what else is going on? What happened to that FEMY? That one's still. FEMY is the and FSR, I think, are the exciting ones today.
Look at this.
Oh,
is what I'm
SLNO is
about,
going?
bro.
Oh, my God.
This is exactly why I got this dip trade in, for exactly this reason. Because it is nuts. That's why. All right, so I'm trying to wet my beak quickly before it turns its back on me, and I just know this one's going to turn its back on me. It's having trouble here. Oops. What did I just do? It's having trouble here at that $20 level max, and I feel like I'm going to be hitting the flatten button quite quickly. We got an 84 long. I got a 49 fill there. I was sitting in front of the 50, but here comes a Huadunk, and I expected it. I still have my stop below 19 because this one awfully, sorry to interrupt you, by the way, awfully volatile. And you get that wick quickly up there. And then
that's what kept happening to me today.
Well, that's why I have resting orders, because I know that I won't be able to get that if I'm not looking at it. And when you have 5 screens.
And that one's so illiquid that you can't even see the prices on the level too.
Right.
When it shoots up like that, you don't know where you're punching out. You're just like, get me out, hit the bid. But yeah.
Yeah, I gotta adjust my stop.
Not a bad
send
trade
it back
there.
to you quickly.
Okay. You adjust your stop. Yeah. I'm looking at FEMY above this 150. The volume is not that great right now, but we take out the high. Although you get this false break of this kind of, what do you call this, halt? Was this a halt? No, this one wasn't a halt, but you get a false break of this prior high here. Goes right back down, but it's holding the teal. It's not flushing off of that. So I'm thinking we can keep going on this one. I think similar to FSR, if you want to trade this below this current high, you want to be taking dips. You don't want to be taking breakouts on this one unless it's that like $1.50 level. And you look at the daily chart, kind of nasty actually on FEMY. But $1.50 is right there. Looks like it could work as a breakout price. Really, I mean $3 is the real breakout price on this one. We have a little bit of trading around $2.50. Maybe $1.60 as well. This $1.70 is that $1.65. I don't know. There's no like real clean breakout levels on the daily other than $1.05, which we are obviously well above at this point. But that is kind of where it's holding today. It held $1 very cleanly after that haul down. I didn't even notice this one earlier on when it did that. But yeah, I think $1.50. Those kind of even levels tend to work on these dollar stocks. So we'll see $1.25, $1.50, $1.75, then $2, $2.50, and $3. Got to get up there first. And again, no short float. So, you know, it's not as exciting as like the IMVT, which is now above 40.
Look at IMVT.
Oh my God.
We're
Okay, I got to pull this up.
here, man.
I was saying, what if this thing breaks 38.5 and then we get that real stop out move? And that's exactly what happened. 38.5 right there. Stop out all the way up to $40. Why didn't I trade this instead of Tesla? Oh my God. Wow, what a move. What a move on IMVT.
Nice.
I'm going to look at the weekly on trade ideas here to see if there's anything at all around these prices. Okay, let's pull this up. Here's the weekly on IMVT. Yeah, I mean, $44, and then, you know, all-time highs are 54. So I don't know. Does the volume pick up? It hasn't really stopped. The volume did decline earlier, you know, in the kind of mid-morning here, declining, finally takes out that 38, takes out that, you know, high of 38.25 that people were probably shorting off of, looking for like the failure of high of day and back into VWAP. Straight up after that, and volume now increasing, so getting back up some of these earlier levels. You wonder if this one has the juice to, you know, really keep going on this one. That's 43.50 would be the next stop, I think.
You in that, Katina, man? The IMVT? Is that why you're hitting the bang? Short the Katina man is short Meta at $300.20. So alert, alert, alert. Keep your eye out on that as we have the Neil setting up for.
That is a bang.
I thought because we were talking about IMVT, you hit the bang, you were in that. I'm like, wow. What is Sean doing in IMVT, bro? Yeah, surprised. I was up. All right, not that I would, you know. Nothing. That's just not your jam. You're a big cap kind of guy, right? All right, SLNO. He's got the Adidas tracksuit on, and I really like that. There you go. Dust your shoulder off there, Sean. All right, we get another fill.
That's the Ali G shirt, right?
Is that the Ali G?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Put the camera on the Katina, man. There you go. There you go. What's his saying? Hold on. He has like a couple of sayings that he's known for. Ali G. I'm not talking about Sasha Cohn. All right, guys, but maybe we'll get to that later because SLNO is pumping up, and now we've got multiple fills on the north side there, but we know the Khwadoom can come in fast, and it can come in furious. Hence why I've got all these resting orders here spaced like 10 cents apart because I want to take profits before the eventual retracement.
Booyaka shot.
What do you got? Yeah, there you go.
That was the chat.
John,
that wasn't me. That wasn't me.
John Del Segno.
PP.
Don Del Segno, one of Katina's boys over there. All right. We'll keep an eye on that. Now, FSR pulled back into my entry here, Max, but I'm looking to defend this 25 area. This was the area that we kind of had a bit of a bottom on over here, so looking to pick up some more if it comes into there. Still a couple of profit takers to the north side there that haven't filled. We'll see how this one does break even on the remaining balance, but multiple outs to the north side there. Keeping an eye on SLNO because sized in heavily here, looking for a continuation through 20, but all the while worried that this one really could turn on me. But the one that's really got everybody's eyes here and is continuing to go, IMVT, $40.18 high. It's at 39.75, dancing here between 40 and 39.75. It's getting spready. It's up to 10 penny spread again, as whatever the reason for the illiquidity at these highs is, 96% to the good. We're going to keep an eye on this one. Lamenting having gotten out of this way too early. Should have really held on for this one, but you know it came into my my entry and therefore I cut it. So that was a look there.
It's hard to hang on when it's up like 89% or whatever it was up at that point. Like, how much further is it going to go? Are you going to get to 100? Looks like yes. Did it get to 100? Currently at 96. up. I don't know what 100% would be. Well, what's yesterday's close, actually? IMVT 2028, so 100% would be $40.56. Almost got there. So looking at 100% on IMVT, I think next stop 43.50. It's just like hard to. Is this like a stairs up, window down kind of situation where it finally gives up a moving average at like 39 and then gives up another one, and then you're suddenly seeing VWAP before long? Maybe, but I like the increasing volume on this one.
You want to hear a daunting data point?
I do.
And not the one that we usually want to see. Let's go to the split, guys. The top 10% of earners in this country, in Canada, which is an estimated average of 174,000. If you make 1 3/4, you're top 10% in this country. Okay? In Canada, do not qualify for a mortgage if they purchase the average Canadian home at its current value of $754,000 with 20% down. Then a minimum income for that, Max, would be $180,000. What a lovely time to be alive. All right, guys. The bully.
You're already in the market, though.
Yeah, I know. I'm just talking about other people. Well, I want a house, bro. We keep talking about this. But anyway, the bully's at the big desk. He's going to take your lunch money. It's time for lunch money.
Neil was just explaining to me the bully aspect of lunch money. But
The non-bully aspect.
it's not that, Sharif. Come on, man. Let's go. All right. If you're seeing this for the first time, we're going to give you a whole bunch of reasons to stick around for the next couple of hours and some ideas to look at going into the afternoon. One thing we were talking about and touching on this morning, if you're with us, was, EVs in general have been across the board really strong so far today, but a ton of individual headlines involved in these as well. Specifically, here's Fisker. And I wanted to zoom out here so the past couple of days were visible for you, but that's about, let's call that average volume. And you can see the difference there compared to what's happening today. So almost 2x on the relative volume scale here for FSR. And if you missed it, they delivered, let me get this right, 900 total, not even per time period, total. And they're planning on getting to a point where they can deliver 300 per day. To whom remains to be seen.
It doesn't matter who they're delivering to because the short float is over 40% on Fisker. And that's, I think, the reason why you're getting an explosive move. Obviously, the breakout this morning, that's kind of happened. It's slowing down a little bit here. So I want to get to what is going to be next for Fisker. I was in the long early, did not hold on to it long enough, but I feel like that's always the case with these squeeze names. This is a daily chart. Nothing impressive about Fisker on the daily until you break out from 7. I think that's when it gets really exciting because you've had the same bottom range. You got to go all the way back to May or early May there, where you had the same triple bottom at about $5, and you've had the same top at $7. So room to $7, obvious, break through 7 with that short float. I'm going to be all over it. Look, I'm not saying it breaks 7 today, but I mean, the day that it breaks 7, I think a lot of people are looking for that trade. You're already starting to resolve to the downside. I'm going to come to the 1 minute here. You get a consolidation and then a drip. The question is, can it hold on to VWAP here? If your trend making a move into $7, I think you're looking for that VWAP bounce play. There's still room to go to the upside. I do like it a little bit better closer to that 6 area on some kind of a dip that it can hold. Some shorts are probably celebrating the move back in from 650. It's always a potential for a 650 break, but once it broke this consolidation here, I'm no longer thinking 650 break to 7. I'm generally thinking pull back in, try to hold that $6 area for Fisker. Unavoidable on a day like today to not look at, the small cap runners have been moving. I know Tesla had some moves, but let's be real. Fisker was at $5.50 on a day that it had news and a catalyst. It was on the radar with the 42% short flow. When that goes $1, that's almost a 20% move.
Crazy.
This is the day that you trade it, and the other 360, well, not that many 365 trade days in the week, but the rest of the year, you pretty much ignore this stock. Yeah. But when it does this, you got to be there.
Yeah, and that's what I was mentioning. Volume is the key, right? We need participation. Big, nasty, ugly reversal candle there on that FEMY. Yeah, just took out 150 and then just got slammed right back down to 130. So Be careful if you're having a look at FMEY today. All right, let's talk about Weave. Weave Partners, or no, it is actually just Weave. So it's WEAV, which is the deal that Affirm announced. So we'll talk about Affirm, but I want to make sure this Weave is actually a public company, so it's not nothing. We can pull up Weave as well.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at what's going on with Weave, like not a lot's happening to them. So I wanted to focus on Affirm today. You can see it's public. There you go. Actually, interesting support at 750 when I look at that daily chart, but it's a firm that I'm going to be interested in on the other side of that transaction. I think the daily chart makes it pretty obvious. This has a decent short float. It's 18%. It's not 42 like Fisker, but if you look at what happened, this has been pulling back for a few days in a row. You get right underneath this previous support level or resistance level, check that at $20, and there's a wick under yesterday. And then you get the rebound. And I love to see, like when you get any kind of a reversal, like a trend reversal, something like we just saw on that daily chart right into that 20 level, you just want to look for any small bounce is going to be good. So what I have here is you had the wick underneath 20. It already broke 20, got to 60s, put in a higher low, breaking a second time, a higher low again. Now you're trying to resolve that 20 level. It's not the Alamo in terms of looking at the daily chart, but that 20, going back to the daily, previous resistance, trying to become support. For the afternoon, I want to keep it simple.
Yeah.
You know, if we're breaking back out above that 20 and can take out 2020, I want the long breaking out that I gave it at 20 even. Right now, it's setting up a short underneath where it could take out the low, and you give that to 20 even. Let it go that 20 cents. Take whichever break happens off that 20 level. I'm not going to sit here and tell you, oh, you always have to know which direction something's going to go. Not really. If you can find something that has an explosive movement away from a particular price level, then it almost doesn't matter where it breaks, so long as you catch the break and then join the trend in the other way. The other thing it gives you is an opportunity to stay away from the stock if nothing happens. But Affirm at that 20 level, it's going to be here. Look, if we're still at 20 tomorrow, I'm going to be looking for trades off that, given how important that is on the daily. I mean, the consolidation, when you zoom that daily chart even further out, like this is just trying to wake up a little bit. So if it were to hold 20 in the longer time frame, that is a pretty bullish look for Affirm.
And a good practice to have on a day to have both directions kind of planned out in your mind on a day when the market is grinding along the lows right now. So yeah, heads up on Affirm. Let's go on. I was just reading through this, if you're wondering on this arrangement between the two. So Weave is a software company that works in the medical space. So this is essentially opening the door for Affirm to have access to medical clinics and more options when it comes to payment plans for patients, I guess, for medical clinics, which is kind of interesting. That's IMVT just popped up as well, just be aware, off the watch list this morning. So all of these little crazy ones starting to go once again. IMVT, I mean, IMVT is actually about 3 billion market cap, so it's not tiny, but yeah, worth a look.
Legit.
All right, let's go to this one, BEKE, which is KE Holdings in the real estate end of things over in China.
So, I mean, ever since the Evergrande and obviously the concern with the Chinese economy and a little bit of what's happening in real estate there, most people know that these names have been under some distress. And this is one that just looks pretty interesting, you know, given that it made a pretty decent move to the downside the last couple of days. Let me just pop out the 15 so you get an idea there. At the last couple of sessions, it's just been stair-step to the downside, catching a bit of a bid today. But when you look at the overall move, like you look at the daily chart, this at about 13, it's weird because 1360 is a level on Palantir, and oddly enough, this has a big monster bottom at 1360 as well. So it's getting pretty darn close to that level, which is, I think is gigantic, but we're not getting, it's unlikely we get there today, and that's not where I want to go with this. If you look just at the daily, on the way down to that 1360, there is this $15 bottom. So you bounce off the major moving averages, putting in lower highs after just rejecting 20. You bounce off 15, and now you're carrying underneath that 15 level on the daily chart. Pop on over to the 1 so we can see what's happening here today. It made the attempted bounce through 15 and has since reversed it. So it tried to break back out through that key support level at 15 even on a trend to the downside and is now holding underneath 15. Now the catch with this is there's been explosive downside for a lot of these Chinese, just names in general, but also very directly related to the real estate space. So if it were to fail here, you always have that chance that it is a complete flush out into that big support at 1360. So off of the 15 level, maybe a failed break at 15, a consolidation short underneath, you've got a lot of room to the downside, and things could get very explosive. Now, with all Chinese ADRs, and I always say this, and I will say it every single time, you do want the move to happen generally before 2:30, 3 o'clock. After that, it's very unlikely these things move very fast. A lot of times they'll go sideways, but there is a chance for a consolidation that not only takes it back into this morning's low or kind of overnight bottoms, but also into that 1360 on the daily. This was one that I saw the move yesterday on BEKE, and I was like, ooh, if it fails $15, this is going to be a part of lunch money. And then it failed a $15 break today. Look back over it, I'm like, okay, that's a failure of the breakout of 15. I like the setup of that trade. One you probably have to sit in for a little bit there, but I like the direction. You've got the right space. You've got something which is under pressure for fundamental reasons as well.
All right, we were touching on, going back to the morning this morning, we were touching on some interesting action in crypto specifically, but Coinbase, I wanted to start with this. This is Bitcoin on a daily chart. It went out to a line graph just because it looks a little bit cleaner, I guess. Back to 26. If you look at a daily chart of Bitcoin for whatever reason, they put all the dividing lines typically on a daily chart, so it gets a little confusing. Anyways, 26,000 here is the bottom end of that last little pullback there for BTC, but we've just been in this sideways chop once again for it feels like forever. Here's Coinbase, not really doing much, hanging out at day lows. There was a minor headline on an approval over in Spain today for Coinbase to operate further in that country, where they're still wondering, I guess, about question marks in the USA and their operations, or what's going to happen to their operations there. But I mean, interesting look here for Coin.
Yeah, it is an interesting look, but you know, the look that I like is we like flat bottoms around here, at least on the charts. That's what it's all about. And when they break, they can be explosive moves to the downside. Coinbase has just taken out recently this 72 flat bottom. And I always forget that I can do this like picture in picture, and I can just double click to the next chart. I'm like going back and forth from the daily and the short and not using it.
Michael Noss.
Yeah, shout out to Michael Noss and Trade Ideas. I love that feature. So you had a flat bottom break. It already happened at 72. You had 72, the overnight or the pre-market highs in there just above. You broke it twice, failed to break twice, and now you've got a local bottom at 71 it's trying to take out. So what I like for Coinbase is it's been a relatively weak day in the market. Obviously, there can be a bounce from here. These things do happen. But underneath 72, I like the short for that to continue to the downside. You've got a 71 break, which is looming. I might prefer it underneath yesterday's bottom at 70.75, taking a breakdown. But I think you want to join the trend because as I was sort of demonstrating here, like underneath that 72, any failure in there, I think I want to be joining trend in. You've got the 200 sitting at $65, plenty of room to the downside. It's been in a downward channel since failing above $100. That 112 level, absolute gold for the short on Coinbase. You have a couple of easy outs. Like if it breaks that 71 bottom, takes out that afternoon low from yesterday at the quarter, you get back out through the even. If it makes a pop during lunchtime, short off the 72 level as well, just joining the trend into the downside. And I'm likely, as long as you're under 72, I'm likely to favor this short into the 65 level on coin. As always, keep your eye on spot BTC. I don't think you want to engage in a short if Bitcoin happens to be breaking out, so you do want to keep your eye on the prize there. It's like you wouldn't necessarily trade, Microsoft without looking at what's going on in the futures or some other. You were looking at treasuries, like whatever it might be. You don't want to be trading blind to a big market move. I wouldn't necessarily trade Coinbase if I wasn't keeping an eye on Bitcoin.
Just seeing a note here on Amazon saying FTC antitrust suit successful. The result would be, or if their antitrust suit is successful, the result would be fewer products to choose from, higher prices, and slower deliveries for consumers. So some comments coming through from Amazon. Just be aware of that. I was just double checking on Disney. If you remember back to yesterday, we got that writer's strike progress, apparently. No, it hadn't been ratified yet, but there was a tentative agreement that had been reached, according to reports. This was very lackluster in result to that. I mean, obviously, they do a lot more than what has to do with writing movies and scripts and things of that nature, but still, you would have think there was some sort of reaction to that positivity. I was just double checking what happened here. I had left the desk already, but nice pop there for Disney on volume.
Yeah, decent move. I mean, it's bouncing off 80. And I think sometimes, every now and then, there's an idea that's relatively simple. And I think that is going to be the case here. Because if you look at it, right in that morning rush, just after 10 o'clock, this went right into $80, put in higher lows, double top here at 80.60. Looking at the daily chart, is going back over. It's got a double bottom on the daily at 80 as well. So the lunch money trade for Disney is look for the long off the 80 level. If 80 breaks, you got yourself an easy out. Now, that's obviously a flat bottom break if it goes to the downside and gets through that. And the stock is channeled down, but it's support until it's not. And ultimately, it might have a potential positive catalyst coming in. I understand here that the long-term, like the trend has been to the downside. You can go back. Long-term trend, I can tell you long-term trend on everything usually is to the upside, but at least in the last couple of years, it's not been very good for Disney. But the 80 level has proved pretty strong, at least for now. So if we get down there again, and again on a red day where you're sitting at 80.50, I think you have a chance to get back down into that price. I was thinking about whether I like the breakout here at 80.60. It's the lack of volume on the follow through. Like you had that bounce off 80 on decent enough volume, and there's a lack of volume right now. So I don't know that I like the breakout per se on Disney. But I mean, off that 80 level, that's probably good. I'd say today, and maybe you get a shot at it tomorrow and the day after that.
We were mentioning this morning as well, you know, if you go to AMC's chart, look at what happened yesterday on that same headline versus Disney. So as you said, volume, participation, lack thereof, definitely a problem when it comes to DIS right now. Roblox, quite the 2 days here for RBLX. Quietly yesterday, there wasn't anything significant that I could remember anyways. For Roblox, really nice $2 and change run up yesterday, 2.3 here to the upside. Again today on not much of a catalyst.
No, and I think this, like, it got our attention, and I always want to shout out the chat for being so great. Like, it's a great community that we have, and there were a lot of things that were running this morning. A lot of them were EV names that were beaten up, quite frankly, and some small caps that were fantastic, and then all of a sudden it's like Roblox is looking strong and breaking the high of the day as the market was weak. And I look at Roblox, the chart looks like it should have a short float of close to 10% if you look at some of the names that have a similar pattern to this, but it doesn't. It's only about a 3% short float. But it did just, let me get rid of that picture-in-picture. There we go. It just made a bounce off 25. I think what's happening here for Roblox is you get all the way back into 52-week lows at 25. You got to go back. This is like Christmas, actually. I'm pretty sure, I think that 25 bottom was actually on my birthday. For Roblox, but a bit of a double bottom on the daily chart there at 25 even. And if I had to guess, the catalyst is just that it's a bit of a relief rally off of this level. So into market weakness, it was breaking out. I think it's a short enough trend that to want to play the continuation, and it's going to make some sense. Even as the market's ground lower, it's resisted rolling over. I like that look. And the level I like for, you know, until it's underneath 26.5, I think you can still give it shots. Now it's going to break trend before that, but I think this could easily wick underneath trend, hold 26.50, and then try to continue to the upside. Look, the reason I like it for the bullish tone is A, it's relatively strong. It's not pulling back with the rest of the market. I don't want to think faded. I don't have an obvious resistance level to fade it off of. So if you join that trend off the 25 level, you're getting it in hopefully early here, and if the market were to bounce, it's been holding some strength all day long. This is one, I don't want to say it's for sure that we'll be watching this in the upcoming days, but that's the kind of level when you bounce off 25, I'm usually thinking shoot the next resistance, which is all the way up at 30. We've seen Roblox, like this is not even up that much today. We've seen Roblox have 10% days, no problem. When a major support level like that holds, it's up 2%. That just means it has a shot for more.
Overall, the market is still kind of grinding along the lows here. And it's worth mentioning, I think, when it comes to something along the lines of a Roblox, you know, given the grindiness, for lack of a better term, of this current pullback the market is in, you would think something like a Roblox would be first on the list of get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that, but not even seeing much volatility when it comes to a Roblox. I wanted to mention just real quick here, Amazon, down 3%.
Yuck.
On the day, if you're keeping score. It did pop up there on some of those comments that came through that I was mentioning from the FTC. So there was another one that was kind of interesting, essentially saying, so the main one, a win, so an FTC lawsuit win could mean fewer products and higher prices available on Amazon as a platform. They also said that the FTC has radically departed from its consumer mission. So not sticking up for consumers. What's so funny?
No, it's just the camera was on both of us as you were talking, and I caught Sean bringing lunch to his desk. So I did one of like these to see what the lunch was. You know, the sideways look, and then Ramin was laughing at me because Neil sees food, Neil looks at food. We're doing lunch money and food pop.
I mean, it smells great in here. I got to be honest.
It does smell good.
Let's be honest. We have the same thing every single day.
Oh,
So
it's a salad. But I think he stole some of the pasta up there, which looks delicious. One thing on Amazon, if we can, just because you mentioned it here, and we said this in the morning show, and I don't know if we get there, but the 126 level has been a decent support on this last little push to the upside. So since breaking away from that price, you have multiple wicks down at 126 on the daily chart. We're about $1.50 away from that. So Amazon, it's consolidation and breaking down again today, but 126 is a pretty significant level for it on the daily.
It's amazing that we're at these significant levels already on a number of these, and it's only been a few days here. When you zoom out and you look at the overall market and the pullback that we're in. But at some point, I mean, these need to be bought, I would feel heavily. Apple here, 172.50. I have to check my account. I think I still have a bid sitting at 172. I might not want that at this point, but
boom.
We'll see.
Buy the dip.
Yeah, no kidding. I can't believe it's all the way back to 172 already. But I mean, iPhone 15 headlines almost on the daily. Here, I saw somebody post a picture. Apparently, so the new outer material is titanium, and it's very bad when it comes to fingerprints. I was reading last night, and cannot be cleaned very easily. But tell me about Apple.
Well, the other thing I learned about Apple, and I just learned this yesterday, is that Sharif can apparently break it in two really easily, and that was one of the issues. That they tried to put it in some strength tests, the new iPhone, and then Sharif's like, I could bust that no problem.
Stop bullying Sharif.
Okay, fine. It wasn't Sharif. Like somebody on social media did a video of them breaking it, but I'm gonna go out on a limb and say Sharif's probably stronger than that person, so Sharif could break it as well. So, look, if you think Amazon is good at these support levels, well, you must really love Apple at 172 because it's pulled back further than Amazon. Amazon's like, what, 12 or 13% from the highs at current levels.
Look at that. Look at that chart.
Here, we're 15% or maybe a little bit more than that. Just, I think a hair over 15, maybe 16% off the highs on Apple. You guys can do the math. It's not that hard to figure out. Like 198 or 197 something. And we're down at 172.5 on the daily. I don't have to show you. Well, I'm showing you, but I don't have to tell you. We just mentioned that 172 is going to be key for Apple. You've got yourself a triple bottom, not quite there, but at 172.5. You got lower highs all the way through. And if you were to pop, it's been a dog all morning. I would tend to think you look for the short underneath 174 because 174 had been local support on the 15-minute down to 173.5. Well, what we have is a clear break of the 74 level, and then the 173.5 is resistance. So when a flat bottom breaks and then immediately support turns to resistance, I think you short that level, but you can respect this triple bottom at least throughout lunchtime. Now, as we accelerate in the afternoon, usually when we accelerate, going off those longs like that in a stock which is depressed, when it's a bit far away from that 172 can be a bit tricky. But at least for now, it looks pretty solid to just scalp that off 172.5. Certainly the short, right around 173.5, just joining the trend on Apple is going to make sense. But you're starting to come into levels. It's not just Amazon and Apple. I mean, there's multiple names that are pulling right back into major support levels all at the same time. You got the Qs doing it as well. So it gets really interesting because on a daily basis, you are getting monster support levels, either breaking down that you can take momentum trades on or simply holding support where you can look for these bounce plays. So, look forward to more of that. It gives us some plays that aren't just small cappers moving around for big opportunities. It gives you those big cappers as well during lunchtime.
It feels quick, to say the least, that all of these, as you said, are already back at these levels. Next, I think it's Wednesday. When's the 4th? Either Tuesday or Wednesday next week. We get the Pixel launch event Wednesday.
Yeah.
So October 4th is the Pixel launch event. Speaking of Apple, I mean, it'll be interesting to see. There's been a lot of fanfare and a lot of hype, depending on which side of the table you're on, Apple or Android.
Android.
We'll see. Same. We'll see what they come up with, but possibly. I mean, it hasn't in the past, but possibly some effect on Apple too.
It's definitely possible. Interestingly enough, it just because you mention it, just going to throw out there that as we were just watching Apple bounce off the lows, I mean, Alphabet is potentially breaking trend here on the 3. Like, it's made a bottom, and it's kind of running at this 128.40 high. So maybe some relative strength coming into this name in particular. This was ugly. And it wasn't on my radar. Obviously, a lot of, you know, you're looking at a lot of things this morning, Intel and the like, but it was just a clean 130 break on Google. It just, sometimes it is just that simple, because that's a 130 break with a 40 cents worth of risk if you give it the first resistance point. And then the stock is dropping $3. And there was a lot of that. I mean, yesterday, you essentially had the same trade in Li Auto, where you just had to be in the short with a local stop. And at 9:30, all you had to do was be on the bid, taking profits on the way down in. But Google, at least attempting to break the trend here at the bottom.
It's amazing to see the similarity between all of these that we're looking at right in front of you, Amazon, Google, any of the big tech names, even Apple, kind of looking similar right now. To the downside, I mean, you had Palantir on your list here. This was going back to last week, so
Yeah.
we'll give you the weekly Cathie Wood update. She dumped that much of Tesla, which is not nothing. 50 million worth she got out of. So 77,170 on Tuesday, 40,000, better part of 40,000 on Wednesday, 62,000 on Thursday. And then turned around and picked up 14 million worth of Palantir, and that's in the ARC-F fund, so the fintech fund. So 1.3 million shares going into Miss Woods. It seems weird. Yeah, she's not a fan of that either. But going into her pocket, so that's a decent chunk.
It ain't nothing. But like, as long as we're around this price level, I feel like this is going to be a regular feature on Lunch Money, because you think it's a coincidence that these levels are of interest here? Like, why would anyone want Palantir once it gets down to the $14 level? Well, I don't know, because that's where it's been bouncing, and it's pretty obvious, 1360. I mean, a hair under that a couple of times, but going all the way back to June, it's just been a fantastic buying opportunity at that price. And you can even take it a little bit further back, because you can go into May when it broke out that price, immediately rejected 15. Like, when it rejected $15 on the way up, that support was right underneath the $14 level. And since then, every tick underneath 14 on the daily has been a chance to buy the stock. Now, I'm bringing that up because at the time, when I was going over my list, this was failing the break at 14. It was kind of coming into the down, like, okay, we're getting underneath that 14 level at 1124. Okay, that's going to be close enough. If it continues to trend to the downside, we get to 1350, 1360. By the time we're doing this, things can change. You're back above the 14 level. But believe me, it is that 1350 that my eyeballs are on for Palantir. Every time it gets underneath 14, the bells go off. It's getting close to that level, and you want to be ready for it. Levels like that on the daily chart, you take them every single time till it breaks. Maybe you get 5, 6, 7 good trades out of it. Maybe the next time it breaks. Either way, you want to be there when you see a major support level like that. When in doubt, zoom out. And zooming out tells me that Palantir 1350 is a place to buy.
I was just talking about this when it comes to Cathie Wood. Just got me curious, so I pulled up Cathie's ARC here to have a look. Still number one, even with a 50 million worth of a sale. Still number one. And by a long shot as well. So almost 11% of the entire fund in Tesla.
Oh, block.
It's still pretty interesting to see Zoom number 2 there. Roku near the top of the list. Coinbase, UiPath, Square, Twilio. Yeah, I don't even see Block on here anymore. Oh, there
I saw it.
Yeah, it's here. It's here. I was trying to find Palantir. I know it's on this first page. I would think there it is. So 1.4% of the overall fund into Palantir, and this site, this great site if you're interested, is updated daily. So anything she did yesterday would be reflected there. So 1.4% for Palantir.
Yep, and transparent, just like we are at Trader TV Live, which I you have to admire. I mean, I think that's pretty cool. But it's just weird to see Block has been getting its butt kicked. Just gonna throw that one out there as we wrap it up here. Like Palantir, I like that level. Apparently, Kathy Wood likes to buy it at that price. It is just weird to be able to say when you look at that list that is clearly Zoom performing better than Block, and it's not even close on the daily. Like that's actually making higher highs and higher lows. Block is still trying to find a bottom. I don't know where it's going to be, but the question is she buying underneath it?
Statements you thought you would never say.
Nope.
I mean, the CEO leaving, at Jack having to come back and take over everything over at Block again. So, yeah, not good for them. All right, good stuff. Lunch money in the bag. A number of ideas to get you through the afternoon, guys. Let's go back over to the desk. Here comes Adara and Sharif.
Thank you very much to the big bullies for lunch money. I hope everybody kept a hold on their lunch. All right, Adara, welcome back.
Thank you.
How are you?
Happy to be back. I'm good. How are you?
Good. I can't complain. You're on the show, living life,
Absolutely.
breathing. You have one hell of a trade on at the moment, and that isn't Obi, by the way. You guys got Obi. You guys are exposing Obi's positions. He's short SPLK. Come on, how are we supposed to keep things DL around here? Adara, take everybody through your trade because you have one hell of a trade there on IMVT.
So this IMVT has been my trade of the day. That's basically the only thing I've done kind of since I started. So I was kind of getting in, and then I would get scared, and I would get out right away. So as you can see, I kind of did that for a bit here. Like it'd go up a bit, and then I'd get out before it got even higher. But then what I kind of realized was around here, as I noticed, like as it was doing this pattern where it would just kind of go down a bit and then go back up. So I stopped being scared. I just kind of followed the trend, as Neil's kind of always saying, right? Yeah. And then I was just waiting, and then I would get out as it got higher. So now I'm in at the 40 mark, and we're hopefully going to get to 41. So this has been really exciting. This has been, to me, a big test and a big example of like why you need to A, follow the trends, B, follow the catalyst, because this one did have a catalyst about one of its treatments, and then C, just commit. Like once you're in, trust yourself, know how it's going, know when to get out if you need to, but mostly, just have faith that it'll work out within reason. So that's my big trade of the day.
That's a hell of a trade. And
Thank you.
My favorite part was there. Show that screen. Look at that trough. Look at that. That is the one right there. Oh, we got to get your control key going there. Oh, there you go.
There we go.
Yeah, so then when you want to highlight everybody, there you go. Look at that, picking it up right at, so the technique there was you like the 40 level for a retracement, and then you're picking it right back.
Yeah, I liked as it was kind of going down, but holding steady a little bit, and then, following these seeing the dips, right, seeing where it would go back up.
Right.
So obviously it's not perfect. Like sometimes you can miscalculate, but here following the trend really worked in my favor, and I'm very happy that I'm still in it.
Fantastic. That's a hell of a trade. And by the way, in case you guys are wondering, IMVT up over 100% now, baby. It is showing up number 2 on my gap scanner. We'll talk about number 1 in a second. It's halted DMK. Shout out to Nimit for bringing that to my attention. It was sub 85 pennies when he brought it to my attention. Therefore, it was excluded from my gap scanner as I filter everything above 85. All right, I want to talk about SLNO because this is an amazing trade so far. In this one from 1984, we've been wetting our beak all throughout here. Every single fill on here has been a resting order. I did not get anything haphazardly, and the reason is it spends no time at these levels, guys, okay? It touches that level, and then it will retrace back 50 pennies, 75 pennies, what have you, in that area. So in the next one out here, lucky number 69. We're sitting at 2169 to get filled. That's the one I'm sitting, and I only have about 3 more outs left on this one. So we're gonna have to take our outs carefully at the moment as we are almost exhausted in our position. So this one, getting it off VWAP, that was the whole theory, that was the whole reason for the trade. So here, let's have a look at it from the 5-minute chart. We dip into VWAP here at 950. Absolutely gets bought up. We get off that 17 1/3. We go all the way to 25 even, and then retrace right back down. We have a period of consolidation, then we retrace into VWAP, but it holds the VWAP very, very well, and essentially holding VWAP in that 19 level. And then what I did was I'm like, okay, If it's going to hold it in and around there, what we'll do, we'll get in, and then we'll put a stop right below 19, right below VWAP. That was the idea. We're risking about, let's say, $1, right? Made $2 already, 2-to-1 trade, and we're still holding on for more. So we're looking for this one eventually to take that 22 level. Look at this period of consolidation from around 10:35 to about 11:15. Yeah, sure, you break above 22, but there's no closing prints, or all wicks above that 22 level. So clearly an area, a local area of resistance. If you're able to get above it and close above it, who knows? Maybe we do test that 25 again, but it's an excellent VWAP hold on the day. My concern with this one was that everybody and their mother's cousin was looking at what Adair was trading, IMVT, and there wouldn't be any eyes, or there wouldn't be enough volume on SLNO to move it. Looks as if there's enough room out here for everybody as this one continues to go to the high side. Let's talk now a little bit, Adair, about this DMK. This one was sub $1. It was a penny stock, essentially.
Okay.
That showed up on the scanner DMK. I typed that wrong. I believe it is on the NASDAQ, yes. So this one is open, guys, and it gapped up to $1. Where did we get up there? We got to $1.33. That's the HOD. We're at $1.28 right now, $1.29. Very strong, up 189%. Do I see a catalyst? I don't. Oh, maybe I do. Here it is. DMK Pharmaceuticals Corporation, granted patent number, whatever, for opioid use to reduce and or treat drug addiction. We know that opioid addiction is absolutely rampant this side of the border and south. So anything to help with that definitely will be treated well by the market. That is a monster TAM. Total addressable market. I know that they use methadone nowadays, but that's kind of like, you know, a little bit older. This one looks like it's going to halt here at $1.40 if it stays. No, false halt, comes right back down. Very strong, though. I do like this headline. This is a monster TAM. Keep your eye out for this one. This could be a multi-day runner. Let's talk about the company details. 9.1 million share float. I'll get to what. Do you know what that is? We'll talk a little bit about that, yeah.
Yeah, in general, yeah, but not as specific.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll talk a little bit about that. Essentially, it's the amount of shares out there authorized for trading.
Okay, right,
Yeah.
okay.
So if it's a small one, if it's a small amount of shares that are available for trading, it makes it a little bit more volatile.
Okay,
That's
that makes
really
sense, yeah,
kinda
because
what
there's
you have
people
to know about.
competing over
Yeah,
less. Okay, so that makes
exactly.
sense, okay.
So the smaller, the more volatile. Some people like that, some people don't. Some people are like, no, this is kind of risky.
Yeah.
I ain't about that life. And some people are like, yeah, give me all the risk, right?
Yeah.
So it really depends on your persuasion there.
Okay.
But yeah, 9.1 million share float. It has a market cap, and I don't mean to laugh, but 11.41 million. That is very small for typically things that we trade. We're talking usually in the hundreds of millions or billions. So keep your eye on this one, but it shows up. This could be a multi-day runner, guys. An opioid headline and a patent number, not vouching for the actual effectiveness of the drug, but I know that it is a monster total addressable market. And this is a Canada? That's gc.ca.
Oh.
Okay, so I think this is like a Canadian headline because the website they have linked here, that's government.canada. It is. Yeah, the Katina man confirming that. So this is looks like it is a Canadian patent that was given by the government of Canada. I clicked that link, and it's telling me we have a problem with that page. So get it together, government of Canada. You guys need to get it together. But let me tell you about this one. Look at SLNO go, baby. This one is going to the moon. It's up above 23 now, 23.50. But really, we are very, very spready here. One more out left on this one as it breaks through 22 like nobody's business. Does this halt? 430% Adara to the high side. Did we get a halt out of this one? I mean, we haven't gotten a halt all day. Oh, well, we did.
I was going to say, I think earlier they had one.
Yeah, well, you're right. We
But
did
it's
have
been a
multiple
while.
halts. Yeah, I got confused out with the one that you're trading,
Yes.
IMVT, which didn't have a halt. But
Yeah.
great move on SLNO there. We're going to just leave the rest to kind of ride.
Small cap pharma season. It's today. It's all small cap pharma all the time.
It is, right?
It's
Good
amazing.
call.
It's a great time.
Good call. All right.
Yes.
I don't know what the hell that means, Grenar Whale. But, oh, he's talking about what happened in the Canadian Parliament the other day. Yeah, we don't talk politics here, buddy. But that's just, yeah, it's a mishap. In any event, what else are you looking at? So we know you've been all over IMVT. Anything
Yes.
else on your radar?
I was looking at DraftKings for a bit. I was kind of in and out of that, but nothing crazy. I will say once I kind of discovered IMVT and life hacked, for lack of a better term, IMVT, that's what I've been doing ever since. Like this has been my child, for lack of a better term, for now. I'll probably, because we were at 41 for a second, then we went back down. If we get back above 41 for a while, it's showing some strength, a little bit higher, then I'll maybe get out just to cut my losses here. I'm happy I've been in this for as long as I have, so.
All right, that's it. I'm done my trade.
Oh,
So
nice.
we take a $4 winner there. 1984, we get it at 23.84. So that's
Awesome.
Yeah, well, that's the end of that one. Small cap. I used to call them small cap crappers.
Yes, okay.
But it was a play off the word gapper because they were gapping up.
Yeah.
And then it displeased some people in the chat, so I kind of retired it a little bit. Maybe we should bring it back. But anyway, let's do a little bit of a segment. So.
Okay.
You've been obviously killing it so far. Is there anything that stood out to you? Be like, oh, I wonder about this. I wonder about that.
Okay, so I was going to ask about short sells. So how does one execute a short sell, and when is it the right time to do a short?
Oh, perfect. Great
Okay.
question. So there are two ways. One, there are free shorts. Usually you get those shorts available for like the common stock. So if you're talking about your Teslas, your Amazons, you don't have to buy those.
Okay.
The rarer ones, like the ones that we're trading SLNO,
Yeah.
this one you won't be able to short that willy-nilly. You're gonna have to go into a manager's account. Usually you're either messaging Brenkels, a dude in the back over there, or some other person with a manager's account on the floor, and you're like, hey, I want 100. Yeah, I know. Hey, I want 100 shares short of whatever stock, or 200 or 300, and they'll quote you a price. They'll be like, okay, look, per share, it's gonna cost you X amount. Then you do your math. You're like, okay, how much money do I need to make if it's going to cost me X, Y, and Z?
I see, okay.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so then you're able to secure your shorts like that. And typically with Day Trade the World, we have shorts to almost everything.
Okay, that's
you
awesome.
can't say that with the other platforms.
Yeah.
They just don't have them, right?
Yeah.
Like I'll show you, like for example, look over here on my chart. See the light green?
Yes.
Those are all available for short. The dark ones are not available. So if I wanted to go short DMK right now, I can't.
Yeah.
It's not available for me.
With the light green. Okay,
light
so that's
green,
that's a lot of options then.
Exactly. So that's the move there. And when you want to go short, obviously, is when it's having a weekday.
Okay.
Right? That's basically what you're looking for. Obviously, it's more nuanced than that. But
Yeah, like there's more analysis, but
Yeah.
that's generally the vibe. Okay. Awesome.
exactly.
That's good
So
to
that's
know.
when you want to go short. And
Yeah.
you're basically, the function of that is you're borrowing shares from somebody who owns them.
Yes. Okay.
Them into the market, and then you're going to buy them back at a lower price, and then you keep the diff.
Okay. Perfect. So then that's how you earn on a short.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
Fabulous.
That's a look. Anything you want to bring up? Because I think we really kind of struck a good chord with people yesterday when we were doing a lot of explaining. Be like, you guys are always using these bigger words and stuff that we don't understand. And, getting into that with you and I yesterday, people were pumped about that. So.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, that's it. So I'm done this SLNO trade. That's the end of it for me here, and we're going to have to look for another one. I want to update you guys on my L. This was an L on Fisker. We had some good outs here on this 635 top. We got the 646. I added when it came back into that 626 level, and the reason was, look at this bottom over here, this trough. I wanted to add into this area, but it was not to be, and it continued to head south. So when it broke that 620 level, I got out, gave it about 5 pennies worth of risk. That ends up being an L, but it is at an important level, Fisker. What level, you ask? Well, VWAP, that's the one. And it just touched VWAP right here on my chart, 608, now bouncing into 612. Let's wait for confirmation that VWAP is going to be a support level here. It's already up big on the day. It was up over 20%, retracing now into 15. So do we get support at VWAP? Yes or no? Maybe so. We'll have to wait. I'm not going to just jump into this one willy-nilly. Let's see if this one can give us another opportunity possibly for a move up, or we'll take it with short, and we'll talk about that if it happens, Adair.
Yes, fabulous. Yeah, I was looking at Fisker for a bit, but then I kind of, it wasn't really working for me. It wasn't, and then, I mean, I've been in the IMVT now, so I'm good. Actually, just over here, as you can see, it actually, yeah, it's over, I'm over $1 because I got in at 40 even. So we're gonna ride this out for a bit and see how it keeps going. Very pleasantly surprised. This is my big trade of the day. Very happy. Just shows that trading with a catalyst and following the trends can pay off. So this was this big day for me, big learning opportunity, and I'm happy it worked out.
Fantastic. Anything else on the radar? I mean, you were looking at, I think you said, what you were looking at?
DraftKings for a little bit. I have Femi up on my side chart, but it's right now it's not something I also like because the amount is not really like, I don't know, I'm not super confident with Femi right now. But yeah, I think I'm also the type of person where I get a little skeptical being in multiple trades at once just still because I'm like newer still.
Of course, no.
So I think for now I mean, this guy's at 41.30 right now, so I'm gonna see if it hits 41.50 and then maybe bow out and then I'll see what else is out there. But I'm probably gonna stick with the small caps.
Yeah, small cap kind of day like Max and I were talking about
Absolutely.
earlier. It's not always like that, but you know, when they're kind of cyclical too. What's funny about them is that you may see them for a few days, maybe even a few weeks, and then they'll go quiet.
Yeah.
You won't see them for a little bit of time, so you're gonna kind of grab them by the neck when they're there.
Well, yeah, like even I remember when I was first starting, ICCT was huge
Remember
for
that?
a couple days, and then it like tanked like 20% or something, and it's crazy. To me, that was a huge lesson. Like these things do not last. Get them while like tomorrow. I'm sure we will not be talking about IMVT in a positive way or SLNO, right? Like they're trading off of the news. You're following the news, and then it changes, and it doesn't have like that longevity of some of those bigger charts.
I couldn't agree more. What was I going to mention to you? That one you were in yesterday, AXLA.
Yes.
Same deal.
AXLA,
right?
yeah. I don't. AXLA and I have we've departed. It did not go well for me. The whole anxiety was real, and AXLA's. We need to make me more cautious now of halts because again, that was another thing that made me skeptical about SLNO.
Yeah.
So it was a good learning opportunity, but AXLA and I aren't besties. No.
You're not besties?
No,
Or
I'm
you
not.
are
AXLA and I are not besties. No.
Cut.
Yeah.
That's
cut
it.
the cord.
AXLA,
maybe
you're
if it
gone.
has like another good season, we'll see. But for now, I mean, I think like, but again, kind of as we were saying, right? The small caps have their day in the sun, and then they go hide under a bush for a while, and that's kind of how it goes.
Like that under a bush. Yeah, good point. Get out of here. You're no longer wanted.
Bye bye. Yeah.
DMK. Let's talk a little bit about this one. This was a halter. So this is doing what we call a bit of a compression pattern, albeit it is on the 1 minute chart. By compression, I'm talking about it creating higher lows, but also lower highs. So if you were to draw a trend line, it's compressing, so to speak,
It's getting
right?
smaller.
Yeah, so look at this. So if we were to draw this trend line over here, you got downward highs, but you got upward lows. And typically, well, so say the books, right, whether or not it's accurate, it typically resolves in the direction of the trend. In this case, obviously, we're up 178%, and the trend is your friend. I'm sure you've heard that.
Yeah.
Obi
Until the
says
end.
it all the time. Until the end. There you go. So maybe, just maybe, we should like, well, I'm talking about myself when I say we.
Yes.
Get into a long here, possibly for a 150 test. Now, we'll have to wait and see. The other level that's important that I would say on DMK is this halt level. Halt levels, at least for a little bit, they typically act as support and resistance.
Okay.
So if you're looking to the downside, maybe you'd want to sit at that $1.10, $1.11, maybe a $1.09, where it halted on that move up and then get a little bit of a bounce off there. You saw Max take that bounce earlier, right? And that is a trade that we often take, a bounce trade off a key level, right?
Okay.
So we'll have to wait to see how this one resolves. Obviously, it's like we talked about, lower float, very dangerous.
Yeah.
It's look how the tape is moving. It's wide.
Yeah.
Right?
The spread, the spread is changing too. Like it'll be short for a minute and then it'll be wider. Like watching the DMK tape is nuts.
Shout out Anu View. You are more than welcome on that trade. I hope you killed it. I hope you absolutely murked SLNO as it just made a 25.94 high. Call it 465% Adara. It's flirting with 25 right now, but it was nearly at 26. And there goes DMK. I'm digressing because things are moving so quickly. This doesn't typically happen on the midday show where we have all these movers. But there goes DMK through that $1.35. Does it break highs at $1.39? That's as best as we could do it around 12.36 or so. We'll see if this one resolves, but looking real good right now off that 109 halt, looking maybe for that $1.50, and there it goes, new HOD at 142 or 141. Does it hold up at these levels? I don't know what the halt levels are. I would just love to have halt indicators on these charts to let us know where it's going to stop out at. But I guess for now, we're just going to have to look at the book and see where it's stopping out at. 211% for this name. The compression pattern does end up resolving in the upward direction and making a new high there.
Awesome. Yeah, I'm trying to get out of this IMVT right now. The spread has kind of been getting a bit, like now it's a bit smaller, but it was a bit wider there, and it's getting more consistently lower. I'm going to try to wait to see if it gets a bit more consistently above 41 again, and then I can get out. But I mean, this is a net positive. The fact that it's already at 41, I started at 40. I'm overjoyed. I'm happy no matter what it does now. I'm not really going to be complaining because I'm just happy to have been in the trade.
We have a question for you, Adira.
Oh, we do. Okay.
Our friend Zion Lala says, Adira, can you give me some brief on how you feel when it hits your stop loss and then goes in your direction? Has that ever happened to you yet? Oh, the Katina man's here.
Just want to make sure she has something. Oh, she does have it.
Yeah.
they're
Yeah,
on.
Sharif said it for me.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You just got to move it this way.
Oh, right.
Oh,
so
that's,
you can kind of see.
that's really good. Yeah.
Okay.
Everybody, yeah, keep it that way so everyone
Oh, okay, I
knows
see.
where
So
your
everyone
stops
knows where.
are.
where
Yeah,
it
there
came.
you
Okay,
go.
Perfect. Thank
So
you.
I'll repeat the question for you because the Katina man was, getting in there. Adira, can you give some brief, explanation on how you feel when it hits your stop loss and then goes into your direction? Has that ever happened to you yet?
No, that hasn't happened yet. I mean, I guess I'll see how I feel once it happens. You know what I mean? But yeah, I think in general the losses stress me out a bit. It's like about trying to find that right place to set your loss. Because I think earlier, kind of how I touched on my earlier IMVT trades, like over here, I was setting it the second that it got up a little bit because I was so worried. Like,
Guys, go to her screen.
Oh yeah, sorry. So just around here, the second it was going up a bit, I was setting my stop because I was so worried it wasn't going to get any higher. And now I feel like it's kind of about, I guess, waiting out the trend for me for stops. But yeah, I haven't had that exact scenario yet. So we'll have to see how that goes, how I feel about that at the time. But yeah, I mean, losses are stressful. You just got to do what you can to minimize your loss while also maximizing your gain. Yeah.
Are you still in the position?
I'm
on
out.
IMVT?
Yeah, I'm gonna get out probably in a second, but
Okay.
I'm still there right now.
I think you're still long, right? Because it's not reflecting on the position.
Oh, that's
board,
weird though,
actually.
because I'm still in it.
Okay. Well, we'll look at the position board. By the way, guys, DMK surprise halted to the downside at $1.19, I believe. Where did we stop out? Yeah, $1.19 there. Big move down off that 144 high. It makes a high and then comes right back down. The bamboozlement is fast. It is furious on these small cap gappers, but we are still above that $1.10. And this is why it's important. That $1.10 here is where the halt level was. It was essentially at $1.09, but we're rounding to the nearest tenth there. $1.10 hasn't broken that yet. I'm not making a suggestion you should be buying off that level, but oftentimes these previous halt levels do act as an area of support. So maybe, just maybe, when this one reopens, we bounce off 110. We'll have to keep an eye on that. But make sure, if you're doing that, you're sizing in correctly based upon what your risk appetite is, and make sure to have stop losses here. I mean, I probably personally would have my stop loss at like 99 pennies, 98 pennies, give it 9 or 10 pennies of risk. But, do you trade your own book, as the big kahunas like to say. Thomas Johnson, Sharif, will the SPY make it back to 430? My friend, I never ever look at the SPY. I look at the futures contract, the ES, but let me have a look for you at our friend, the SPY. Let's go, SPY, enter, 430. So we technically have a 49.82 HOD on the SPY. Let's type in the ticker here so that we don't get an angry mob attacking me, that they can't see the ticker. And all right, so yesterday's close, by the way, 432 and a quarter. All right, but then we gap down. We gap down big. Off that 432 and a quarter, we end up opening up at 430 and a quarter. So $2 gap down on the SPY. We're already down 1%. We make it back to 431 and then lower lows, lower highs all throughout. The only moment of reprieve is this right here, where we haven't made a lower low quite yet, but we also haven't made a higher high. So to get that higher high, I would suggest to you we have to break that 428 and a half, maybe even 428 and 3/4, depending on whether you're looking at the closing print or the wick, right? We're still kind of in no man's land at this area, no woman's land in this area, right? So we're going to have to wait. I'm not looking to get long at all the SPY on today. We're down over 1%. I don't know. How do you feel about that? Do you have a look at the overall market? I can show you how to do that, by the way, if you want to pop up a new chart. Yeah,
So
just
just
type SPY, and then it's on the Amex. So you're going to type in A. First one. There you go.
Fabulous.
I'll bring it in so everybody can see it.
All right. Okay. Oh, it's down like 1%. Okay.
Yeah.
Just bring it over here.
Yeah. There you go.
Oh my gosh.
And then I'll show you another trick.
Okay.
See the magnifying glasses? See the third one that doesn't have a plus or minus on it?
That one.
That one. Oh, it's already done. Okay.
Okay.
How come it's so zoomed in like that?
I don't know.
Maximize the window. Let's try that.
Oh, maximize the window.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's give that a try. That's a bit better. And then maybe, oh, here's a nice trick. If you hold control and then use the this roller thing.
Oh, there. Okay.
There you go.
Wow. Okay.
There you go.
So quite the day.
Yeah, so look back. Look where we were previously. No, like the other way, left. Yeah, so we are on pretty much a downtrend here.
Yeah.
How do you feel about that? What's the look there?
It's not super positive. I think it's a bit of a down day for sure.
Yeah.
Like we're seeing like a little bit of highs and going back to lows. I mean, even like looking at the sector watch earlier today too, we saw that too, where pretty much the entire market was red. This Tuesday is not loving the market, and the market is not loving this Tuesday. That would be my.
I like it.
That would be my verdict
Absolutely
on that.
accurate. Absolutely accurate. Yeah, the SPY is a bit of a toughie to trade today, guys, to be quite honest with you. This gap down, it's not showing me much here. Now, let's look a little bit here at support levels. And I'll tell you, we haven't been down here in a while, so we're going to have to go to the daily. And this is what I was talking about. Look at these June lows. We've already broken June lows, guys. That trough that we made in June, we got to about where did we get there? We got 431 and 1/5. Let's 19, we'll call it 1/5. That was the low in June. We've broken that. We already made a 426 and 2/3 low today. So where do we find support? Well, the chart is yelling at me here, 415. Look at this crest over here back in January, and then where we topped out in February. We know February was the worst month of the year until August and now September, but essentially from February, late February, early March onward, you can see it was a big boy uptrend. So I'm going to have to say where we do find a solid area of support on the SPY is going to have to be that 417, 418 to 415 area, this general area over here. And then you have multiple touches on it too. It's not just that late February, early March look. You actually have touches on it in April as well, and it was acted as a level of resistance into May. And then we finally broke through that in May, and then we were able to stay above it. So to me, 415 to 417, 418 definitely looks like where we could bottom out possibly. But when I looked at the SPX, let's look at the SPX. This is the index. I looked at it this morning. 4,300 was an important area for us as well. This is the SPX daily chart. Let me put the commentary on there. SPX daily. All right. This was the August high last year before Jackson Hole sunk the market and we made the October lows. Okay. Can you bring it a little smaller, guys, so that they can see the bottom? There we go. Perfect. So this is right here. This is the August highs, mid-August highs. This was Jackson Hole last year. And then Huadunk goes the dynamite. We come all the way back down into 3,500 in mid-October. And then we were basically making an uptrend since then. So today, this morning, I said 4,300. That's going to be an important level. That's an obvious area of resistance. Previously, we were looking for it to be an area of support. And we've already broken through that. Not on a closing basis, though. We've gotten to 42.85.5. That's a low on the day on the SPX. But I would suggest to you the closing print is the more important of the print. So look for possibly here 4,300 to be a support level. But I don't know, man. I think we got more bearishness in us. I think this 4,300 is going to go because I don't know. I think we've got more. There's just really no good news in the pipeline, at least for me in the moment.
Yeah, that's fair. Well,
Yeah.
especially too with everything with the interest rate hikes as well. Like it makes sense that things would be moving in a bearish direction on that downward. Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah, it makes sense. I stand by it.
I agree. All right, let's take some questions from the chat as people are lighting up the tags here. Reliable Rudy, shout out to Reliable. BFRG, so close to going. I've been so patient on this move. Let's look at what Reliable is talking about here. Let's load up our friend.
I was looking at that one
Were you?
earlier as a small bullfrog. I think It's another small cap, but I didn't really get much into it. I didn't get into it.
You want to have a look?
Yeah, I can take a look here.
Sure.
I'm just trying to keep an eye on this.
Yeah, no, I don't blame you. What's it called?
The
Doing multiple
IM.
things is
Yeah.
part of the job.
Multitasking. There you go.
There you go. Yeah.
That's the part that's still making sure you got to balance it out, right?
Yes,
That's the
ma'am.
big thing. And
I think it's on the NASDAQ.
oh,
Yeah.
never mind. There you go.
Yeah, it's all good.
That's the big trying to memorize all of the different
Oh yeah.
exchanges that things are on. Like I feel like I'm like every time I think I know what exchange something's on, it's like, oh wait, never mind. Oh, yeah, okay, I'll bring that over here.
Maybe have a look at the 5.
The 5,
Remember how
okay.
I showed you? Yeah.
Yes.
And then maximize that bad boy.
And then big
You can
screen.
see it. There you go.
Yeah, okay.
Interesting look there.
Okay, so it's going up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Remember what we talked about yesterday? The picking up the fact that it's making higher lows.
Yes, yeah. So higher lows. So it seems like it could be headed up. Is I think the right right? Because it's like you've got
Agree.
higher lows.
Okay, I'm just gonna have to do a quick test trade here on my friend DM. We have to please the production team or they get very disappointed, guys. So we'll get out of that real quick. So I did. It's working on mine. For some reason, Adara's position is not showing up. We're gonna fix that. We know why? Okay. Well, we're gonna fix that, guys.
Okay.
But Adara is long. Do you want to tell them where you're long? Go ahead into your side screen there, and then look at your stock. Where are you long? What price does it say?
40.
$40 on the dot.
Yeah, 40.00.
Yeah.
Yep.
So Adara is long $40 on the dot on IMVT, guys. All right. So she held that trough like an absolute champ. Shout out to you, Adara.
Thank you. Well, I was getting nervous for a while because you can see it super dropped here, and then I was like, oh my, like at one point it was below 40. It was like, oh my gosh, I should have gotten out earlier. It's on its way back up. I think the second it hits 41 again, I'm out. This was a very stressful time for me, but I'm happy it went well, and I think this is the longest I've been in a trade as well. This is my longest long, so thank you. I'm very happy. This was a good day, and I'm really happy I was able to do it live and kind of share it with everyone here. And
People are really appreciating it. I know you. You're probably not monitoring the chat at the moment.
Oh,
but
yeah,
people
no,
loving it, baby.
I'm
All
happy
right.
to hear it. Thanks.
Let's go on here. Luke Schoon, Head and Shoulders, question mark on what, Luke? I'm not sure. Are you talking about the SPY that I was talking about, or are you talking about something else? So tag me again, and I'll have a look at that. Thanks very much, Matt, for that. Thank you for your kind words. Reliable says thank you. All right. Shout out to you, Adara, for having a look at BFRG there. Let's see what else. Michael Lloyd. Did you know Adara is of Arabic, Greek, and Hebrew origin, meaning virgin, beauty, noble? Did you know that?
I did know that.
Okay.
There's like a couple different, different languages have kind of their own definitions of it. I think
Makes sense.
the Greek beauty one was the one my parents went with. I discovered recently too, there was one in Wales, which is catches birds,
Oh.
which I really liked.
Celtic?
Yeah, Celtic, like
Nice.
the whole, I like bird motifs. I was into that. So that was cool for me. But yeah,
cool.
I mean,
Bird motif.
yeah, it's a unique name with different meanings for sure, depending
Awesome.
on, yeah.
Awesome. All right, Luke, Head and Shoulders for the SPY. Sure, let's have a look. By the way, it looks like DMK is going to halt again, by the way, guys. Here at $1.45. So we're not involved in this. This could be a false halt. No, it is not a false halt. Halted, 145. DMK, the gift that keeps on giving. Oh, baby. This one headed north. But, oh, by the way, I mean, look at this hold, guys. Remember we were talking about 110 being a possible hold here? Well, have a look. This chart is a little bit skewed because of all the dark pool wicks, but here, this 110, and look where it comes down to. Where did that come down to? 112. Shout out to 112 where the players dwell. But right up into that area, that general area, and then boom goes a dynamite. The area of the halt, always an important area to chart on your, to make sure you to mark on your chart, as it does act as support and resistance, especially with these small cap gappers. Now, having ranted on about that, let's have a look at the possible head and shoulders here on the SPY and see what Luke's talking about. So we'll have a look. No, that's the SPY. Pardon me, guys, while I fumble with that. All right, now, Luke, are you talking about the intraday chart, or are you talking about, because right now, you know, look, to me, no. To me, I don't see it. What I do see, though, is a downward channel where you have lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high, lower low, lower low, lower low, and then possible a lower low off a move back down because you haven't made a higher high. So I don't see this as a head and shoulders. I see it as a downward channel with now a developing period of consolidation between 427 and 428. The only way to get out of that, in my opinion, is to break that 428.5, 428.75, and then break through the channel where you're creating a series of lower highs and lower lows. That's the way I see it. I don't see it as a head and shoulders, but I don't know if you're talking about the 5-minute or the intraday time frame, or whether you're talking about the daily. So shout out to you there. If you want to tag me again in the chat, I can have a look at that for you. All right, let's look at the other Anurag says, Sharif, can we see levels on UNFI 25% down today? Absolutely. UNFI, what is this? United Natural Foods? Ooh, what a move down on UNFI. Let's find out some deets on these guys here.
I'm just doing a test right now.
All right, what do we got here?
Okay.
So first and foremost, let's look. We're down 25 1/3. It's a mid-float, 57.5 million shares. Do we have a catalyst, though? United Natural Food plunges after earnings guidance misses by a wide margin. That's not what you want to see right there, so we're not going to read through this whole article, but it's an earnings miss. It looks like the guidance was the cause. Let's go ahead here and have a look at the half-an-hour chart. All right, wow. So you had a long period of consolidation, and then you're really breaking through these levels here. UNFI, we're going to have to zoom out a lot more than that to figure out where the levels are going to be at. So let's go here to the 4-hour. Oh, I got to go more. 4-hour. There we go. Wowzers, Adair. We got to go to the daily on this because we're not finding any levels. Okay, so finally, we find levels. And I'm going to have to tell you, that 15 looks interesting. So I would be surprised today if, maybe we don't make a move back into 15. That's a tough one. Look, the reason I say 15, May 2020, you get a 15 hold. October and September 2020, 15 hold. Late October, early November, 15 hold. Again, in December, 15 hold. That's the last time we were here. Now, if we give up the ghost on this 15, the obvious level of support is this 13. Look at these two crests over here on UFI. That takes us all the way back to March 2020. Is that COVID? Yeah, that is COVID. That was the initiation of COVID. You have two rejections off that 1250, 13 area. No, I'm going to say 1250, not 13. 1250 before you had an eventual move up in mid-May right through that $10 hold, got all the way up to 2220. So personally, I'm thinking here, if we don't retrace back into 15, then you're definitely looking for that 12.5. At least that's where it is on the daily chart. Now, I should probably tell you that a lot of different people have different ways that they, will say, okay, this is, we're confirming this to be a breakdown level. Some people look for a 3% rule. It's breached the level by 3%. Some other people will look for a 3-day close rule. Like, no. It's got to close below that level for 3 consecutive days before we can really say that the level's been breached. So, maybe just an intraday breach or a 1-day close, sub 14 may not cut it for a lot of people. So we'll have to look. What's up, Adair?
Oh yeah, I was just doing a test trade of DraftKings, which is kind of flat. I got in, I think, at 28.11. I got out at 28.13. Right now it's at 28.15. So I would not super say that DraftKings is one to watch right now. It is. I mean, there was a lot of movement earlier today. I was in it a bit earlier, but I mean, yeah. So like over here, a little bit over here. I'm just gonna. There we go. But yeah, I mean, now I would say those highs. Although now it's kind of seeming to slowly make its way back up here on the tape, but. Yeah, not super strong. Happy I got to check it out. Happy we made a couple cents there.
All right. The Katina man is celebrating in the chat there the $2 dub on our friend. It used to be our friend. Now we're kind of like, disassociated a little bit. On Meta. Good trade on some of these big cap names today to the south side. And if you had them, hats off to you because it has been a south kind of day. Let's look at the chart, guys. But because here is the look on Meta. a bit of a double top there. You could make an argument for at that 299 3/4, 300 area. You get a couple of wicks earlier on when it's more volatile around 10:30. It breaches at 300, albeit very quickly. Gets up to 330, $300.30. Immediately retraces, and then you get another test of that 299.75 Adira, and coming back down into VWAP though. But look, it's holding VWAP. VWAP, by the way, on my chart is black.
Okay.
Right. So this.
Good to know.
Yeah. So it holds it here, then it holds it again. Does the Katina man get to wet his beak at 297.75? Because that's where it wicked down to. Are we going to see a stair step down, or are we going to get support here at this VWAP area, 298.20? It's showing up on my chart. And I'm going to have to tell you, I think we head down further as the market is awfully weak today. But who knows? Who knows? Some other stocks we could consider. Our friend Microsoft over here, finding a bit of support off that 310 3/4 hold, coming back into VWAP, but this time from the south. The north side looking to possibly take that 313 level. It's at 312 3/4, down 1.5% on the day. Microsoft looking to possibly get into VWAP. Apple, very similar chart to Microsoft, by the way, but in the differentiation point is it's above VWAP. So that 130, 173.25, that was VWAP. We're now at that 173.50-ish area, breaking above that. So possible support coming in for some of these big tech names here. Anything that you're looking at big tech related?
Big tech, no. Although I just did see NVIDIA and Microsoft on my side charts here, so those I might check out. I was just checking out AMC because I was thinking that could potentially have some strength because AMC, well, they were trending a little bit yesterday after the news with the strikes maybe coming to an end with the writer strikes. But then we also had this morning the announcement that the Taylor Swift tickets have officially gone on sale for the Eras Tour movie. So I thought the Swifties can make anything happen. I was like, maybe they'll make the market happen. They haven't so far. We're down 252. But I mean, that's an example of trying to trade on a trend that maybe didn't go, or trying to trade a news story that maybe didn't go how you thought it would. But I thought I'd check it out just in case.
Are you a Swiftie?
I am not. No.
You're not a Swiftie?
My father would hate me for saying this, but he does have most of her albums.
Does he?
Yeah. I mean, sorry, Dad. But yeah, so I've been very exposed to her music through him. I'll put it that way. But I'm more of a rap person myself.
Okay, cool. That's fair. Interesting look there on the weekend because she's dating Travis Kelce now.
Yes. Yeah, right? I've been following all of that news.
And she showed up to the game, and I was telling the big kahunas that was a marketing gimmick. They're like, no, man, she doesn't need to make any more money. I still think.
I think everything she does is a marketing gimmick. I'm going to be really honest. I think there's a lot of evidence that supports that to some extent. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that is what's happening, but we'll see how it goes. Yeah. I'm curious to see how that develops.
I think she absolutely killed it. They were talking about her adding like $750 million to her net worth just off the Eras Tour. Is that what it's called? The Eras Tour?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
$750 million. So my niece is a huge Swiftie.
Okay.
And they just moved to LA. They lived in Wasaga, like a little town around here in southern Ontario. They just moved, and so to go to SoFi and watch it, because she can't go alone. She's young. Yeah. She's like 14.
Yeah, I figured.
So my sister took her, and for them to go, $1,200 US a pop each, and let me tell you,
US too. Oh my gosh.
Nosebleeds.
Oh my.
Nosebleeds.
I was gonna say that.
Do you know that they were selling tickets for behind the stage? You couldn't even see her, and they were going for like $800, $700 behind the stage. You can't even see her. That's why. The Katina man saying that's why it's not a marketing style. I gotta respectfully disagree. But the Katina man says she absolutely does not need help marketing. I say you can never have enough.
I was gonna say I see both sides because I agree with Sean in that I actually don't think she needs the help. I think she will do it regardless because I do think she takes advantage of opportunities for the media. And I will say to some extent, power to her for that. She's very good at making the media see things her way and do what she wants. But I will say that I agree with Sean in that she doesn't need it. I just think she'll take whatever she can get.
I wasn't making faces at you.
I know, yeah.
They were in my ear there, the production team. They're like, Taylor Swift put Travis Kelce on the map. Ramin's watching TikTok. Shout out to Ramin for watching TikTok. That's first and foremost. Second of all, they're like, who's this Travis Kelce guy? I mean, what does he matter? TikTok, Taylor Swift put him on the map. But That's to me, that's why I made the face, because I know Travis Kelce from way back when. But anyway,
That's funny.
Shout out to one of the best tight ends in the league. All right, so one of Neil's displeased with that. Okay, all right, he's the best. All right, let's get back to some trading, guys.
Let's do it.
Can you ask Adara what her favorite rapper is? Asks JB.
Okay, well, this is a hard question. I love Kendrick Lamar, just off the top, almost always. The man cannot miss.
Neil, he's watching you like a hawk.
Yeah, like I've listened to all his albums, all the mixtapes, literally all of it. Huge fan. I like Nas as well. Nas, I love Nas. In terms of the '90s stuff, yeah.
One of my favorite.
No, me too. That's like on my phone. But yeah, I think everyone basically from Top Dog Entertainment too. So like Kendrick's old label, because I guess they departed after the most recent album. But yeah, Isaiah Rashad, saw him live last year. Crazy, very grateful. SZA's older stuff as well. Rap, R&B, absolutely. But yeah, Kendrick Lamar, to answer that question.
All right, I like it. Okay, let's get some more questions here, because there's plenty. Anurag, thanks for checking UNFI earlier. You guys often talk about volume spike. What volume can be defined as high volume based on the stock market's cap? I don't think it necessarily has to do with the market cap, Anurag. I would say it's relative to what that stock typically does for volume. So if you're looking at a daily chart and the volume bar is higher than the other ones, or standing out, essentially, or whether you're looking at the 15, 20, whatever you're looking at. So that is what I would say. And it can be local too. So sure, you typically have way more volume in the open. We know 9:30 to about 10, lots of volume around there. But usually after that, it kind of steadies out a little bit unless there's a news catalyst midday. So what I would say is when you're looking for unusual volume, maybe you exclude that earlier portion of the day, and then you're looking for all the volume subsequent to that to get the the opening clip print and the closing print, to exclude those two and compare relative to the other times of the day. So that's what I would think the volume has to do that. Now, you can use volume in different ways as well. So if the volume, for example, is decreasing on the spikes up, you can usually tell that maybe the buyers are running out of steam. So what I mean by that is, for example, let's look at this one, DMK. Let's see if this jives. Can you guys, perfect screen. All right, so here we go. Look at the initial volume over here. It goes all the way up to about 161, no, sorry, that's 1.6 million shares for that 1 minute chart. But look at these new spikes up, right? They're not supported by the same amount of volume, even though we did make a higher high. So what you're looking for in terms of, in this case, is volume to be that confirming factor. If the volume is making higher highs, then you're looking maybe, okay, the buyers are definitely not running out of steam. But if you're making higher highs on lesser volume, it can sometimes be an indicator that the buyers are running out of steam in this case. And it works exactly the same in the inverse for the short. So that's what I would say to that, Anurag. Let's keep going here. Unless you have anything you wanted to comment on, Adara, I'm going to keep looking at the chat. Yeah. People saying Mob Deep. You like Mob Deep?
Mob Deep a little bit. I'm not super into their stuff. I will say I haven't.
Older a little bit.
Yeah, I haven't gotten as much into it. But yeah, I mean, in terms of other, let me think of other 90s. I mean, I'm going to be basic. Tupac, Biggie, all of that. I love A Tribe Called Quest as well.
Love
Electric Relaxation is a bop. I was at an Earl's a couple weeks ago when it started playing, and I was literally was with my friend, and I literally just started rapping. And I was like, I'm sorry. He's like, yeah, no, take your time. Because Electric Relaxation, classic.
Now you caught my heart for the evening.
Oh my God.
That's Tribe Called Quest.
Yes.
Sean, help us out here, bro. Yeah.
Oh my God, me too. I know the song.
Should I just sit back or come harder? Help me find my way. I think it's called Find My Way.
Yes, yeah.
Isn't it? It is. Find My Way. Yes. All right, there we go. JB, we can keep her 90s rap for the win. You got the seal of approval, Adara, from JB.
Why, thank you, JB. I'll take it. I'll take it.
It's called Find My Way. Thanks, Jao. Appreciate that. Jao Millennia. I like it. All right, yeah, we got some knowledgeable people in the chat there. Love it. All right, let's get back to some stocks here, baby. SLNO, that was one that we were involved in earlier. And can you believe it? It kept going up, and it actually knocked on the door of 26, 25, 94 high, finding a bit of a consolidation area right now, though, Adara, between that 23.5 to about 25. Not really able to break through that range at the moment. So we'll keep an eye on that.
Yes.
See what is up. ATAC. Sharif turning on the real dad mode with that singing. Yeah, man, I have no shame. You know, you should know that by now. I sing up a storm, whether it's in the shower or on the show. I'm going to be singing up a storm.
You got to sing. Like, there's nothing wrong with it. I don't get people who are like, oh, don't. I'm like, you can sing in public if you want to sing in public. To me, as long as it's like, in the appropriate setting.
Yep.
Why not? Why not?
All right. Why don't you take us through some stuff?
Yeah. So I am in LSXMA right now, which is at Liberty Media, because that was off of that thing where they were going to.
Remember how I showed you? Bring it in so we can see all the price action. There you go.
Yeah.
Yep.
So it is kind of down. I was waiting for it because it's kind of been making little like peaks and valleys here. I'm waiting for it to go up a little bit because that was trading off of the news that they want to buy Sirius. So Sirius like tanked on that for whatever reason, but Liberty was really strong in the morning. It's slowed down a little bit here, but we're gonna have to see how that develops. But I'm in this for now. I don't expect to be in it for a super long time. We're gonna see if I can make a couple cents on it and we'll get out. But yeah, I wanted to again just kind of keeping an eye on names that I was coming across in the pre-market and that have just been, on my radar, that I've been checking up on, that have been moving, that have stories with them. So that was how I got into this. But yeah, that's my big. When it's done this, there are a couple more names I'll probably check here. Again, some of the small caps from earlier. But
right.
Rivian, maybe, yeah.
Interesting look on this name. Let's talk a little bit about it. LSXMA, because I hadn't heard about Liberty Media Corp. Awesome. Yeah, this is the one that owns the Braves or something. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it's a weird one.
Yeah, and they split up into multiple different companies, I remember. There's several tickers for this one. Okay, so this particular one that you're in has a 94.5 million share float. And is there a headline for it? Oh,
well, there's the thing with Sirius, yeah.
Yeah, you're right, here. Sirius XM, shares are trading higher by around 5%. The company announced it proposed a business combination with Sirius XM Holdings. Liberty proposed the Series Special Committee of the Board of Directors to combine and form a new consolidated public company. Okay, interesting there. Let's have a look at what this one's going to do because it looks like we're slowing down a little bit in the volume category, LSXMA. There we go. Let's look at the 5-minute chart on that.
Yeah, it's not super strong. I'm definitely, the second it goes up like a little bit, I'm getting out. This is not something I want to stay long term, but I was just trying to think of things that I could potentially get in that were showing a little bit of movement, because we do have on the chart here, there was those little, okay, now I think it's the time to semi-stop. Wait, no, it's not moving again. Yeah, the volume on this is not great. This is not a trade I necessarily am happy I got into, but we're in it now, so we're going to get it out as little as we can.
We're not going to lament over shoulda, coulda, woulda,
right?
but
life lessons.
Yeah.
There we go.
I agree, 100%. So let's look at what this one did. This one closed out the day yesterday at that 22 2/3. And then like Adara said, that headline came in at around, let's say 7 a.m. because that's when the buying started, and we rocketed up into 26. I believe we do have a 26 high. That's a pre-market high. That's why it's not showing up here. Then the bell rung in, and the best we could do was about 25.43. But like she's talking about, we have a bit of a bottom forming here, right?
Yes.
So that 23.50 looks like it could be a good area of support. And personally, what I would do is if it breaks 50, I'm gonzino on that one.
Yeah, I'm not. I got out on I think I got in, as you can see here. This was not much of a gain. This was just kind of a practicing getting in, getting out, just kind of seeing what happened. But yeah, so I got in at 23.63. Got out at 23.65. What a trade! But no, I mean on the real, I'm just happy that I got out. We made a couple cents, and it was something with a news story that didn't necessarily pan out the way I thought it would. I thought it would go a bit higher. If you look at these kind of patterns that was forming here, I did think it would go a little bit higher. It didn't. I decided to get out before it got any lower. And I mean, even now, it's like a cent over it where it was when I got out. So I'm happy with that. I'm not going to complain.
Loan, what are you talking about? Loan is saying 50% increase for UAW. What a joke. Is that what they agreed on, Loan? Or is that just like you're talking to somebody in there in the chat? Tag me, let me know. Because I was looking for that and I didn't see anything with respect to that. All right, looking at the chat here, seeing what everybody's up to. CAR apparently is moving. People saying CAR, C-A-R-R. Let's have a look at that. Carrier Global. Ooh, what a move up for Carrier there. Not sure what's going on. Let's have a look. Let me put in the ticker first and foremost, CARR. Yikes. There we go. All right, we'll go to the 1 minute chart on that bad boy. And that was a big move up here. I don't see any reason for Carrier to be moving. It moved like almost $2. There, that 52.80 was a bit like where we were hanging out. And then look at the volume spike. Minimize the screen, guys, so I can show the volume. If you're able to minimize the screen just so I can show the volume. There we go. Look at this volume spike here. Big time volume spike. And this is what I was talking about, Anurag. Like, look at how this is clearly outliering volume, right? I mean, we didn't even do this kind of volume in the open. We were way below that. So I'm not seeing anything. Brendo, are you seeing anything on CAR? Yeah, Brendo's looking. He'll look and he'll let me know. But yeah, that's an unusual amount of buying in there and a nice move. Going green on the day now, Dare actually broke through that 53.60 that it closed out yesterday, making a 54.42 high.
Okay, wow.
Good look. I'm assuming that they make air conditioning units and stuff. Isn't that it? Provider heating, ventilation, and air conditioning. Yeah, HVAC, refrigeration. Nothing on my my blotter, news blotter here to show what is up. So we shall find out. And I do have the response from the Brendo. We will have a look here. Carrier Global. What is this? Okay, so Carrier Global is Baker Chad, 10th largest position, ticker report. So it looks as if they announced that and that pleased the markets, so people will start buying in. All right, so maybe we'll have a look at that. All right. Yeah, okay. So we'll keep an eye on Carrier. And guys, if you see anything in the chat with respect to Carrier, make sure to tag me as well. What's on the workout menu today, asks Dinkelberg. Also, does Adara lift? Maybe you should ask.
I do lift.
Adara lift.
Yes,
So
I
all
lift.
of a sudden, she's in the good books.
But yeah, no, I lift. I love working out. I bench. I've been working out at home more lately, but I do go to the Y sometimes as well because I like bench pressing. I will say it feels very nice. I enjoy it. Yeah.
Good for you.
Yeah.
Do you go to the one over here?
No, I go to, so I might switch what Y I go to, but at the moment I go to the one at Kingston in the beach just because I have like, you know, friends and family out there. So that, right, and it's a great area. You can go on, like, afterwards, you can go on a walk, like, you know what I mean? It has its perks, but it's pretty far from me, so I think I would probably switch around here. But yeah, I love
beaches.
I gotta love lifting, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Good times.
So, personally, what I'm doing today is I'm doing quads. I split out my leg day into 3 days. Glutes get their own day, quads get their own day, hammies get their own day, and today is quad day. So I will be starting off with front squats, going into leg press, then leg extensions, and with all those I mix in calves, right? Because who couldn't have bigger calves, right? So that's the look there. That's what I'm doing. And I think I will also start out with cleans because I did back yesterday and I didn't get to do any cleans. So I will be doing cleans today. To start off. And that always warms up the legs, baby. Let's go, Sharif, says Loan. Yes, Loan, you're crazy. I love you, Loan. Loan is the best. That animation, though, yeah, it's like the aura or something. Like, I'm glowing. I'm going to copy that workout today. Thank you, good sir. Kill it, Dinkleberry. Hope you shine. Crypto blogger Quadzilla. Shout out to you, my man. Bob W. Sharif doesn't flex on demand, but does Adara? Do you flex on demand?
I could. Yeah,
could.
it's a little hard in a blazer. We'll see what we can do here. But weird angles, but yeah, it really hard in a blazer, but yeah.
Good for you for being a good sport. I'm not that good of a sport, I'll tell you the truth.
I'll do it again.
There you go.
Do it again.
Shout out to Adara, man. All right, SLNO, we're still looking at this one. This is looking like it's holding the holding pattern between 23.5 to 25. You had a couple of wicks above that 25 area, but nothing sustained. And here we go, right back down into that 23 area. Is it going to give up the ghost here? But it is so volatile, as you can see. It's moving 50 pennies at a time here. As volatile as it gets, but you know, can you really expect differently when you're up 430%? So very interesting look on this name. Successful trade for me. I'm out of it. Not going to touch this one. Let's go back to that one that I was trading earlier, and I couldn't be happier that I got out of FSR when I did because it is giving up the ghost. It gave up that $6 level. We were talking about VWAP possibly being an area where we could find that support area? No. And neither did we find support at 6 either. 6 goes. Now we're talking about a 591 dip. And could we retrace the whole thing? You know what Randy calls this shape over here?
No.
The Christmas tree retracement. Because it's green and red, and it's shaped like a Christmas tree.
That's brilliant. I'm going to keep that one in mind.
He is a brilliant guy.
And it works. It makes sense. Like, I look at that, and I'm like, of course, it's because you've got the little star on the top. Too,
right?
Like, all the red. I like it. I like it. This is great.
She approves. We're going with it, baby.
Everyone's like coming up with so many fun terms. Like even
Why
just like
not?
sitting and listening. I'm like, I love the like spready, like hearing all the little words, new ways to refer to things. Super fun.
Right?
Yeah. Great.
Your other stock, Adara, the IMVT that you were
Yes.
engaged in, it is still holding that $40 level. I mean, you had a couple of touches in and around there.
Yeah.
I think this is where you got in, near around here.
I got in
right?
around there, and then I got
Oh,
out,
you
I
got
think,
in,
right before 41, and I'm happy I did because it didn't get any higher. Like, I realized it was above 41. I could have gotten out in there. I didn't. Maybe I should have. But in the end, I got out around, I think, 40.85. I have no regrets. I got up 85 cents. I'm happy with it.
That's fantastic. That's a fantastic trade.
Thank you.
You have a consolidative area, though. You want to say 40 is the base of that area, give or take a couple of shekels, with 41 being essentially the high. I mean, sure, you're getting prints above it, but they're not closing above there. So you have a $1 range from which we're working. I mean, obviously, it's up 100%, so the trend would be to the high side. The issue is, have we exhausted? Have all the buyers been exhausted? Should we start looking short now? This is the one where I think Neil was saying a third of a penny per share to short, and that's something you brought up earlier,
Yes,
right?
yeah, the shorting, yeah.
So to get short here, I'm just throwing this out there as a possibility. If we break below 40 decidedly, right? I mean, we've had a couple of perfunctory breaks here through 40, but if we get a closing print through 40, this one may have given up the ghost. And typically, I don't know if you've noticed with these ones, we talked about it, you and I off camera, they have their moment in the sun.
Yes,
The
yeah.
next day, usually you find them on the other side of the scanner, the top losers,
Exactly,
not the top
yeah.
gainers, right?
Well, like I said earlier, too, about ICCT, that's like the coolest thing, or not, I guess interesting, that I noticed here pretty early is that if you have a small cap one day, maybe you'll get a couple days out of it. Like Nikola had a great run last week. This week it's tanking, but even the fact that it had a couple days was pretty strong. But yeah, I mean, generally you've got like your one hit wonders for these small caps here.
You gotcha. Yep. We're bang on. Let's see what else the chat is talking about here. What are you shorting, Sean? I missed it, says Comp SRX1. What are you shorting, Katina, man? He's shorting the market and its sister's cousin. So he's short Micron. He's short Micron 68.53, Palantir, and Intel and Palantir he just covered. So he's printing over there. As we do get another rejection on the market. Let's look at this, NQ. We were talking about this one possibly starting to make a higher high here. And I said, look, you know, unless this one gets, I was talking about the SPY, but the SPY looks exactly like this NQ chart today. Unless we break through this crest over here, we haven't made it a higher high. So now it looks like we're in a holding pattern, trying to hold that 14.7 and a quarter, so 14.725, and essentially between 14.775. That's essentially where we have a 50-point range from which we're working a little bit above, a little bit below, but no question about it, we are down 1.25% today. So, you know, if you're looking, you may be looking short.
Yeah, big tech is not having a day in the sun. Neither is most of the market, though. We even saw that early on, but it's just continuing to tank there a bit.
Yeah.
I think, yeah, especially big tech, though, that NASDAQ, everything here, even on the side charts here, I'm looking like pretty much everything is negative, or it's not. If it's moving positive, it's not moving super strong or with a lot of strength or momentum behind it. So yeah, maybe Wednesday we'll turn things around, but for now I do not know. Like I said earlier, I don't think this Tuesday in the market are besties, and I think I think a short. Yeah, like you said, I think that might be the option.
Anurag, did you watch Spurs versus Arsenal over the weekend? Do you think Havertz will be a success with this form? I got to tell you, I didn't think we deserved to win. Personally, I thought Arsenal didn't play well enough. I thought they played maybe well enough the first 25 minutes. Then they gave up, and Spurs looked way more organized. They look a lot better with their new coach. than they did last year under who was it last year? I don't even remember. To be honest with you, and I don't think the injuries helped. You had Declan Rice get injured. You had Trossard was already injured. And I believe there's a third injury here. I forget even who it is. So many injuries on the Arsenal's list. But personally, I didn't think we played well enough to win. And I don't like how Kai Havertz is playing. He's playing with he's not playing with any confidence. Let's just call a spade a spade. I'm talking about soccer.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little bit
there.
aware. Like, I'm not gonna lie. I know the team names from like Ted Lasso. I'm gonna be really
Nice.
real. But right, I mean, I will say that show gave me an awareness of the Premier League. So a lot of respect for that. But yeah, no, I mean, like the Tottenham Hotspurs, I'm aware of, you know, who they are. But yeah, no, the sport is interesting.
I love how you know this.
It's a fascinating sport. Like I said, I love knowledge, right? Like I was saying yesterday, I love just, if I hear about a thing or I like to know what I can about it, kind of my whole vibe. But yeah, no, I think, it's very interesting. It is something I'd like to get more. So you're an Arsenal person?
Yeah. So that's like the, what do you call it? The arch nemesis of Tottenham.
Oh, I see. Okay,
Yeah.
they're like
They hate each
nemesis.
other.
Okay, enemies.
The only reason is because Tottenham had their stadium in North London, and then Arsenal Stadium burnt down like in the end of the 18th or the 1800s.
Okay.
And so they relocated it to North London, and the fact that they came on Tottenham's territory, they're hated. They're about like 3 kilometers apart.
This
like
is
from
such
stadium
a
to stadium.
strange beef.
Yeah, because like in North America, we have one team per city. And if you're big, like New York and LA and maybe Chicago, they get a couple of teams.
Yeah.
You know how many London teams there are right now? There's like 5 or 6.
I was gonna say, I think there are a lot. Yeah.
So it's an interesting dynamic over there in Europe. But
That's cool. That's fun.
But your IMVT just made another move, Adara.
Did it?
Bouncing off 40, now it's at that high end of the range, 41.50.
Yeah, I'm still happy I got out when I did. Like the spread is slightly better now, but when I got out, it was at like 10 cents, and I was like, I was getting a little stressed out about the spread.
Yeah, 4 pennies right now.
And so I dipped. But yeah, I mean, it's a great trade though. It is something I would maybe look at again this afternoon. We'll see. But I'm happy. Again, still very happy. IMVT did me proud. Very happy. That was my child today, so it went well.
I like it. Okay, good. Let's see what else is where we're talking about here. Let's go Adara, says Vin, and then Prime CR7 over anyone, says Michael Curran. Absolutely. I think Messi's up there too, but whatever. Ted Lasso, really, please go watch him. Come on, Giovanni, be nice, bro. She can watch whatever she wants, man. Chelsea Banter Club. No, contrarian. I will not be talking about Chelsea. I do not like Chelsea. Sami says, love your outfit. Somani Beat says she looks awesome. Love her outfit. There you go.
Thank
you.
Some
love coming from the chat there. All right, what else we got over here? Loan. All right, loan's red on the day, but yeah, I'm sure that'll turn around. Adara, great trade. Congrats, says Crypto Blogger. We're doing a shout out here like the Katina Man does. Is Adara going to join Sean for the after show? Well, you never know what happens around here. I made an appearance. Obi made an appearance. You never know who's going to make an appearance on that show. So you got to stay tuned to find out, baby. Renata. Shout out to Renata as well. I hope you're trading Tesla or NEO. Usually you're one or the other, Renata. Or Baba. I know you like Baba as well. So shout out to Renata. Ozan. I need a shout out. Shout out to Ozan. Killing it, brother. Tank it, says DH. All right. IMVT, back to this one. This one doing its little dance here at the higher end of the range. No question about it, though. What we're seeing is higher highs and higher lows. I don't think this one's giving up the ghost here. I think this one may have more to go in the same way that SLNO is doing its thing right now, breaking through highs. It's about to break through that 25.94 high that we made earlier, essentially 26. But if it rejects here, this will be kind of like a triple top on SLNO, up 475%. Careful with this one. It is quite spready, quite volatile, but we are at highs. So good look there.
I had SLNO open like right before you mentioned it because I was thinking about it. I was like, let's see how it's going because I mean, it's super strong. Like, let's see if it gets 500% up. Who knows? But then also because Prater Willie, the syndrome that their drug is treating was actually not something that really had a lot of treatment options ahead of that. Like, I'm actually somewhat familiar with the condition. I watched a documentary on it. It's basically people who cannot get full, like you're kind of always hungry. So it's a really difficult syndrome. So it's like if they are making a treatment that works to some extent, I think that's really great. And I think that's why I was kind of interested too in seeing how much the market is responding to this one. I mean, it's a small cap, so who knows if it'll maintain that momentum, but it probably won't. But right now it's just over 500, like 500. Oh, now it's back down. But yeah, it's mostly, we'll see if it holds that over 500 here. But it's crazy. Yeah, very interested in this company and what happens with this drug. But yeah, or with this treatment. But interesting.
Yep. All right, Scott H. SLNO is going to be epic squeeze at the close. Shout out to you, Scott. We don't know. It's already squeezing right now, my man, as it just broke through that 26 like nobody's business. 26.98, essentially 27. There goes 500%. At least I saw it for a second there.
So did I, yeah.
Yeah,
5.
right? So this one's really going here. Good move for whoever had this. I mean, I didn't have enough to keep it through there because it's just very choppy, guys. But whoever was in this from the beginning, good on you and good on you for holding. Absolutely wicked trade. We've got so many small cappers that are moving today. I absolutely love it. Anurag, DMK back at $1.10, I believe, what they're saying. Yeah, absolutely. So this 110 area that we talked about, and the reason we brought it up was because it was the halt level. Let's go to the 5-minute on this bad boy. And yeah, it does show it there. Okay, maybe I'll get rid of all these. Yeah, let's get rid of these so they don't distort the entire picture here. This is what we're talking about. Now, here's the thing, Anurag. Now we're seeing a series of lower high, lower high, lower high. This looks like it could be setting up for a flat bottom break here, right? Especially if it breaks at 110 level decidedly. And it's also breaking through VWAP. Let me just make sure that VWAP is right on this chart. Yeah, it is. So $1.17 on my right chart. Where's it at here? $1.14. So a couple of pennies off. That's fine. That's because they start from different times. But Anurag, what I would say to you is careful with getting the 110 here. And if you're going to take the 110, or if anybody out there is going to take the 110, make sure to have a stop. I'm not going to tell you where to place your stop. Personally, I would have it below 1. Or maybe just in front of 101 or 98, 99, in and around that area. And because this stock can be so illiquid, I put a bit of a spread between the stop, the trigger price, and the limit price, right? I wouldn't mark it, obviously. I don't typically use market orders. Oh, have you gone through that yet?
I've played around a bit with the orders. Okay. I think it's something I definitely still want to play around with.
Sure.
With
you
more.
Want to go through a little bit of
let's do it.
A talk right now about it?
Yeah, okay.
So, a market order. I think you and I did talk about this.
I think we did, yeah. Okay.
We did. So a market order, guys, basically you throw an order out there, and whatever the price is at that time that it's received, it sells at.
Yes, okay.
Limit order, you're telling the computer, you're telling the exchange, don't pay any more than this, or don't sell.
Oh, okay, yeah, so I do limit orders then.
Exactly.
I only do limit orders.
So when you have a stop, you can actually have a bit of both.
Okay.
So you're telling the computer, trigger, sell my stock or buy my stock, whatever it is. This is the stop limit order.
Yes.
At, say, $1.09. If it comes below $1.09, sell. But sometimes it moves so quickly and there's not enough liquidity at that 109.
Yeah.
So you have to have a limit order below the trigger order.
Oh, okay.
And so you're saying to the computer, trigger at 109, but sell all the way up to 102. So you give it a buffer of 7 pennies, just in case. And you're going to need that with these small cap gappers because they become so illiquid, you may not get filled at that area. Either that or you have to use a market.
Okay.
And usually on the floor here, they're not very cool about using market orders.
Well, I was going to say, too, that's good to know, and I want to play around with that limiter, because I was reading even through the whole P Pro 8 manual to get a sense of these, and I feel like I know we talked about it too, but I think it's fun like actually setting it. So I think now that we've had, I'm going to go back and set those, because there are times, especially with these small cap ones, where it'll go down so much that you set your stop, but you're not going to get your stop.
No.
And then it goes lower than your stop, and you're freaking out. So I think having that limit is something.
It is.
Yeah, I'm excited to play around with that. Sure.
And you're obviously already on the ball. You know exactly what you're talking about there. And you and I had that conversation.
Yes, yeah.
So you are well briefed. But let's go back to SLNO, guys, because it keeps knocking on that door of that $27 area. Right back up there into 26 3/4, up over 500%. As I say that, it drops 10% in one swift.
It doesn't want you to be right.
No,
it's
it
like,
doesn't.
what are you saying, Sharif? That's not real.
Yeah, there used to be another trader that used to sit in that very seat, and he'd be like, the algos are listing, and if the algos are listing, I'm like, I'm pro algo, I'm pro everything, so don't come after me, right?
Oh my God,
People,
that's so funny.
they have their idea there. All right, let's go back to the chat here. Stoil stocks? I love that. Stoil stocks. Any thoughts on Unity? Their new fee system is bringing their stock down, and I've already made a bit on extra cash with some puts. I know what you're talking about. Fabian, how did the Unity, how did they switch their business model? Remember you were telling me they were a percentage or something? Say that again? They're charging you now by the amount of customers. How did they do it before? It was a license. So yeah, so essentially you would get the license. Now it's, pardon me? For the developer. So now they're changing it to a per customer basis, and that's, I'm assuming what you're talking about there, Stoil, and the market doesn't like that. You know, it looks like they could have generated more cash that way, but maybe they're in fear that people may have pulled their software off it. That's the look there. No, Renata, I know that you are. I'm just joking with you too. Ponzi, can you give me a shout out, bro? Fonzie always gets a shout out upon demand. Isaiah, Apple puts look beautiful right now. Don't say that, man. I'm in Apple in the long-term account. But Apple has absolutely been huadunking 2% south today, Adara, as this one is just barely hanging on that 172 and a third. Let's keep going down the chat here, see what's up. Isaiah, Apple puts, saw that one.
Ooh, Apple is sad. I just pulled up Apple and it's not a fun time.
Tough. The Warthog says they also have a flat 2.5% of all revenue from your product made in Unity. So that's another look there. So yeah, the market hasn't liked that lately. We'll look at the Unity chart in a second, but have a look at SLNO hitting a new high of day, 28.50, up over 535%. SLNO is an absolute rocket. 28.53 is technically the high of day on this one.
What?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. I love these stocks, man. This is an absolute rocket ship. Rocket ship.
Well, it's crazier when you think of how its low is 46 and its high is 28.49. It has grown over 500%. SLNO is the small cap king of the day, and there were a lot of options. Like IMVT was maybe competing for that position, but I think SLNO was like, haha, funny. Let me take that from you. So I think this is my, like, I was in it for like 2 seconds and I didn't like it. It did not go well. But this is, I think, the small cap of the day. And I say that as someone who was in IMVT for a while. So yeah, what a day for small caps though, I gotta say.
It's an absolute
I'm gonna repeat that. I've said it before, I slide it again. What a day.
What a day, yeah. Who can complain about this?
Not at all.
Scott H is of the opinion that we're going to $40 on SLNO. Brother, if you're still holding this and it goes to $40, I expect like some sort of present around here. No, I'm not. I'm kidding, of course. I'm not trying to take credit for your trade. Obviously, I just want to share in the wealth that you're about to acquire there, as it seems like you're going to make quite a bit of money on this one. So shout out to our friend and avid trader, Scott H, always killing it in the chat. Dinkelberg. Can you ask Adara how comfortable she feels trading a small cap ripper?
Small cap. So I think today has made me, okay, sorry, let me collect my thoughts here. I think I wasn't as comfortable with it until today. I realized a lot of the stocks that were moving positively were small caps. So then I was trying to find the ones that did have stories. So SLNO, which had the Prader-Willi syndrome treatment. So I was really interested in that. Tried it, didn't really work out for me. Then we had IMVT, which had a treatment of its own. And that one, I was able to just read the charts. And after a couple tries where it didn't really work out, get in and do well with it. So I think that really, to answer your question in a very long-winded way, I guess it's that I think I'm comfortable with small caps as long as there is something moving it. Like there is a trend behind it and there's a catalyst behind it. And I'm comfortable with where the trend's going and I'm able to get out. I'm able to feel comfortable with where I am.
I like that. Well, that makes absolute sense, right?
But I think in general, like it really, to me, I have learned my lesson from the whole AXLA debate, which is, I swear, has like scarred me. If there isn't really a reason for why it's moving, if there's a lot of halts going on, I'm not going to touch it. And I think maybe my opinion on that will change, but for now, I will approach small caps with skepticism, but hope, but optimism. Yeah.
I like it. All right, I'm going to try my hand here at this DMK as it is holding that 110 level. Now, what I will be out of, if it breaks this 109 area, that's it. That's it for me. I'm going to have my stop just a little bit below that, but what I'm looking for is a hold here, and I've already got my profit takers set up there or to take profit if we get up there, because we know how these small cap gappers do. They don't hang out in one place for very long. So let's see if we get the fill there. Looks like we were bouncing here into that possible $0.25 area. If we do, we'll get filled, but we'll have to wait and see about that. A lot of volume on this DMK, but we'll have to kind of get a little bit lucky here, quite frankly, if we're going to get this move. Mark E. Opinions on Canopy Growth Corp. Huge spike last week with U.S. cannabis news. Yeah, absolutely. We're all attuned to that. The only thing is, and I'm not going to speak about CGC specifically, but the industry is kind of hurting from a federal legalization bill. And if you're going to have this piecemeal basis where certain states legalize it and certain others don't, we're going to have a problem, because then you have a parcelized market. Now, we know that they're trying to alleviate that somewhat by introducing the Safe Banking Act, which allows these multi-state operators to do bank to bank, essentially, with any bank, irrespective of the fact of whether that particular state has legalization laws in place. So we're getting some alleviation that way. But the problem is the market doesn't open up that way. And the other problem is the Republicans hold the House, and the Republicans have made it very clear that that's not their priority at the moment. We know essentially the first term of the Biden administration, or the first half of the Biden administration, when the Democrats held the House, that was a possibility. Kamala Harris talked up a storm about it in the presidential election, got all the wheat stocks moving, but we didn't end up getting federal legalization. I would say to you, that's the holy grail. Obviously, a lot of people don't want to wait until that happens. They want to jump in early when the price is cheap and then ride that wave. And if that's what you want to do, all the power to you. I mean, it's a tough market to be in. A lot of people are underwater, these stocks, but they've sold off so much lately that, you know, you're probably getting a good price. You have any opinion on that?
On, sorry, the weed stocks?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I've noticed, I find especially a lot of them, like the one, you know, like the CGC and Aurora, ACB, sorry. Yeah. I think a lot of them, because they're small caps, I do find them to be kind of volatile. And I think with the weed market as it is, as you were saying, I don't think that helps. So I think they're not ones that I really trade.
Yeah.
Unless there's a very specific catalyst story. But yeah, I mean, depending on, like, as you said, depending on how the market changes, if any of these stocks do get bigger, we'll see. But for now, they're not really things, for those reasons, I kind of stay skeptical for now.
For those reasons, I'm out. Shout out to Nicole Harris, good friend of the show, and shout out to Hotlanta. Nicole wants to look at Square levels. All right, let's look at Square. It's been a hard row for Square here lately. I know that they had that CEO leave last week, Nicole. The CEO of actually Square, not Block. Let's have a look at the hourly chart on this bad boy here. And it's tough. It's tough, Nicole. I mean, like, look at this. I mean, the hourly, it's just, there's no reprieve. What's the daily look like? Let's look at the daily, because we don't have any levels here. Well, first and foremost, the level that's an obvious support level has got to be that 44.50, Nicole. That we danced with that level yesterday. That was a low, but that was a, you know, essentially, it's a regional low here. We haven't been here, we haven't been down here in so long. So let's flip to the daily to find out where we could find some support. And you got to go back, Nicole, to essentially the March 2020 lows when COVID hit. It has not been that low since then. Clearly, that level takes us to 32 1/3. That's the low from COVID, all right? But the majority of the action is hanging out at that $40 level. So I'd say $40. Otherwise, if you're below COVID lows, yikes. Yikes. This stock was almost $300. It was $290, right, at the highs. Yeah, sure, irrational exuberance. There was a lot of stimmies, and interest rates were not nearly where they are now, but you don't want to be below COVID lows. So that's a look, Nicole. I mean, I don't have other levels on that. Let's look at the weekly. So prior to the COVID lows, the previous low, essentially, yeah, it's the same level, Nicole, that $30 bucks, $32 here. You're like, look at this. This is what, January 2018, Nicole, is the last time we were down here prior to COVID, around that $34.50, $35 area. It's not a good look. You're creating lower highs all throughout. Now you're creating lower lows. You were in a bit of a consolidation range, and now you're breaking down below that consolidation. That 55, 50 area was kind of the bottom, taking us all the way back to, you know, Last year, 2022, was the last time we hit these levels, 50. Yeah, that 51, 50 area. Now we're breaking below that. So if we don't hold these COVID lows, Nicole, I don't like this stock at all. I got to tell you the truth. Yeah, not my luck there.
There's a lot of volatility there, yeah.
Yeah.
Like is not one that a little sketchy.
Yeah. Jack Dorsey, still in control of that company. He's the guy that founded Twitter.
Yes, okay, yeah.
Yep.
I read about that, yeah.
Yep. He's still technically, well, what they did was they kind of, they have Block, which is focusing a lot on crypto.
Okay.
And then there's Square. So I don't know if you, anywhere you pay, like, you know those Square terminals?
Oh, yes, okay, yeah, okay, I do know those terminals.
Yeah.
Right, okay, so then now I know what that is.
Loves that. He's got a small business out in
yeah?
LA or in SoCal, and he loves it. He swears by it. But my conversation to him was, well, are there any upselling? Like, can they upsell you on anything? Or is it just like a one-off fee and you get everything? He's like, no, it's a one-off fee, I get everything. I'm like, so how are they going to make more money on you?
Yeah, I don't
right?
know how I feel about those. Like and even as you said it, you're right. It's a lot of small businesses that use them.
Right.
And I think the thing is too is I find that they're a little finicky with tap. Like you'll tap it correctly, and one time it won't work, and the second time it will. You know what I mean? So I find them to be a bit finicky. But hey, if they work for small business owners, then go small business owners. But you're right. I don't really know how they're going to make any money off of that. Like the company themselves were. So that's interesting.
So we'll see. Yeah, we'll see how they do. I mean, the stock
is
doesn't
sad.
Look great. Yeah, it is, quite frankly. All right, guys, we wet our beak here on a couple of outs here on DMK as it's holding that 110 level and that VWAP level. So maybe we'll get a little lucky and this one will curl back up. But you know what? We're not going to sit on our laurels. We're going to have to sit here with some resting orders because old man hands can't hang. Oops. Okay, so I'm putting my stops way too high there, so I'm going to have to correct those once I send it back to you. But what I'm looking for here is a curl back up. It holds VWAP. It holds that 110 halt level, 19 halt level. You get the idea. It's a general area for now. But my stop still in place should this break down. So that's what I'm looking for there. I'll send it to you for a sec while I put in my resting orders.
Yeah, so right now I am looking at DraftKings, sorry, again. So I've been kind of in and out of this guy a couple times, made a couple cents. We've got over here, this one, then over here again as it kind of rose. I haven't really been sticking with it long. Maybe I should have. Maybe that's something I'll look at going into the afternoon. But yeah, as you can see here, it's kind of, it seems like there's lower highs, or it'll have kind of a pattern where it'll go high and then lower, high, high. So we'll see if this is something I want to stick with. For now, I'm just keeping it in mind because of that JP Morgan upgrade news. That's why it was on my radar in the first place. So I'll keep an eye on it, but I'm not super committed either way. It's moving up right now, so it might be one to keep an eye on. Yeah, that's what DraftKings is what I've been looking at.
Yeah, DVD bringing up a good point. DVD RD43, he's saying Square does have add-on services like payroll, staffing schedule, etc. that they charge additional. I think maybe he just has all that kind of stuff. Maybe that's why he was kind of telling me that the opposite way, but I'm not 100% sure. Anyway, got another fill there on DMK as we continue to kind of stair step up ever so slowly, and I put a whole bunch of resting orders there for a possible move back into the 40 area to the $0.50. So we'll see if we get continuation on that. But again, my stop doesn't change. A breakdown of that 110 level, and I'm out. Scott H, 19 SLNO. What am I looking at here? What's 19? You mean 29? I think you mean 29, Scott. Yeah, we broke 29 on SLO. We break 30. Next stop, 40, says Scott. And Scott, the more money you make on that, the more we're going to demand here as presents from you. No, I'm kidding, of course. Yeah, there you go. They're doing the money side. But yeah, bang on, Scott. That's a fantastic trade on your part. 29.47, I believe, is the high. Let me just have a look real quick here.
29.47, yeah.
Is it? Okay, perfect.
Which is like $1 higher than it was the last time we checked, I believe. So
nuts.
This is crazy. I mean, yeah, like the spread, it is still a little scary right now. It's only 2 cents, but I feel like it was at 13 cents like 30 seconds ago. So I think the spread is what kind of would stop me from entering this trade. But go Scott for killing it. That's awesome. That's awesome.
That's a killer trade, Scott.
That's amazing.
I'm getting some people saying CNQ in the chat. Let's have a look at that. That's Canadian Natural Resources. Shout out to Canada, obviously. We're never going to dog Canada, but on the day we're up 2.25 at dare. We haven't done much in the way of volume either, about 1.75 million shares on the day. And so that's really not going to cut it, but it's a good move up. Does it have a catalyst? Why were we moving
It's
up?
above VWAP too by like quite a bit, but I haven't heard anything about it in terms of a catalyst.
Yeah,
It
shout
seems
out
like
to
it
you.
wasn't on
Thank
my
you for
radar.
the $2 super chat, by the way. Here's the headline from yesterday,
okay.
which is a possible mover as a second day play. The shares of Canadian Natural Resources advanced 2 1/3%. Monday, it was proved to be an all-around positive trading session for the Canadian market with blah, blah, blah. Does it have any? Okay, so they raised money and outperforms the market. Okay, I'm not sure that that's the headline I'm looking for there. As the big kahunas get ready for their show. I think we've got like only a few minutes left on our show. Wow, that went by really quickly.
Right?
15
I know.
seconds. Jeez
That's
Louise.
crazy.
Thank you
Okay.
for being on. Second day, you
Yeah,
killed it.
it's
That
great to be here.
IMVT trade was killer.
Thank you. I'm happy I got to do it live in front of you all and you know with Sharif here. Like it's been great. Second day was great. First day was great. I'm loving being here.
Adara killed it. Throw up ones for my girl Adara. She absolutely killed it today. IMVT trade. She marked that trade. Throw up those ones, please. Show your love to our very new hostess, Adara. She'll be killing it on the show with me from every day from 12:30 until 2. She'll be on with me. And there go the ones, as you can see there on the side.
Thank you.
You and I, Max and I will be on tomorrow, same bat time, same bat channel. Rhinos at the big desk.
Hey guys, welcome in. 2 o'clock on a pretty busy afternoon here. A lot of individual movers, a lot of individual storylines to get you up to speed on. Overall, market continues to slide, unfortunately. 1.29 right now for the S&P, 1.33 for the NASDAQ.